to trial. Take it to trial.
Yes.
Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. None of your 76. How can you? Good morning, Christine. Hey, SD Surf Girl. She was chilling in here with me earlier. She was hanging. We was like hanging. We was like and just a typing. Hey, Marilda. Good morning. Just Shamrock. Hey, Christine again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh boy. Thank you so much. Thank you. I figure I show how big my brain is. My brain is this big. Yeah, that's how big my brain is. I was like, I'm gonna show how big my brain is. Yeah. Yep. I surely did. I got it done yesterday. Man, yesterday. You say looking forward to watching this man go down? I know. I have been so like, ugh, with him. I was watching some more of his stuff and I'm like, oh gosh. He was slipping up, all types of stuff. And y'all know I be pro-defended until I cannot be pro-defended. And you know, this morning I was kind of thinking to myself, I said, maybe, I don't want to say like when I like people, when I don't like them, but maybe when I totally, you actually have met them? Really? Oh, wow. He didn't come to rescue you at a fire or anything, did he? None of. Because I don't know, because he don't look like he know how to do CPR. At least for what he was saying. I don't think he know how to do CPR. Oh, really? Because yeah. He said he did go hunt, and that's what him and the three amigos did. They did a lot of hunting together. Really? Wow. Yeah, he'll probably still be going out. Well, I think because he's out on bail, so I would be. I mean, it sounds like he's still living his best life. He's so disgusting. I seen some stuff that I clipped up the other day, yesterday, and put out. Like he was on the stand, just I didn't even catch him when we was watching it live. But he's on the stand like mixing words, sentences, all types of stuff up. And I'm like, did he just say he loved her for many years? Like it was her fault that she passed away, or or he unalived her, right? But it came across like, how dare her do that? Like, how dare her do that? I loved her for many years. I'm like, well, if this is, you should still love her. Like, what do you mean? You loved her for many years. He was like, I was worried about how things had turned out after. And because he was kind of like explaining that part of it. And he said that. And then he had mixed up with the kids. He was saying he felt sad for them because it was, God, what did he say? He mixed up the word, but he came back and cleaned it up real quick. Needless to say. At least he tried to come back and clean it up real quick. I don't know how the jury took onto it, because I don't know if they don't get that's the one thing that the jury doesn't have the benefit of. Like, they can't go back and continue to like listen to testimony again. I guess, I don't know. Will they pull transcripts for the jury? Like if they want something read back, I guess they could pull transcripts while they back there deliberating. Because I want his whole transcript. Me person. Like, let me see his whole transcript, please. That's what I would want. Whole transcript. Let me see the whole transcript. Let me see that, and let me look at it again. But yeah, I know it's Martin Luther King Day here in the USA. So for anybody that enjoys any of the celebrations or anything that they have, I'm pretty sure they got plenty of things that's going on. So for Martin Luther King Day, a lot of people are off today because of Martin Luther King Day. So they don't even have to go to work today. Like, they don't even have to do it. Okay, they can't get transcripts in this one. I don't know. I was just asking because I know that's a benefit of ours, Just Shamrock, that we can actually go back and listen to the testimony again and again and again. And as much as I hear the testimony, I find different parts of it that I'm like, all right, that didn't sound right. Okay, what does that mean? So I'm able to find it. So I'm just wondering, like, they probably have the same mindset as us. Like, the more they hear things, the more they can pick things out of it. So that's what I be wondering, like, if he can do that. She said, licking his lips, swinging his chair the way he would interact with the jury during testimony. He clearly had to practice. Yeah, I think him, the daughter, and the son, I think they were all practicing together. Me personally. Because I just don't get it. And then I was thinking to myself, because most of the time it takes me a while. I'm always, okay, they got to prove it. They got to prove it. They got to prove it. I'm telling you guys, this morning after I looked at his testimony again, I was like, I'm so over him. I couldn't even understand, because it's somebody, I can't remember their name, but they got a lot of messages up on his thing. And she's like, I'm just so over him. And I couldn't figure out, and maybe she did listen to it a couple times, but after listening to it the next time, I was like, I am so over him. Good morning, Ollie. I was like, I'm so over him. Like, what is he talking about? And he's slipping up. And he's saying stuff that he got no business saying. Oh my. He had y'all, he had a part in his testimony, and the lawyer, and he should have not answered this question, that goofy. He was showing about the pictures, and it was a picture of him, him and Marcy on their wedding day. And he's on a stand, and he's kind of like pointing to the pictures and kind of like explaining to them. And so he was like, okay. The lawyer was like, he moved the pictures and took them down and took them upstairs and put them behind a dresser or something. And so the lawyer was like, well, you got rid of them because you were trying to something to the effect like trying to erase her or get rid of her or something with your grieving process. And he was like, and so the state was like objection because they didn't want him to answer, but he answered it anyways and was like, absolutely. I was like, really? Yeah, we do. Yeah, so absolutely. So yeah, it is it is something else. That's what I would definitely tell you. Yeah, it is very sad the way they painted her. Very hurtful, in my opinion. It's bad enough that she not here with us anymore, but then to even top it off, and then you got him doing what he talking about. So yeah, I totally, yeah. You said half of my Uber drivers are teachers. Yeah, they probably ain't getting paid no money. I even real don't get 2 holidays. Oh, y'all got 13? Really? Oh, so what you mean? Just Shamrock, you can't be saying nothing. I mean, Morel, you can't be saying nothing about us having a whole bunch of holidays if y'all got the same amount. You say here, look at the closet. She's a slot. Yeah. And between that, the bras, and the Pepsi, that's all I got of their testimony. I thought y'all only had 2 holidays, Boxing Day and Christmas. we got way every day is a holiday up here. Like, and now whether you celebrate it or not is 2 different things, but every day is a holiday. They got Grandparents' Day, they got Sisters' Day, they got Siblings' Day, they got Dog Day, they got Cat Day, they got bring your child to work day. We got them all. We got every day, every holiday that you actually want. We got it, baby. Hey, Esther, how are you? Good morning. And why did they ask everyone where the wedding was? I have no clue. Yes, they asking a whole bunch of stuff. No, you say National Popcorn Day. We got every day. That's right. Any day that you can make a day, we got it. No, she is serious. Like, if I look in Google, it'll tell me what day National Popcorn Day. We got everything. Any day that you need, we got it. It's a holiday every day here. Groundhog Day. You say except Single Mom Day. Oh gosh, we got Valentine's Day. We got the day out of Valentine's Day for the side chicks. Like, we got all the days. National Hot Dog Day. Maria is serious here. It's so serious. You said that's called Father's Day. Taco Tuesday. Oh, I love Taco Tuesday. Every Tuesday. That's every week. Right, Just Sharon Rock. We got holidays every day. Now, Now, whether we get work off or not is two different things, but we definitely getting all them holidays. I just wake up and it's a day, and people will look at you strange, like you ain't know today was National Donut Day. Well, nah. Oh, you can go get free donuts from Dunkin' Donuts today. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Thanks. Oh gosh. Let's see. She said, since Kevin was telling everyone he moved out January 8th, I wish the prosecutor asked where he was moving and did he have his things paid, because he lied. You know, the prosecutor didn't ask a lot of questions at all. I thought that she should watch a lot of questions, and she didn't. Yeah, absolutely, Just Right. Yeah, today is a very, very important, one of the major holidays that everybody like is you get off work for most jobs. It's probably except for doctors and nurses, critical personnel. Absolutely, yes. So I can tell y'all what we have on our schedule today. I found testimony. I believe it's going to be Marcy's mom. I got the text messages that he sent, because I didn't know if y'all remember in when he was on the stand, at least from when I was listening to his testimony this morning, I'd seen that he was talking about why he deleted these text messages, because he didn't want his daughter Megan to see the text messages, and he was tired of looking at them. You know, their arguments in regards to Cynthia. So I got the text messages that came in. So we got text messages, we got Cynthia's mom testimony, and then it's some additional testimony that I seen on there. Don't quote me. We'll see once we get in there. I can't remember. Oh, did it, SD? That is a fun fact. Didn't know. I don't think I ever compared the two. Yeah, I don't know if it's Cynthia. I don't know if it's Cynthia's mom. Let me see. Because this is the first testimony that we're gonna see. I don't know if it's Cynthia's mom or if it's or maybe it's the sister, mother, and it's a accused. No, I think it's his mother and sister. I don't know. We'll see when we get in there. Shoot. I'm just trying to look off the thing. Oh, you did, SD? Good for you. Yes, we did see Marcy's mom. And there's additional testimony from the ME, the first ME, the state's ME. Like, I think the testimony that we seen was like maybe 30, 40 minutes. She actually was on the stand for about 2 hours. Did you guys stay for the comments at the trivia? I did. Yeah, I'm there with you, Esther. Yes. I can. No trauma. That's is that what you're doing? Oh. No. You say it's smack dead in the middle of the night. Okay, without further ado, I am going to take us into our testimony that we're going to be covering today. I'm so glad that we have some extra to do today. Hey, James, good morning. You are a trip. SD, I cannot with you this morning. I cannot, because as soon as somebody come here with their trauma dump, you'll be first one asking. All right, well, let's get into it so we can get some of our testimony in. Y'all know we got on our schedule. Well, we'll go over our schedule after we get done. We got our 2 trials that we're covering, so we'll be back in both of those tomorrow. Okay, let me get this pulled up for us. You gonna ask me if they stubbed their toe? Oh God. OSD. Oh, wait. Let me see. Oh, SD.
Now that you're seated, please state your name in full, then spell your last name for the court's record.
My name's Lori Warren Weber, WOLLENWEBER.
Go ahead, come. Okay. And now, is your real name Lorna or is it really Lori?
My given name is Lorna.
Okay, but
and
you like
it's
to
only
call.
on my driver's license.
Okay, so we'll call you Lori.
Lori.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
All right. Now, Lori, do you know Kevin West?
I do.
And you see him in the courtroom?
I do. My handsome boy right there.
Okay. And so does that mean he's your son?
He is.
And now where do you live at?
I live in Eugene.
And do you live there with anybody else?
Okay, so this is his mama. So this is mama, and she up there. She said, that's her handsome boy over there. Look, she makes sure y'all know he handsome. She just couldn't say that's her son. That's my handsome boy over there. Okay, mama, go ahead. Maybe the creepy stuff runs in the family because
With my husband, Bill.
Is that Kevin's father?
No, it's his stepfather.
And do you, besides your husband Bill, who else lives there, if anyone?
No. Well, I guess I should say our daughter is staying with us at this time. Health issues.
Is Eugene, is that where, have you lived there a long time?
All my life.
Does that mean that Kevin was born and raised there?
Yes.
And so you raised him all the way through school, turned him into an adult, and here we are, right?
Yes.
Now, when he was down there, I suppose he was a normal kid, went to high school, played sports and all that.
Objection, relevance.
Okay. And so, did you ever become aware of Marcy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. How did you first find out about her?
Kevin transported, he was on a non-emergency vehicle at that time working, and they made several trips with patients to and from the hospital, and she was working on one of the floors, so he met her that.
Okay. And do you recall first meeting her?
Oh boy, that was a long time ago. But yes, I remember meeting her. I think he brought her to the house.
Okay. Had you heard about her before you met her?
Oh, yes.
How much time do you think went by before you heard about her and then you met her?
Oh boy, that's reaching way back.
Objective
It was
to relevance,
pretty
Your Honor.
Okay. And where did you meet her?
At our home.
And did you, so your first meeting, got along with her just fine, I take it?
Oh, yes.
And now, So they became a couple as far as you know in Eugene, is that right?
They did.
And how old was Kevin at that time, if you know?
My guess would be 19 or 20.
And how old was Marcy, if you remember?
She's a year younger than Kevin.
Okay. And from what you could observe, did they start dating and become a couple?
They did.
And how long did they stay in Eugene before they moved away, if in fact they moved away?
I don't remember exactly, but Kevin was still in school, getting his paramedic, and they did live in an apartment together. I suppose they were there for, my guess would be 6 months. And then he did apply up in Washington and came up here for training.
Okay, so you say he was in paramedic school, finished that, and got a job up here?
Yes,
Is that working essentially for the same people he worked for up until recently?
yes,
And, did you attend their wedding?
yes.
Where was that?
At McMiniman's in, yeah,
Okay, Big McMiniman's place?
Yeah.
Okay,
Edgewood,
right.
Edgefield.
Okay, so they, now at some point, we understand they had children, is that right?
Yes,
And who are the kids?
Ted and Megan.
Do you stay in contact with Ted and Megan?
Yes.
And so, once they moved up here, they got married, did you ever come up to visit them?
Yes.
How often would you come up here over the years?
Well, I would say we both visited each other, so we would see each other at least once a month. And they'd either come down or we'd come up.
When you came up here, would you stay in their home?
Yes.
And what was your relationship like with Marcy?
Well, I adored Marcy. It was hard to get to know her though, and I kind of had to pull things out of her. It saddened me a little bit that we couldn't become closer, but she was, I think, shy.
But you liked her.
Oh,
Did she, at any point share with you any concern she had about any kind of pain or sensation she
Objection
was having?
hearsay.
Sorry.
Objection hearsay.
Present sense impression.
Okay, apparently I need to resolve an issue outside the door. Close your notepad and go down.
Did Marcy ever complain of any pain that she was experiencing?
yes.
And what kind of pain would that be?
It was chest pain.
So she would say, I'm having chest pain, something like that? And how often did that happen?
I don't know how long it went on. I had heard about it through Kevin first.
When was the first time she said, I'm having chest pain? When was the first time she was experiencing that and told you about it? Was it like within 3 months of her passing, a year, just longer?
Oh, yes, within 3 months.
Okay. Did she also complain about experiencing a headache? Did she ever explain to you that she was experiencing a headache?
Yes.
And how often did that happen?
I would say frequently. I think a lot of people have headaches, and so I don't think she was real worried about it, but she got headaches.
Okay, she would tell you, oh, I've got a headache, something
Yeah.
like that? Okay. And then going back, how far before the time she passed was that?
Further than 3 months. I remember when we went to Disney World. And I think she was having some headaches at that time.
She complaining about the headaches again.
Yeah, it wasn't, I don't think that it was anything like this,
But it was something that happened pretty frequently.
but yes.
A question from every officer.
In the 3 months prior to Marcy's death, how many times did you see her?
Well, I believe we went camping in August. We usually like to do a family camp in July or August, so I believe was then. And like I said, we saw each other, at least once a month. So then, I think Kevin went hunting, so we didn't see them again until Christmas. I don't remember Thanksgiving that year. I don't know if Kevin was working, but I know we saw her on Christmas
Okay. And was that at Marcy's residence or at your residence?
at our house.
And how long was she there for?
We usually try to do 2 or 3 days.
Was she there for 2 or 3
Right.
days?
It's hard to remember. I'm not real. I don't know if I recall. And oftentimes she would stay with her mom, or one of the kids would go over with her and stay with her mom. But she was with us on Christmas. And then we'd see her again.
And then what?
We would see her again,
When would you see her again?
probably after their Christmas, or sometimes they would have maybe I should say, it's hard for me to remember 2 years ago. I'm not exactly sure, so I guess I can't say.
So it's possible that in the 3 months prior to her death, which was January 8th, you only saw her one time?
No, I saw her in August. We all
Well,
went,
that's beyond 3 months prior to January 8th, right?
right, because Kevin went camping. Yes, we probably saw her at Christmas. I don't think we saw her for Thanksgiving.
So you're saying at Christmas she was complaining to you of chest pains?
She wasn't complaining. I asked her about it. And I said, I'm concerned about you. I hear that, because she and I we didn't really talk on the phone. And we didn't really have that kind of a relationship. We text about the kids and so forth, but health issues, she was pretty private. But when she came for Christmas, I talked to her about it. I'd heard from Kevin that she was complaining of chest pains, and he encouraged her to go to the doctor. And my conversation with her at Christmas was that I really wanted her to take it seriously. And she didn't seem too concerned, but I just said that's just nothing to mess around with. You really should go to the doctor, but she didn't want to go.
So it sounds like you were more concerned about chest pains than Marcy was. Is that fair?
That's not fair. What I am saying is that she didn't want to talk about it.
Okay. So exactly what did Marcy say about her chest pains?
I don't recall our exact conversation. I remember what I said, and I guess that's kind of a memory thing. Sometimes it's been 2 years, so I don't remember what she said. All I know is that she didn't want to go to the doctor. She'd had scans and.
Okay. And as far as the headaches, when was prior to her death, when was the last time that she reported to you that she was having a headache?
Well, it would have been either, within the 3 months? It would have
No,
been-
just what was the last time before her death that she reported to you she was having a headache?
Probably camping
August?
in August.
And you said that it didn't appear like a migraine or anything
No.
since. Okay. And prior to August, when would she have told you she was having a headache?
I don't recall.
Okay. So just one time in August.
During that time, I don't remember.
I have no further questions for the officer.
Okay, you completed your office too?
No, but prior to the camping trip, were there other times when she complained to you of having a headache?
Sorry, I don't recall.
Did she complain to you of having chest pains prior to the camping trip?
No.
Nothing else?
Are you still intending to offer the other?
No, I'm not yet.
Okay, bring in the jury. Welcome back. Do you have additional questions?
There you go. So you say that you saw them pretty frequently over the years through the marriage.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw them? Together?
Together?
Yes.
Was it Christmas?
Was that in 2024, 2023?
23.
Okay. But before that, how often had you seen them, you think?
Oh, quite often. We go on vacations together or, if Megan had a dance recital, we'd be up there to see them.
As far as
Nearly every month.
okay, as far as the relationship goes, how did they appear? Did they appear happy, not happy? What was your impression in watching them?
I believe Kevin and Marcy loved each other. I think they grew out of being in love. If that makes sense. I think their marriage was
Sorry.
straight.
You need to listen to the question asked and answer that question. You're not being asked to give your subjective opinions, you're being asked what you observed. So re-listen to the question and then answer that question.
Thank you.
I'll try to ask a more specific question here. It wasn't always like that though. Like in the early days, was it better than that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. When did you see a change at some point in their relationship?
After they had kids.
And would you say they were an affectionate couple?
No.
And why do you say that?
I think Marcy was very private and didn't show her emotions. That was just Marcy. And Kevin would always go up and, well, I shouldn't say always, but he would go up to her and hug her and she'd kind of go through the motions. But I wouldn't say affectionate.
You say that goes back to about the time the kids were born, roughly?
As they were growing, yeah.
And now the last time you stayed there at their house, you say it was at Christmas time of 2023, correct?
No, they stayed at our house.
Okay, oh, I see. When was the last time you stayed at Kevin and Marcy's before Marcy passed?
It was probably in the spring, I would imagine. What would the timeline now, what we would have been doing. Like I said, we always went to see Megan's dance. I'm sure she always had a recital at the end of the year, so it may have been June, I would guess, May or June.
Okay,
So,
and did you stay overnight? Did you stay overnight at that time?
yes,
Where did you stay? Where did you sleep, that is?
at their house.
I mean, what,
And
in there, where
We
in the
have a
house?
guest room
Okay.
upstairs.
Do you know where they slept?
Yes,
Where did they sleep?
in their bedroom.
Did they sleep together as far as you know?
Oh, yes.
And when you say they came down to Christmas to your place, where did they sleep at your place?
Well, like I said, I can't remember if she went to stay at her mom's. Usually she'd go over to her mom's. That way she could spend time with her when she was in Eugene. So, and we have a small home, so I think, Kevin and the kids or one of the kids stayed in the guest room.
As far as raising the kids together, how did they do from your observations?
Objection, relevance?
Staying as to the way the question flows.
Did you have a chance to observe how they, as a team, how they would raise their kids?
Yes.
And what was your impression of how they raised their kids together?
They were good partners.
And you say the last time you saw them together was Eugene, Christmas of 2023.
Yes.
Okay, and they were still behaving as good partners, raising their kids?
It was strange.
Strange?
But yes, they were always good partners with the kids.
Now, sometime at the point you met Cynthia, is that right?
Yes.
When was that?
I was trying to remember. But I believe it was in the fall. I remember they came up and it was cool, and I know we sat out on the patio. So it might have been late September, early October,
Where did you meet her?
at our home.
Oh, so they came down to Eugene.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the relationship was like?
Well, I knew in advance that he was seeing her. I don't remember when they got back together. Might have been July.
Okay. But you met her, you said, I'm sorry, was it September you met her?
I believe it was early October.
Okay. And they came down to your place and you understood she was the woman he was seeing. She was a girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay. Did they try to hide that from you or were they pretty open about it?
No, they were open, and Kevin had talked to me about it.
And did you accept Cynthia?
I love Cynthia. I did. She's very personable and loving and affectionate.
Objection, non-responsive. And improper.
Stay in the objection, let the answer stand as is.
Thank you. Okay, tonight, without telling me what he said, did Kevin at some point explain to you or tell you about what happened the night that Marcy passed? Don't tell me what he said, just did he tell you about it?
Yes,
He explained what happened?
yes.
Okay. Now strike it. How did you find out that Marcy had passed away?
Kevin called.
Okay, do you remember what time of day it was or?
Well, he couldn't get a hold of me because I was asleep. It was quite early. And he did call my husband and got a hold of him. And I think by the time I talked to him, it may have been about 5 a.m. He was driving, well, he wasn't driving, his friend Scott was driving him and Ted up to pick up Megan at school.
Okay. And how was he on the phone? Emotionally, how?
Just very distraught. They were very upset.
Could you understand him okay?
Yes,
But he was pretty emotional.
yes.
Was he crying?
Oh, yes.
And so after that, when did you first see Kevin after that?
That morning, I drove up.
Drove right away?
Yes,
What time did you get to his house? Or did you go to his house?
yes, I did.
What time did you get
I got there about 9:30 or 10.
there? Was he there?
No, they hadn't gotten back yet. But they might have gotten back about 11.
Were there other people around when you got there?
No,
Okay, so you waited for Kevin, he came back, I take it.
yes.
Okay, how was he doing when he got back?
Everyone was pretty upset, but yes. We hugged and consoled each other, and
Did you stay the whole day?
I stayed longer than them.
How long did you stay at his house when you went there?
This was, I believe, a Sunday morning, whatever the 8th was. I stayed the week and then I went home and then came back.
So throughout that first day, everybody behaves differently. How was he acting throughout the day? Can you kind of generally describe that?
Oh, just thinking of Kevin, he loved her. It was very hard.
Objection, non-responsive.
But how did he
I'll
behave?
sustain the objection, disregard the last comment. Let's repeat the question.
Was he, how was he behaving emotionally? Just what did you observe of his emotional state?
Very emotional, crying, distraught. He was trying to console the kids. We all were. So it was a very tough day.
Would you say he was just crying and distraught constantly the whole day, or were there periods where he wasn't like that?
Well, there were periods he wasn't when he was talking to the kids or us or whatever, but most of the time I would say, it's really, that was a really hard time, I think, for him to go through.
While you were staying there that week, where did Kevin sleep, if you know?
I'm thinking that he either slept in Ted's room or on the couch.
Okay, not in the master bedroom?
No. Let's see, we had Megan home. No, not in the master bedroom.
Okay. Did he go into the master bedroom?
That was really hard. He had to, it was his shower, their shower, and his closet was in there. It was very painful.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled this responsive, but she's answered the question, so that's enough of that.
Okay. Now, did you at some point become aware of the furniture being moved out of the bedroom?
I wasn't present when that was done.
You didn't play a role in planning its removal or anything like that?
I did.
You did? What role did you play?
I was trying to console Kevin. He, every time he went through there, all he could see, he'd just break down. and say,
Objection, non-responsive, and hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so, why were you trying to help him? You say you assisted. Why did you assist him? You can answer that.
Objection, relevance.
approval?
I can.
Yes.
It was very difficult to sleep in the same bed that she passed.
Okay, so then you assisted him. How did you assist?
Well, I made suggestions. He never liked the bed in the first place, the frame, and came with the house. And he says, I never liked the bed anyway. I'm not sure Marcy did either.
No objection,
It's-
hearsay.
Yes.
Overrule I sustain the objection on non-responsive grounds. Ask the question again, listen to the question, answer the question asked.
This is kind of
I'm sorry.
tough. No, you're fine. And so you assisted. How did you assist? Just tell me how you assisted.
I suggested to him that maybe he could get another bed and put it on the other side of the room. He said he didn't really care. He could have an extra.
Objection.
So that's fine. That's a great answer right there. But you didn't actually help him move the furniture, right?
I did not.
Okay. Did you assist in getting rid of any of the bedding involved in this case?
On their bed,
Yes.
maybe a blanket. I did too.
Would it be a comforter?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with regard to the comforter?
Well, I folded it up and put it in the hall closet.
Okay. Did you dispose of any of the bedding?
Not that bedding. My daughter did.
Your daughter disposed of the bedding?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Just hold on, the state will have questions.
Cross-examination?
So you indicated that you were there at 9:30 or 10 a.m.
Yes,
on the 8th,
yes.
and there was no one else there?
No.
Mark Woodland wasn't there?
No.
And on the 8th, after Marcy's death, did you observe Kevin speaking with Cynthia?
I did not.
So were you with him the entire time?
Well, no.
When were you first aware of Kevin's affair with Cynthia?
I believe it was late August or September.
Did you know about the affair when it originally began in 2004?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you know about the affair when it originally began in 2004?
I did not.
And you were very supportive of the relationship between Kevin and Cynthia, even while Marcy was alive, correct?
I was supportive of my son. I love my son.
And you were supportive of their relationship, correct?
I was supportive of my son.
And you viewed Cynthia like a daughter even prior to Marcy's death, correct?
Later, as I got to know her.
But prior to Marcy's death.
As a daughter, it takes time to build a relationship.
Did you talk about wanting to adopt her as a daughter?
I think we had a funny conversation about that because she was just a sweet girl.
And your son, Mr. West, expressed to you that he planned to marry Cynthia prior to Marcy's death, correct?
I don't recall that now.
And he told you that he had retained a defensive, or an attorney for his divorce?
I know that he was planning to. We had several conversations about that. I encouraged him to, could I elaborate?
Did he tell you that he had met with an attorney and paid her $1,000?
Yes, he did.
And also that he provided that attorney financial documents related to the divorce?
I'm unaware.
And you knew based on your communications that he had every intention of leaving Marcy and moving on with Cynthia, did you not?
Not at that time, no.
Not at what time?
They were planning a wedding and it was very, very important to Marcy. Megan was getting married in July.
So what you're saying is that you thought that he was going to wait longer?
Kevin and I had deep conversations about that, and he didn't want to hurt Marcy or Megan. He was, that's a really hard decision to make when you don't want to hurt your loved ones.
Okay. You knew that he was very unhappy in his marriage with Marcy, correct?
Yes,
When did Kevin first discuss divorcing Marcy with you?
divorcing.
Yes.
They had counseling, I believe, 2 years prior. And they were trying to work out some problems. And he had moved out into a trailer, into his trailer on a friend's property.
This is 2 years prior to Marcy's death,
Oh, yes, it was 2 years prior,
so 2021?
around there.
What is your phone number?
Do I need to state that? So it's
Are you asking
public?
for her phone number today?
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as 178.
Okay. I don't have my glasses.
Is that your phone number depicted on 178?
Oh boy, that's really small. Yes, it is.
And you indicated to the best of your memory that you got there at 9 or 10 a.m.
At their house on
on the 8th.
the 8th? No, not 9 o'clock. I wouldn't have gotten there that early.
When did you get there?
It was probably more like 10 or 10:30.
So possible
What
that
I
it was
said before, but I know that, I think they got back about 11 or 11:30.
and you're saying you were there when they got back?
So, yes, I was there.
Would it help to refresh your recollection potentially to review your text messages that you sent at that time?
You know, yes, it would.
Okay.
It's been 2 years, so please forgive me. Glasses. Okay,
If I may, Lori, with yourself, returning.
just reading, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, and so this would be him.
This one's
I'm
out.
not sure really what I'm looking at. This was on the 8th. And this is a text message. Here, got in fine. Oh, yes, okay, so that's me. Okay. And And that was, does it have a time on here?
Let's see. Great help.
It's very small.
Is it possible that you texted Kevin here, got in fine on the 8th at 2:38, almost 2:39 p.m.?
Oh, no, I was there in the morning. I was there before they got there.
And you threw Mr. West a birthday party in January of 2024?
Yes,
And where was that at?
it was at Kevin's house.
And what date was that on?
There was an ice storm and his birthday's on the 18th, so we missed his birthday. It was his 50th. And I just wanted to see my son. We were in
The question was-
Eugene.
If I could,
Uh,
the question is, what was the date? What date was the party on?
It was Saturday.
Okay.
Whatever,
Close in time
after his birthday, and I just don't remember.
It's a couple
If I
days
could
after
look
his
at the calendar, I could tell you.
Showing the witness what's been admitted is 162. There's a calendar of January of 2024.
Thank you. His birthday was on a Thursday, and so it was Saturday the 20th.
And did you invite Cynthia to that party?
Kids?
Cynthia.
Yes,
And was that the time that the plan was that she was going to be introduced to the children?
that wasn't the goal, but she was introduced to the children as a friend.
Do you know how long it was after that that she was introduced as his girlfriend?
I don't know.
Was she introduced as a friend of Kevin's or a friend of someone else's?
His sisters.
And Kevin's your son, correct? And you love him very much.
Yes, I do.
And have you been visiting with Mr. West during this trial?
Not staying with him, no.
Have you been to his residence during this trial?
I have not.
When was the last time that you stayed at the residence that he shares with Cynthia?
Christmas. Oh, no, we didn't stay overnight. We just went for the day.
And isn't it true that you were not particularly fond of Marcy or their relationship?
But I wasn't particularly fond of Marcy.
Yes.
That is not true. I wasn't close to Marcy. We didn't have that close-knit relationship that I really wanted.
You preferred Cynthia for Kevin over Marcy, correct?
That's really rude.
Is it true?
No, it's rude. It's not that I preferred her. It's
Okay,
not,
you've answered the question. Do you
It
have any
wasn't my
additional-
relationship.
I'm sorry, you've answered the question. Do you have any additional questions?
No, Your Honor.
Read the record. Okay.
Now, Laura, you said that earlier, you were asked if you knew about the affair that Kevin had with Cynthia back in 2004. Do you remember being asked about that? You said you didn't know.
in 2004.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you tell me?
It's a bad question. Let me start.
I'm sorry, she upset
So
me.
you were asked if you knew about the affair that Kevin had with Cynthia about 20 years earlier. Do you recall that?
Oh, yeah.
And you said you weren't aware of that.
I was not.
But you have become aware of that before today, correct?
Yes,
And that's because Kevin and Cindy told you they had an affair
yes.
back then. And then when you say they separated, you said it was a couple of years ago. Could it have been 10 years ago? From now? Okay. And you just recall that he stayed in his trailer on a friend's property, is that right? Is that what
Yes,
you
he
said?
did,
Okay. So you remember it more by the event than the exact date.
yes.
Are you aware of any other separations between them? Where they lived apart for a pretty good period?
A short time. At that time, they lived apart for maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if they separated again.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
We go,
No.
and the witness speaks to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, you're free to go, don't discuss your testimony with other witnesses.
The mom was like, that's rude. And I was thinking the same thing that Alicia said, because I'm like, yeah, but she was probably the same one to let her parade in the house, come over, like he was able to bring his side chick over there, the mistress over there. Like, give me a break. Don't be talking about that's rude. No, just call a spade a spade. Yeah, you didn't have a problem with it. Yeah, mom's rude. That's the thing. Like, y'all remember that him and Cynthia, this wasn't their first rendezvous. Like, this is not the first time that they had interacted with each other. So they had been together at some point in time when Ted was first born. Because remember, she was the babysitter while him and Marcy were going to marriage counseling. So she was Auntie Amy's friend. That's how she was introduced to everybody. So don't be trying to act like you didn't know. And then they stopped messing around for a whole bunch of years. And then she came back. And now all the family loves Cynthia and Marcy gone. Like, they are so wrong. They are so wrong. Like, they so wrong. But the thing is that I guess as his family, they don't have a choice. I guess they do have a choice, but I guess as a family, yeah, she knew what was going on. Talk about so rude, coming there, running in there, getting on the stand, talking about her handsome son. Don't nobody care about your handsome son, lady. Bye. Okay, let's see who we got on here next. I can't wait to hear these text messages, y'all. Because we didn't get to hear the text messages. And I can't wait to hear what him and Marcy, because this is probably going to show the arguing back and forth. Because remember, we didn't hear none of this evidence. And we were able to determine, at least most of us here, were able to determine that he guilty. He guilty. And, you know, what amazes me is, like, I don't know how people that know they did some stuff, like I don't bind, y'all. I don't know how he keep coming into court, because I would be like, I bet you this is why he had to take the stand. Let's see who's next.
You've been excused, so you're free to come into the courtroom and stay if you like. Your next witness.
Check the hallway, Judge.
She using her son glasses. Oh gosh, I cannot. She using the son reading glasses. Yeah, she was not a good witness. No, she was not. None of his witnesses were good, y'all. All they did was, in my opinion, make him seem like he is really grasping for straws. He is scrambling, he is scraping, he is trying his best in any way, shape, form, or fashion to defend somebody.
Oh, Amy Davis. You just want her to be-
Come forward, please. Stop and
Okay,
raise
who
your
is
right
this
hand.
coming to the stand?
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony given this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
Yes, I do.
You can see the witness. that you're seated, please state your name in full, then spell your last name for the board's record.
Okay, Amy Davis, last name Dabas.
Go ahead, Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon.
And Ms. Davis, what is your relationship, if any, to Kevin?
Kevin is my brother.
So you were born,
We're 2.5 years apart. We grew up very close, very close in school. Our friends, we all have the same friends.
you grew up in Eugene.
Eugene, Oregon.
And now, at some point, did you become aware of Marcy while you were still living in Eugene?
Yes. It was in 2000, I believe, when she worked at Peace Health. And my brother and my dad at the time shared a house, and I met her first at that home.
At your mom and dad's house?
They lived, no, it was a duplex. My brother and my dad briefly shared a space there. And I met her at that home.
Okay. And how was your first meeting? Get along okay?
Yeah.
And so, now have you stayed in pretty good touch with Kevin over the years?
Yes.
And you understand you got married to Marcy at some point.
Yes.
Did you go to the wedding?
I did. I was in the wedding.
Oh, you're in the party?
I was.
Okay, where was the wedding?
It was at McMinimans. I think it was Forest Grove, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
It was one of the McMinimans. It was a beautiful wedding.
Right. So they got married. You recall when they had kids?
Yeah, I was present for Ted being born,
Okay.
and Megan. I was on the way, but I missed it with Megan. But I was there at the hospital.
And now, when I asked you if you stayed in touch with Kevin, did you also stay in touch with Marcy over the years?
Family gatherings, camping trips. We'd go visit with them, and I didn't communicate with her usually by phone, but we saw each other, at our events that we had.
How close would you say you were to Marcy?
I wouldn't say we were close. I loved my sister-in-law, but we're just very different personalities. I love everyone in the room kind of person, and she's just
Objection, non-responsive.
You've answered the question.
okay. Thank you.
And now, did you see them often enough to where you were able to observe their relationship? And I'm talking about Marcy.
Yes.
And what were your observations of the quality of their relationship?
It was strained. They had good times, bad times, but it was very strained.
Was it always that way?
It wasn't always that way, but from the beginning, I feel like there was just very different interests, but they had lots of love for each other, and we saw that through the kids, and she poured everything into her kids.
Okay, so Marcy cared a lot about her kids.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're saying that together they raised the kids well?
Yeah, I mean, they both were, invested in their kids. Kevin's an amazing dad. Marcy was very,
Non-responsive and commenting on character of another potential witness.
I'm gonna let the answer stand over the objection. Listen to the question and answer that question, not to state personal opinions or observations about any party. So let's try again.
Probably one of my questions.
Sorry.
We tried to. So, do you recall a time when the relationship seemed to change? You said it was good in the beginning. At what point can you relate it to any events?
there was a lot of issues around. She didn't like the fire department. That was always a big thing.
So was it when you went to work for the fire department? Is that what you said?
In the beginning, I think it was fine, but she didn't want any part really of the fire department, and she made that clear. That I was present for
Objection.
arguments about that.
And did you?
I'm sorry, but apparently there's an objection.
I'll withdraw that.
Next question.
Now, over the years, did you have any time to spend like overnight time at their home?
I did.
And so they moved away in the early 2000s, right?
Yeah, I'm not exactly when, but yes, you're correct.
Moved up here. Over the years, typically, how often would you stay overnight with them at their house, like in a given year or so?
A handful of times at least. When they were at their first home, I stayed quite a bit. My daughters.
And then, when you, no, sorry, at the last home, you remember the last home they lived in?
Yeah.
You remember when they moved in there?
The one on in the newest. Or,
Yes.
okay, sorry. I don't recall exactly. It might have been 20. I don't know. I shouldn't speculate. I apologize.
From the time they moved in until Marcy passed away, were you staying there fairly regularly for whatever period of time?
Yeah, again, a handful of times I was there, but I can't tell you how many times.
Where would you sleep when you're there?
I would usually sleep in the guest room. I've pretty much slept in every room, but I would usually sleep in the guest room up the stairs right to the U-turn right and go straight back.
Okay. And did you go up there with anybody else, or is it just you?
It was usually my 3 daughters. Now they're adults, but yeah. Usually it was Katie, and Allie, my middle and my youngest.
And so when you stay there, would you say it was I'm trying to get an idea how often you stayed. Was it every month, every 6 months? How often do you think? Ballpark?
Maybe 2-3 times every maybe 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly can't put a exact, but it's more, I would say anywhere between 5 and 10 times,
Okay. Every other month, something like that?
something like that.
Okay. And would you stay for just one night or two?
No, we'd usually go out for at least Friday through Sunday, or we'd stay a week or.
And when you would stay there, you say you'd sleep in the guest room or some other spare room.
Yeah.
Where did Kevin and Marcy sleep?
They slept in right up the stairs, and there was their master right there at the top of the stairs.
So when you go up the stairs, and immediately to the right is the guest room.
Uh-huh.
And then take a left, and to the right, that's the master room.
Right.
And you were aware that they were sleeping there together.
I was some time ago, yeah.
Okay. When was the last time you stayed there?
Last time I stayed there, I was there quite frequently.
I'm
Sorry.
The last time before Marcy passed away, when was the last time you stayed there, if you recall?
I believe 2 months prior.
Okay. And at that time, where did you sleep?
I might have slept in the guest room, but if my mom and my stepdad were there, they would be in the guest room. And Ted, I'd always usually sleep in his room, and he would sleep on the couch probably.
If you know, where did Kevin and Marcy sleep?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
If you know, where did Kevin and Marcy sleep?
that? In the master bedroom.
And you say that was within a couple of months of Marcy passing, or was there an event you can think of?
I don't recall when I honestly don't remember the event I was there. I know I was there for Megan. She had a dance recital. Cannot tell you what month that was in, but it wasn't that far back.
Okay.
And my parents were there. I was there.
And now, when was the last time you saw Marcy?
Christmas Day, 23.
Okay. Christmas Day, and where was that?
That was in Eugene, Oregon, at my mom and my stepdad's house.
And so Christmas Day, how did they seem together on Christmas Day?
Like usual, how it seemed, very strained, but that was normal. She would be on one couch, she'd be on the other. Sometimes they'd be together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Strained,
kind of had its good times, its bad times?
like any relationship, yeah.
Okay. And so, now you've met Cynthia Ward, is that right?
I have.
When did you first meet her?
I first met her, I don't have the exact date, it was before the gathering on the 20th, maybe a few days before.
Okay, when you say the 20th, was that, I guess, kind of a birthday party for Kevin?
Yeah, I wouldn't categorize it as a party, but no one felt like a party. But we did get together. Kevin's birthday was on the 18th. We missed it. There was an ice storm, and Marcy just passing, but we were there on the 20th. It's when the roads cleared up.
You say it wasn't really a party.
No.
So what was the intent of the gathering?
The intent of the gathering was just to come together, love and support Kevin, my niece and nephew. His birthday, of course, was, like I said, his 50th was the 18th. And it was just us coming together. And we were aching for all of them. We just wanted to be there and love and support everyone.
Was there any discussion of Marcy? Don't tell what everybody said, but was there any?
Absolutely.
Okay, so kind of reminiscing that kind of thing?
Yeah, we laughed, we cried, we shared stories.
Objection, non-responsive.
So when, now, you say that's where you met Cynthia, or you met her earlier?
I met her, like I said, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date, but I think a few days before the gathering,
So-
maybe 5 days at the most.
So the first time you met her was after Marcy had passed away?
Correct.
Did you know about her before that?
I did.
Like how far back was it that you heard about her?
So in my state's interview, it's sometimes I think September, October, I'm not clear on it, but I believe it was at the very end of summer in September into October, but I don't know exactly what date.
Okay, and how did you find out?
My brother told me.
And were you aware that it was a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Did you try to hide that from me?
No.
And so you meet her a few days before this gathering, this birthday / memorial that you're talking about. And you'd already met Cynthia before. And whose idea was it for her to be at the party, if you know?
Yeah, my mom presented it to me, and I thought it was a great idea. I just wanted to do whatever we could to wrap Kevin up and the kids.
And now, how was she presented to the group, if you recall?
I do recall she was presented as, I introduced her as my friend.
Okay, which is not entirely true, is that?
I didn't have a long history with her, but there was an instant connection, so I would consider her my friend even at that time.
Why did you present her as your friend?
I felt that it was appropriate, that I stand by that decision. It was more comfortable that way. And at the core of their relationship, Kevin and Cynthia, there's a deep friendship, and it wasn't anything romantic. Yeah, sorry.
So were you trying to spare anybody's feelings?
It just wasn't my story to tell, and that's up to Kevin. And I just thought it was my idea, and it was appropriate to do it that way. And then when he was ready, then he could tell his story.
Were you under the impression that his kids knew about it before the party?
No.
You don't have, or you did not think they knew?
No, I didn't think they knew. I didn't ask either.
Did you become aware of them figuring it out as they gathered?
I didn't become aware of it. I can't speak for if I wasn't there for it, but I don't know when that conversation took place with his kids.
So how did you find out about Marcy passing?
My mom called me early in the morning on the 8th, and she told me, and we were staying.
And where were you at that time?
I was in Eugene, Oregon.
Were you staying with your mother at the time?
No, my home in Eugene.
Okay. And so did you, what, if anything, did you do once you found out what you?
Yeah, I was just in complete shock. It was just gut wrenching. I didn't want to call my brother at that time, right at that moment, because I'm sure he was going, I can only imagine what he was
Question
going
was what
through.
you did, not what you did. Let's have a question answer that question.
Okay, I apologize. Okay.
So
So I called my brother, he called me, I believe, on the way.
okay, you called him when you were on the way there.
Sorry, I apologize. He called me in the morning when he was headed to get Megan. That's the first time I got to talk to my brother.
Okay, so he talked to you on the car ride up to see you.
And Scott spoke to me, yeah.
How was it?
He was, he couldn't even talk. He was so upset. And we were both crying on the phone. It was such a difficult phone call.
Did you go up to his house later that day?
I did not, for the sole reason that my mom and my biological dad were both heading there. Sorry. And I just wanted him to have time with them and with their son. And I wish I could go back down because I would have been there in a second. I just wanted to do that.
I'll sustain the objection. You've answered the question. Next question.
So when did you see, I'm sorry, when did you see Kevin first after Marcy passed?
I went up early on the night, the next day.
Okay, all right. Early in the night, about what time?
Super early. I think we maybe left at 6:30, maybe before, and got there in the morning.
Was anybody else there?
At the house or with me.
Oh, well,
Okay. My two daughters were with me. My middle daughter couldn't get off work in time. So yeah, just us three heading in.
when you got there, was anybody else there?
Yes, my mom was there. My dad from Ben's West was there. Ted and Megan were there.
And how was Kevin doing emotionally that day?
Completely undone. It was a roller coaster.
Roller coaster. So sometimes bad or sometimes very emotional.
Council testifying.
Sorry.
Objection, council testifying later.
I'll overrule the objection at the first thing. He's asking questions, but it is leading, so I'll sustain the objection on that.
When you say roller coaster,
It was crying uncontrollably, couldn't talk. Then kind of just wandering around in the daze, not even knowing what to do, total shock. It was just gut wrenching, and just he couldn't save her, and it was so hard.
now I'm not going to ask you to tell me what he said, but did Kevin ever tell you what happened the night with Marcy, which you passed? And you don't have to tell me what it was,
Sure.
just did he?
In a group setting, yes.
Now, were you aware of any of the removal of the furniture or bedding from the house?
The bedding, the removal, no, I wasn't aware of it when it happened, but I did learn about it after.
Did you play any role in taking anything out of the house?
No, I did not. I did, I made the decision, we didn't know what to do, we just wanted to help. And I made the decision to go into the master and remove the sheets and wash them, launder them. I'm just imagining.
Okay. Did you, just the sheets, or did you do anything with the comforter or anything like that?
No, I didn't, just the sheets. And I also disposed of her pillow. And right or wrong, that's what I did. I stand by that.
And, no, was that on the 9th when you got there?
That was on the night, correct?
And then have you seen Kevin pretty regularly since that time?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Just hold on, Steve. I have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
And Amy, as mentioned, you are Kevin's sister,
I am.
correct? And you care about your brother,
Of course I did.
and you've spoken with him in the time since he's been charged with Marcy West.
Yes,
And you visited with him?
yes.
And you indicated on direct examination that you were aware of Cynthia prior to Marcy's death, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. West also was texting with you prior to you all getting together on January 24th for Christmas? Or was he texting with you prior to that meeting?
Prior to, you said the 24th, and then you said Christmas, so you do mean Christmas?
Were you and Mr. West texting prior to when you all saw each other on Christmas?
I imagine so.
And did he relay to you that Marcy was going to be there?
I imagine so. I know my mom told me that as well.
And he had texted you, I just need help getting through this one.
Yes. I don't remember. I can look at my phone, but if that's what it says, then that's accurate.
And just I'm not going to read it out loud or anything, but
Sure.
would you mind just confirming that that's your phone number?
Yeah, that's my phone number.
And you had and additionally, he had told you, I hate putting on a fake face, but it is what it is, and he would have texted that to you on December 24th, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Did you have a text message from your brother saying, I hate putting on a fake face, but it is what it is?
I don't know. If you have a text.
Of course. You can take a look. This is 168, page 8, and it'll be on just the top there.
Yeah, you have the records.
Perfect. And you don't refute that that's a text message that your brother would have sent. It's just hard to remember.
Yeah, I just don't have my phone.
Yeah.
But I do keep my messages.
Yeah. And on January 2nd, Mr. West, your brother, would have texted you about Cynthia, correct?
On January 2nd, how would I know that? I don't have my phone.
Sure.
I don't recall text messages from over 2 years ago.
And now, is this a text message your brother would have sent you? Cynthia sent this to me, says if you have any questions about setting up your profile, that you could call her. She can also fill out the form on her end to refer if there's a job you're interested
Yeah, it's
in.
referencing medical because I've worked in the medical field.
Okay. And then he would have provided you with her phone number, correct?
Well, does it say that? Yeah. I just don't have my phone with me, of course.
Of course. Just confirming with you since you're the one who was the exchange with. And now, Amy, you went to his house on the, would have been the 20th, correct?
The 20th I was there. Mm-hmm.
And you had indicated on direct examination, you thought it was a good idea for Cynthia Ward to be there.
I wanted Cynthia to be there.
And she was there in her capacity to support Mr. West.
And all of us, any love and support she could get, yes.
And at this birthday celebration gathering, were his friends from the fire department there?
It wasn't an invite only thing, so no. It was, yeah.
So his friends from the fire department weren't there because it was invite only.
It wasn't a party. It was us coming together and supporting our family. It was not a gathering of a celebration. I want to be clear on that.
I understand, but referring you back to my question, this event that occurred on the 20th,
his friends from the fire department were not there.
No, it was not an invite thing.
And Ted was there,
Yes,
Megan was there,
of course.
your mom was there,
Yes,
you were there.
yes.
Was Peggy there?
No, Peggy was not there. It was, no. Let's stick to the question.
Was Marcy's brother there?
For one, he lives in Colorado, and I can't speak to why he'd even be there. It was our small family coming together. It wasn't a party.
Don't try to guess at the question's getting to. Listen to the question and answer it.
So at this this meeting thing on the 20th, Marcy's brother, you indicated that was invite only, correct?
I know I indicated it was not an invite kind of thing. It wasn't like that. If I said that, I apologize, I misspoke. It wasn't an invitation. It was simply, sorry.
Was Marcy's brother there?
No,
Was her sister-in-law there?
no,
Were any of her friends from work there?
no, it was not about that.
And it was just you, your family, and Cynthia.
And Caden, Megan's fiance, and Carter, my youngest daughter's boyfriend. All three of my daughters. Well, you asked who was there.
And you indicated when you had a discussion with us that you helped clean up the West residence when you were there, correct? And you had indicated that you felt it was kept in poor condition.
It was.
And you attributed that poor condition based on your knowledge of both the people to Marcy.
What was the last part? I apologize.
You contributed the mess in the home to Marcy.
Yes.
And because you indicated that you keep a very clean house and Mr. West keeps.
That is not what I said. Would you like me to tell you what I said?
No, that's
Okay.
And so also on the 20th, on that event, was that event occurring in the garage?
It was in the kitchen and in the garage. And we usually congregated in the kitchen where Megan made a cake.
And was Cynthia in both the garage and in the home?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Sure. Amy, the gathering on the 20th, you said it wasn't really a party.
No.
Was the atmosphere lively and fun? Or what was it?
It was somber. It was, no one felt like celebrating. No, I mean, Marcy had just passed. We were all aching. We were all hurting. We were crying at times.
Appears to be
It was very
responsible.
emotional.
I'll overrule the objection, but the answer's been completed. Do you have additional questions?
Now, you said you attributed the mess in the house to Marcy. Why is that?
I said that what I said is that housekeeping was just not her strong suit. And it's always been that way from as far back as I can remember.
You've known Kevin your whole life. How's he? Is he a messy guy?
He's actually pretty clean. He did the laundry. He did the cooking. He would cook before he go to elk camp. Make sure his family had food. He did the dishes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce Brown, did the witness speak to you?
Yes, please, John.
Yes.
All right, you're free to go. Don't discuss your testimony. With any other potential witness. chair and then stop and raise your right hand.
I was sitting up here talking all this time and y'all couldn't hear me. Ah, crap. Oh, I guess I wasn't talking about nothing. Hey, Freedom. I guess I wasn't talking about nothing. It must not have been nothing important. I was just saying, like, how everybody that keeps coming up here to the stand and testifying on his behalf, they are all like, it's pieces and parts of bringing in evidence through another witness is what I'm getting. So we may seem like it's all bad that if Kevin was introducing Cynthia like Auntie Amy's friend, but now Auntie Amy has just left the stand saying, hey, that was my idea. Okay, so we already know that she was already in the picture and the family knew her because she was talking about this was like in the summertime. So when mom is sitting up here talking about she didn't meet her until the gathering, I call bullshit on that. Okay, she was letting the mistress come over to the house and they was already, formulating this relationship and plan. Then we get to Amy, the sister, his sister. She gets up there and she's like, well, she wants to piggyback. Okay, yes, she was sloppy. So now we hearing again, we doubling down that she was sloppy. And I don't even understand where all that's coming in at. Do y'all know what her cleaning habits got to do with anything? Is that why they said they had to clean up the house immediately after she passed away? And they want to talk to how devastated and how he was after she passed away. But even from his own actions of removing everything and getting rid of everything, it doesn't sound that way. Yeah, and then we have mom, she gets up there on the stand and, her and Marcy, they don't talk. But when it's convenient and she needs to testify to something, they do talk. Like, which one is it? Either y'all talk, either you know her or you don't know her. Like, you can't say that she had chest pains and you can't explain to me why how you know this. I ain't thinking about none of them. And just because a person is sloppy, like he knew, even if she was sloppy, he knew. Now they want to talk about how clean he was, how much of a clean freak. And from my understanding, firefighters are not really in the home, right? I'm not a fighter, and I don't know anybody that personally that is, but I thought they were where they be gone like 3-4 days, and so he was gone. Right. So no matter how messy she kept the house, I just don't know why they gotta bring that in like that. And I see Heather put, I think they use that messy house as a justification. Like, no, me being a nasty motherfucker don't have nothing to do with you going to stick your nasty in somebody else. Like, nah, nope, don't get it. Nope, you can leave. Cynthia better be the cleanest mother out here, okay? I don't, and the quietest kept, y'all, from Cynthia point, like, I don't even know what she, I don't know, like how she feels about all of this, because if this happens, if this is true, this is the guy that you decided that because y'all know they engaged, like, And I know the sister was saying that him and Cynthia got this deep founded friendship. They friends to the end. Let's be friends to the end kind of situation. But I don't know. I have to put a poll in the chat. Do y'all blame her for any of this? I mean, only because in some ways I don't really blame Cynthia. I blame him because he the one had a contract, a business agreement with Marcy. I mean, Cynthia, you know, unfortunately, oh, look at that. Oh, I just seen his face. Oh gosh. Like Cynthia, you know, the other woman, they really don't. I don't know if they too much. Oh, I mean, you want to respect other women, but I mean, or other people that's in relationship, and I guess it's in men and women, right? But I mean, it was ultimately his responsibility because he had the contract. He was the one, you know, dealing with her and dealing with Marcy. Like, I don't understand that. I just want to, I want to put a poll out there and see if y'all blame her for anything. Cause like, I think like, I feel in some ways, I feel bad that she allowed herself to get involved with him, you know, for Cynthia's sake. Now, I'm mad that he let it go that far, but let's see. I got the next testimony queued up. Let's see who's coming up to the stand. We got like 3 or 4 segments, and guys, honestly, as we're reviewing this, they're still posting testimony. I can't stand. I just don't understand why they do us like this. Like, we getting a lot of, you know. I just hope that we can get it all in before the jury comes back and we actually get a verdict tomorrow. Because I believe that we're going to get a verdict tomorrow. What did Shamrock say? Let me see. She was so sensitive that none of Marcy's peeps was at the grieving get together because Miss Mistress was there and they had nowhere to hide. Yeah, well, I think that Cynthia really think that she might have passed away from natural causes. I really do. And you know, sometimes when you in it, Judge Shamrock, sometimes you can't see past it. And maybe she can't, what is it called? See the trees, the forest beyond the trees or something. You know that saying. Y'all have to put it in the chat and let me know. I can't remember what it is. But I think that she may, I think that may be her problem. The firefighter pension will fund a hell lot of prison commission. Oh man! Oh, look at there! Here come that drunkie. There it go. We get the jokes out here. I blame Cynthia. She is too funny. Thank you. What a way to come in. You say she'll be, yeah, probably so, because he'll get tired of her too. He will definitely get tired of her too. Most of the evidence has been proven to show him to be good, kind to his family. The defense know what they have done. That's why I think that he'll get away with this. You think so, Natasha? Oh gosh, I hope not. And what you will know if you stick with us and hang out with us through all these trials that we watch, I am so a pro defense person until I'm not, and I am so not with him. He got on that stand, and I don't even know why he took the stand, guys, because it is not like this was a self-defense case. He had all these people that marched up to the stand and actually testified in his behalf. I don't even know why he took the stand. I personally don't know, but that showed me like how much of a narc he is. I'm gonna call him a narc. They didn't even have to hire her because apparently, allegedly, she stayed in the garage the entire time and never came into the house. Yes, she did come in the house unless she had to go use the bathroom. She played her role. She played her role to a T. She said she won't come in the house. She'll just stay in the garage. You know, she waited 2 hours in the garage while the police. I tell you, that's definitely some side chick action. I just think that she in love, because even when she was on the stand and she started crying, talk about Cynthia, you could tell that she don't want to believe that he did something like this. But you say you believe she's scared of him? Yeah, I just... Oh, really? Now you think so? I don't know. I just think that she... I don't know. I got mixed feelings about... I mean, she just looked like... I don't want to say she like an innocent party, but I don't think that she really want to be, bothered. Like she really wanted her to go away. But remember, when he went to go get the first work plan in regards to how much alimony that he was going to have to give to Marcy if he decided to leave, at one point in time, it was $4,500. I will let y'all know, if anybody can get $4,500 of my money, I probably may have to murk them too. I may have to suffocate. I'm just playing. Oh, gosh. Kevin was like, she ain't getting $4,500 of nothing. That's a whole lot of money. I wonder how that even worked with the kids, because the kids were grown at this point in time. Like, it wasn't like he had to pay child support. The kids are grown. His ass. Oh, I can't deal with him. And when I'm telling you, understand, if you haven't checked out his testimony, it is definitely, it's not often where we get people to actually testify. Guys, he had a rag that was like bigger than my little towel. It was this big. He had it right in his pocket. He would pull it out. It was big and white, and he would go all over his face. Man, if you don't get out of here. And then in the next sentence, he could talk very, very clear. Like he wasn't even crying. Like, I ain't see no wetness. I ain't see nothing coming down his face. I don't know what he was doing. As I said, Cynthia, you say 50% of his pension means he gets $9,000 a month. Well, he was like, he is not giving her half. He don't care how long they've been together. He don't even know if she wanted that, because some people just want to get out of a relationship that they don't care what you need, what the, as far as money wise, and if you don't present it to somebody, then how would they ever know? Yeah, and I know that Marcy may have felt bad, but the person, I mean, in my opinion, I don't know how much you blame Cynthia, because Cynthia don't have no contract with Marcy. Y'all know how women are, and men. I'll say women and men, and I'm not saying all women, I'm not saying all men, but we know how these relationships go. It's all about self-preservation. Yeah, that was off a show. He was terrible. I listened to his testimony this morning when I was on the treadmill. I was like, dang, he gets on my damn. I was like, oh, I wish he wouldn't have got on the stand. I just don't understand why he testified. Heather says, let me pull this up so I can see it. It says, like almost all firefighters with kids, they can afford for wives to stay home with kids. He claims he suffered financially, but the garage was full of dude stuff and yearly hunting trips. Oh, no, they wasn't broke, boo. Oh, they wasn't broke. Yeah, he did break character. Oh, they wasn't broke by any means necessary. I don't think they were broke at all. I think that he was trying to say something about with the daughter getting married, because his daughter was getting married in July. And so the mom, and I don't know how much money they were going to be spending, but I guess he was saying that he told, that Marcy agreed to go back to work and pick up some extra shifts in order to help ends meet, because I don't know, maybe he was reducing his work hours so he can make more time for Cynthia. Who the fuck knows? I'm gonna say he was reducing his work hours so he can go hang with Cynthia more, because remember, him and Cynthia, their relationship had got so strong he couldn't concentrate. Like, he was messing up at work. He wasn't doing what he needed to do on the job. They couldn't even go see the zoo lights. I'm telling you, everywhere he go, on all the trips, he texting, he got his phone out, and he like this. He trying to get it all in. Marty in the front driving around for the zoo lights, and he back there texting his boo. Like, he was gone. I mean, he was out there, like, and the love letters. He was so in love. I don't know what Cynthia was doing. Woo. Woo. Cynthia had him gone, baby. His nose was wide open. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna get into some of these messages. So let me get us into the courtroom. I am still continuing to kind of see what additional testimony, because like I said, they still placing testimony on here. Before I was getting it from Court TV, now it's stuff on Law and Crime. Like, I'm just all over the place trying to get whatever testimony I can get so we can be informed on why the decision is going to be made by the jury in this way. All right, let's go back in. I wish we really would have had gavel to gavel coverage on this one. Boy, oh boy. I'm trying out all my new layouts if y'all ain't noticed. I'm just doing stuff. I don't know what happened to my one that I had at the top. I don't know. I gotta figure out what I did with it. Well, I'm pretty sure that we haven't even heard. I haven't heard none of his text messages just yet. So I can't wait to hear them. Okay, here we go, guys.
Of the residents on January 31st, 2024, did you seize an iPhone 14 from Kevin West's person?
Yes, I did.
Prior to you seizing the phone, was he interacting with that phone and using it?
He was.
And his usage of this phone and possession of this phone, would that have been captured on your body-worn camera on January 31st, 2024?
Yes, it would have.
At any point during your interview with Mr. West on January 31st, 2024, did he give any indication that the phone was someone else's?
No, he did not.
What was the make and model of the phone?
Mr. West's phone was an Apple iPhone 14 Pro.
And the Apple iPhone 14 Pro was the one that you took on January 31st, 2024.
That's correct.
And through the course of this investigation, other phones were seized, but were any other during the course of this investigation the make and model of an iPhone 14 Pro?
Don't believe so.
Did you secure the phone, the iPhone 14 that you seized on January 31st, 2024? Did you secure the phone prior to delivering it to Detective Fields?
I did.
And how did you do that?
It was placed into a Faraday bag, which prevents the phone from communicating with any outside cellular network, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth.
Prior to placing it in the Faraday bag, did you do anything else to secure the phone or the data on it?
I can't remember if I did it or Detective Arvizo did it, but I believe it was placed into airplane mode and had the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth turned off.
Was this phone also logged into evidence?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that you logged a particular phone into evidence?
Sure. So typically it would be based on the evidence label that the user would create in the process of submitting an item into evidence. And then the packaging would also reflect based on the evidence tape, which anytime we submit something into evidence, the evidence tape will have our initials, PSN or badge number, and the date.
What is your badge number?
4970.
And would you recognize that phone if I were to show it to you today in court based on the evidence packaging and the appearance of the phone within?
I would.
Now, Detective Ellison, did you observe that being opened in court yesterday?
I did.
That being exhibit number.
Exhibit number 87.
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize the evidence tape on that packaging?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials, badge number, and the date that it was submitted into evidence.
What date was that?
February 21st, 2024.
And so would that have been after, resubmitted then after you had the Celebrite extraction had been performed?
Yes.
After the Celebrite extraction was performed, were you also provided with a USB containing the Celebrite extraction?
Yes, I was.
Did you review the USB that contains the Celebrite report for Kevin West's iPhone 14 that was seized on January 31st, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you review messages from that phone?
Yes.
Did you review photographs from this phone?
Yes,
Did you review app data from that phone?
I did.
Once an extraction is done, can you generate reports from the USB that you were given?
You can. Yes.
And were the reports created directly from the Celebrite extraction data?
They were.
Did the software pull the information automatically from the extraction files?
Yes.
Did you manually type or edit the content of anything in the reports that were created?
No.
Do these reports often contain thousands of pages of records?
Yes, they do.
Do you review those reports and identify messages that pertain to your investigation?
Yes.
And as mentioned yesterday, you do this to either support what Mr. West was saying or refute it.
That's correct.
So do you evaluate it by the date range of approximately July of 2023 through when you seized the phone on January 31st, 2024?
Approximately, yes.
So in addition to going by date range, do you evaluate and generate reports based on potential contact persons within the report?
And I'm just gonna get to the continuing on the question.
Do you also review reports by contact information in addition to reviewing it based on date range?
Yes.
Approaching the witness with what's already been admitted as seats 175.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
175.
Did not show that it's been admitted.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Your Honor. Already admitted 171. Approaching the witness with what's already been admitted, 171. Now, Detective Tellison, we discussed this report yesterday on direct examination. Was this report 171 pulled from this phone here?
Yes.
And so that 161 would have been from Kevin's iPhone, which is Exhibit 87.
Was it 171 or 161?
161.
The activity sensor data that was just up here would have been generated from Kevin's iPhone extraction. That's correct.
Now, did you locate communication in the Celebrite from Kevin West's iPhone 14, communication between the defendant and Paul Person?
Yes, I did.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Paul Person was?
Yes, I did.
Who was he?
Paul Person is Cynthia Ward's brother-in-law.
Did you locate communications in those text messages which you found relevant to your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did they appear, at least on their face, to be in contrast with your interview with him?
Sorry, counsel, it's not appropriate to ask a witness to do that.
Showing opposing counsel was been pre-marked for identification purposes as 180. Approaching the witness with 180. Now, Detective Tellison, without divulging the contents of this document, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This was a report exported from the extraction of Mr. West's phone related to communication between Kevin and Paul Person from December 2023 through January 6, 2024.
And does this report either refute or does it support or refute some of your
Sorry,
interviews?
counsel, it's not appropriate to ask a witness to make argument for you. You can have him identify the document, have it put in, and then the jury will decide what weight, if any, to give it.
Statement to admit 180.
No, 180 is admitted.
Now, in looking at 180, on page 11, will you please read starting at this message through the message on page 13?
So on January 3rd, 2024 at 3:52 p.m. local, Paul Person messaged both listings, one 6.79 acres, the other 6.73. Give it a reference. And there was, the report indicated this message was deleted the same day, January 3rd, 2024. Kevin replied, I really like the look. He has more trees than Google shows. Kevin messaged, I'm excited about it. Paul replied, me too. They countered really weird, split contracts. One was interest only. So we rejected and resubmitted with financing through Freedom Northwest Credit Union just about an hour ago or so. No owner carry. Kevin replied, I have a question. Would you be willing to carry a contract for us if we decided we wanted it, but wait till we figure out our crap? Kevin said, crazy. I'm glad you countered.
And then what was Paul's response to Kevin?
Paul message, we still have a feasibility period too, so not locked in for 10 days if accepted. I'll carry the note until things are figured out. Paul messaged, don't want any side contracts being discovered for either of you two.
Did Kevin respond?
He did.
What did he say?
That's amazing. We have been talking about the property, and if we can't go Saturday, we will go look soon.
And directing your attention to page 21 of Exhibit 180, will you read the two messages from Kevin and what the dates they were?
So in a message from Kevin to Paul on January 3rd, 2024 at 4:12 p.m. local, he says, we are getting much closer to resolving everything. A second message reads from Kevin, on both sides.
Again, if you are too important a person to have a silenced electronic device, you will have to leave the courtroom. If your device goes off again, it will be confiscated.
Page 30 of Exhibit 180. Will you please read the messages here and here from that Kevin West sent?
January 3rd, 2024 at 4:20 p.m. local. Kevin messaged Paul, I'm moving out on Monday. A second message read from Kevin to Paul, papers done Tuesday.
And now what date were these sent?
Both of those were sent January 3rd, 2024.
So what date would have been Monday?
January 8th.
And when were these messages deleted?
Both were deleted on January 3rd, 2024 at approximately 6:56 p.m.
And did Kevin say anything else on page 31 top?
He did. January 3rd, 2024 at 4:21 p.m. local. I know where I sit, or I will know where I sit.
Page 32, message at the bottom. Going back. Can you actually just read these messages exchanged on 31 through the bottom of 32, please?
So on January 3rd, 2024 at 4:21 p.m. local, Paul had replied, "They need it. 4 years ago, we were in Goldendale looking at property with Cynthia and Tanya, and I asked Cynthia if she was going to be able to afford the property once Johnny was out of the picture. She looked at me and scoffed and said she could never imagine a future without him. And that was after about a year of just bad fighting between them." Kevin replied, "But I don't care. I will find the best option." Paul replied, "Good for you. Divorce sucks, but staying in a dead relationship is worse."
Did Kevin reply to that divorce sucks message?
He did.
What did he say?
Kevin replied, "For sure." And in a second message, "Cynthia and I are solid and we have an amazing future together. I can't wait to add to my family and start over. Legal crap will be over in June."
And on page 33, those two messages
From Kevin.
from Kevin.
January 3rd, 2024 at 4:23 p.m. local, Kevin messages Paul, "Washington law crap." And the second message from Kevin to Paul, "Cool off period of 6 months."
Page 35 of Exhibit 180. Can you please read the two messages that Mr. West sent?
January 3rd, 2024 starting at 4:27 p.m. local, Kevin messaged Paul, "I totally get what you're saying though. Cynthia and I are solid. I have so much time in a bad situation, and knowing her and having confidence in us is something only we know. Can't explain, just know." The second message from Kevin to Paul, "We both have faith and we communicate so well. So much value in having so much in common and equal faith, beliefs, interests, and everything else. We both feel very lucky."
And were all of those messages subsequently deleted?
They were.
And their deletion dates is reflected in the report.
That's correct.
Did you locate communications between Mr. West and his mother, Lorna Wollenweber?
Yes, I did.
Who is Lorna Wollenweber?
Lorna is Kevin's mother.
Showing opposing counsel has been remarked for identification purposes as 178. Approaching the witness with the same. Now, Detective Tellison, do you recognize 178?
Yes, I do.
And is 178 a Celebrite report
that would have been extracted, placed on the USB from 87 by Detective Fields to you in the course of your investigation?
Yes,
Does it contain conversations between Mr. West and his mother
it does.
in which he is responding
Yes,
or messaging?
that's correct.
Move to admit 178.
Okay. 178 admitted.
On page 134, or a page that's labeled 134 of 178, would you please read the messages starting in the middle?
So on September 7th, 2023 at 8:02 p.m. local, Kevin messaged Lorna, "Mom, you two are so great. I dream of the day I can take the same photo with someone I love."
Now on page 136, will you please read starting in the middle? Just that message.
September 7th, 2023 at 8:11 p.m. local, Kevin messaged Lorna, "I think you know who I'm going to be in a photo with soon. I can't wait to send you a pic."
And on 170, what does it say there and what do you see?
So on October 7th, 2023, Kevin had messaged Lorna, "We love you, cheers." And then there was also an attachment of an image that depicts Kevin and Cynthia Ward.
And did you speak to both of these individuals in person at some point during the course of your investigation?
I did.
And so the photograph reflects Kevin and Cynthia to your knowledge.
That's correct.
What's labeled as page 176 of exhibit 178. Would you please read that page for us that indicates Kevin's responses and messages?
So beginning on October 8th, 2023, around 8:23 p.m. local, Kevin messaged Lorna, "What are your plans this upcoming weekend? Would you be okay if Cynthia and I came down? It's a fluid situation, but we might be able to. If you're not up to it, I understand." Lorna replied, "Yes, absolutely. We'd love to have you both, and you don't need to bring the trailer. I'll reserve the Sandy Toes room for you two. It'll be open for any day/night." And in response to Lorna's message, Kevin loved that message.
And the message that he sends at the top of what's labeled as page 190.
October 13th, 2023 at 3:52 p.m. Kevin messaged Lorna, "I can't tell you what it means to me to have you guys support me and us."
And on page 192, is there a message sent from Lorna that Kevin responds to?
There is.
Would you please read starting at the middle of page 192 through 194, top of that page?
On October 15th, 2023 at 1:19 p.m. local, Lorna messaged Kevin, "Hey, a big thank you for the whiskey, tequila, and lovely bottle of wine. Meant to thank you both. We really enjoyed our time together and getting to know your sweet girl. Enjoy your day. Love you. Kevin replied, Mom and Bill, thank you so much for having us this weekend. You don't know how much that meant to us. She felt so loved, welcomed, and accepted.
I'm sorry.
Kevin message, October 15th, 2023 at 5:40 p.m. I'm forever grateful for you both. He messaged, great days ahead. And Lorna replied, feelings are mutual and we loved every moment with you guys. She's an easy, sweet girl to love, an instant connection. You know what meant a lot to me personally? For me, I mean, aside from the fact she really loves my boy, she came over to me this morning, took my hand, and said she just wanted to be close to me. Then she asked me if there was anything she could do for me. I wanted to hug her forever. My own daughter has never said that to me. I feel I've given a lot, but I've never felt loved back in that way, not like that. Don't get me wrong, as I know I'm loved by Sis, but there's been this empty spot in my heart, so it touched me deeply. Just to sincerely say that to me meant a lot. I loved her instantly when you came to the door. Now I love her deeply. If a mama could ever choose a girl for her son, if I may, she would be a sweet girl named Cynthia.
Does he reply to that?
He does. Kevin messaged back, Mom, that message was so amazing. I told Cynthia what you said, and she wants me to tell you that she loves you both. I can't thank you both enough. I'm one happy guy. I know it's hard to believe, but we are kind of crazy about each other.
And is there a message on page 204 that Mr. West sends to his mom? And what is that message?
On October 20th, 2023 at 9:55 a.m. local, Kevin messages Lorna, I wanted to tell you that Cynthia and I are going to Reno in November. We will have 4 nights, meet her mom and dad. We leave the Friday before Thanksgiving.
Page 215, is there a message sent from Lorna or mom that Mr. West responds to?
There is.
Would you please read starting at the middle of that page?
So on October 28th, 2023 at 10:09 p.m. local, Lorna messaged Kevin, we miss you and my adopted daughter. Yep. I told her I started the paperwork. When do you want to make another booking at the inn? No pressure, but hope it's sometime soon. Kevin replied, I love that, Mom. We would love to plan another trip. I love that you guys are texting and getting to know each other. Adoption papers won't be necessary because I'm going to marry that incredibly beautiful woman. However, if adoption papers are what you want, so be it.
Page 246 of 178.
There was a message November 22nd, 2023 at 8:44 p.m. local from Kevin to Lorna. Cynthia is my everything and our future is close.
And does Lorna send a message in which Kevin replies to?
She does.
What is that?
Lorna replied, yes, it is, and you hold tight to that beautiful promise. I love you.
And what does he say in response?
Kevin replied, I will with all I have.
It's labeled as 251 of 178, starting in the middle.
In a message on November 25th, 2023 at 11:15 a.m. local, Kevin sent Lorna, "Today is a tough day for Cynthia. She finally laid it down for John and he gets it now. He will be moving out soon. I'm very excited because when I move out, I will be able to see her more."
And does he send a message on 263 to Lorna?
Yes.
And then he responds to her message.
Yes.
Would you please read starting at page 263 through the top of 264, please?
In a message on December 8th, 2023 at 1:50 p.m. local, Kevin messaged Lorna, "My appointment went really well. She relieved a lot of my anxieties and told me to allow her to shoulder my load. I gave her $1,000 to retain her. I'm sending her bank documents and all the other fun stuff, and she will put together something for me in a few weeks. I'm on my way and kind of emotional about it. Happy tears, you know. I want to call, but it would be too much for me right now. I'm gathering myself and preparing myself. I have so much support around me, you and Cynthia being my greatest champions. She has been amazing and so supportive, helping me along the way, especially today. She has had a very difficult week, and finally today I get to see her. I'm so emotional about having this evening with her. We are going to celebrate the start of us tonight. Mom, I can hardly write this with all the tears. It has been so hard, and I don't know what I could do without her. We literally found each other for this very reason. We both couldn't have done this without each other." Lorna replied, "Aw, sweetheart, this is and will be one of the hardest things you'll go through in your life. It's really difficult ending a long-time relationship, even when it's your choice. It's also a time of new beginnings, and that's emotional as well. You have a lot going on. Be good to yourself, take a deep breath, and know all is well. I'm proud of you and so happy you have such a wonderful and beautiful person in Cynthia by your side. Much love and support to you, please know. I'm so glad you have good counsel and have a path forward. Enjoy your evening, XO." Kevin replied, "Thanks, Mom. I love you tons."
Now lastly with 178. Will you please, does he send messages to his mom on page 179?
Page 279?
279, thank you.
Yes, yes, he does.
Okay, and will you please read those for us?
So on December 26, 2023 at 6:52 p.m. local, Kevin messaged his mother, "This is from Cynthia and she needs you to text her so she can text you." The next message, also from Kevin to his mother, "Cynthia says, thank you for the gift. I love you for everything. Your gift was very special. Thank you so much. I love you."
Does the report indicate that these messages have been deleted?
Yes, it does, and the vast majority were deleted.
And when were they deleted? What date?
January 26, 2024.
Did you locate communications between Mr. West and a contact information named Oma Ward?
Yes, I did.
Who is Oma Ward?
Oma Ward is Waltrude Ward.
Is she related to Miss Cynthia Ward?
Waltrude is Cynthia's mother.
Did you generate a report from the Celebrite of that interaction between Kevin West and Oma Ward?
Yes, I did.
Does it reflect, without divulging the contents, does it reflect a conversation in which Kevin West is texting and responding to Oma Ward?
Yes, it does.
Showing you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes is 181. City Council. Approaching the witness with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as 181. Again, without divulging the contents, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And is this the Celebrite extraction of the communications between Oma Ward and Mr. West that was pulled from the extraction that was pulled from Exhibit 87?
Yes.
Move to admit, states 181, Your Honor.
No objection. 181 permitted.
Starting on page 2, will you please read the messages that Mr. West sends?
So on December 20th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m. local, there was a message from Kevin to Oma Ward or Waltrude Ward. Things are tough and great at the same time. I so love your beautiful daughter, and we will never let anything come between us. The next message, also from Kevin to Waltrude, love you and thank you for being so amazing.
And on page 6 of the report at the top, is there a message that Mr. West sends Oma Ward?
Yes, there is.
What is that? Can you please read that message?
In a message on December 24th, 2023 at 8:48 a.m. local, Kevin had messaged Waltrude, Miami Dolphins are playing your Cowboys today. I'm sorry, I'm hoping the Dolphins win. Cynthia says the Dolphins need to go to the Super Bowl before she will marry me.
And page 8, top.
December 24th, 2023 at 4:40 p.m. Kevin had messaged Waltrude, Dolphins knew how bad I want to marry Cynthia.
And page 9, is there a message that Mr. West sends to Oma Ward, starting on page 9 in the middle? And then does she send a message that he then responds to in some fashion?
Yes.
Will you please read, starting at the beginning of page, or middle of page 9 through top of page 10?
January 3rd, 2024 at 2:08 p.m. local. Kevin messages Oma Ward, Guten Tag, Mom. I hope you're having the most wonderful day. Cynthia and I are doing great and recently have been able to have her with me. I can't help myself from telling you how much I love your daughter. I'm the happiest I've ever been, and when we are together, we always have the most amazing time making very special memories out of anything we do. I'm meeting my attorney on the 9th, and I will have options to decide from, and I'm very excited. I will also be moving out on the 8th. Next week will be a big week for Cynthia and I to celebrate. I love you. Waltrid replied, it's so nice to hear from you. I know so much is going on up there, but you have a little more news. I was very happy for you. Love and miss you, 1. And in reply to that last message from Waltrid, Kevin loved that message.
Just on page 11, are there messages that Kevin sends to Oma Ward?
There are.
And would you please read, and then are there messages that she sends that he replies to?
Yes, there are.
Would you please read, starting at the middle of the page, 11, indicate to us what date that is, and then through page 13 and indicate at the end what date the content of this conversation is.
So beginning on January 7th, 2024 at 4:35 p.m., Kevin messaged Waltrid, just felt the need to send you a message. Today has been a tough day. I keep thinking about how happy I was yesterday and how we laughed. I want you to know how spiritually connected Cynthia and I are. We have something so incredibly special. Yesterday, talking with you, her, and I together felt so great. I can't explain the familiarity and love I have for both of you. You are my family, and I feel like we always have been. Thank you for your love and support. I will never be able to express how much that means to me. I love Cynthia to tears and will always give her my all. Love you, Mom. The next message, also from Kevin to Waltrid. Please know how strong we are and that nothing will ever come between us. Kevin messages Waltrid, I love you so much. The next message from Kevin to Waltrid, I'm leaning on you today because I feel so close to you. Cynthia has shared your struggles through life, and I know how strong you are. I don't want to worry my mom, and I need you. I miss Cynthia so much, even though we are so close to being together. Today is hard because I miss her so much. I absolutely ache for her, wishing tomorrow would come. I'm so sorry for leaning on you, but you are someone I so trust and love. Waltrid replied, 1, I'm sitting here reading your text, and I wish I could put in words what I feel in return. I know how you feel, but think what you have to look forward to. I'm happy you both young to have an amazing life together. Just hold each other. Don't let go. You will have down days, but after darkness will always be light. I love you more than I can say. I can't explain. I trust you. Love, Mom. Kevin replies, thank you so much. I know other men have promised Cynthia a future. I promise I'm a good man and will always love and cherish your daughter. When you say after darkness there will be light, that gives me so much strength. Thank you for your trust and love because it means so much. I love you, Mom. 1111. The next message from Kevin to Waltrid, I will never let go. The next message from Kevin to Waltrid, which is dated January 8, 2024 at 5:22 p.m. local. Cynthia told me you're aware of Marcy's death this morning and how hard it has hit my kids. I want you to know that I'm okay and have my mom here and soon my dad. My daughter has her friends over and I hear laughter. Ted is sucked up tight to my mom and I was talking with Cynthia. Thank you for your prayers and thank you for your love. I love you, Mom.
And when was that message delivered?
That message was delivered January 8th, 2024 at 5:22 p.m. local.
Are there messages that Oma Ward sends to Mr. West on page 15 in which he responds to through page 16?
Yes, there's a message from Waltrud that Kevin replies to.
Will you please read starting middle of page 15 through the end of page 16?
On January 8th, 2024 at 5:58 p.m., Waltrud messaged Kevin, "I will give you a little time. Hope your kids are okay. Love you." In response to that message, Kevin loved that message. And then Kevin replied, "Kids are struggling, but they're surrounded. My friends and family." Kevin sent, "I love you too so much." There's another message that was blank from Kevin to Waltrud. And then after that, another message from Kevin to Waltrud. "I don't need more time because your text messages warm my heart."
Is there a message that Mr. West sends Oma Ward on page 18 that and then she responds, and then he responds to that on page 19?
Yes.
Will you please read starting at the top of page 18 through the top of page 19?
January 9th, 2024 at 9:16 a.m. local. Kevin messages Waltrud, "I love you, Mom." Kevin messages, "Thinking about you and want you to know how incredibly close I feel to you. Thank you for accepting me into your life and supporting Cynthia and I right from the start. I'm so deeply in love with her and will always give her my very best. She will always feel loved and feel safe and secure. I'm so grateful to be a part of your family. I love you. 1. Waltrud replies, "I don't know what to say. You are so special to me when you love someone like you love her. There's nothing greater. Very few people have that experience in their lives. I'm so happy for her. Please hold on to each other. Love you so very much, Mom." In response to that message, Kevin loved it.
And on page 21, does Mr. West send a message to Oma Ward?
Yes.
Will you please read that message, the date and time, and when it was sent?
The message was sent on January 11th, 2024 at 2:33 p.m. local from Kevin to Waltrud. "I'm headed down to see Cynthia here in just a couple. I'm taking my sister so they can finally meet."
Page 24, are there messages that Mr. West sends to Oma Ward?
Yes.
Would you please read, starting at the bottom of page 24 to the top of page 25?
January 19th, 2024, in a message at 5:01 p.m. local. Kevin messaged Waltrud, "Just wanted to say hi, I love you, so in love with your daughter, just want you to know we are better than okay." And then a second message from Kevin to Waltrud, January 19th, 2024, 5:01 p.m. local, "We are great."
And now, with looking at page 181, to your knowledge, are some of the messages deleted?
They are.
And what date would the majority of them have been deleted?
January 3rd, 2024.
Are there other deletion dates in here?
There are.
And would the deletion dates be reflected in the report?
They are.
I will take our morning recess, close your notepad. Resume your examination then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Tellison, I'm handing you 179. Was this document, when you pulled it from Cellbrite originally, a larger file? Or more pages?
Yes.
And were pages removed that did not potentially pertain to your investigation?
I believe if it's the report, I remember that they would have been removed on one side or another of a date range, but the report generated was inclusive between the dates that I requested. If that makes sense.
I want to draw your attention back to the search that was done of the West residence on January 31st, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And would you recognize a photo of Marcella West's identification if I were to show it to you today?
Yes, I would.
Showing that the President Council has been pre-marked for identification purposes as states 83. Searching the witness, same.
Sorry, the number again?
183. Detective Tellison, do you recognize that?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This was a photograph that was taken on January 31st, 2024 during the search of the West residence.
Is it fair and accurate?
From what I remember, yes.
Move to admit 183.
Okay. 183 for me.
And wow, could you please spell out her name?
First name is Marcelle, Marcelle. Middle name of Kathleen, Kathreen. Last name of West, West.
Detective Tellison, I'm handing you what's already been admitted as 163, 164, and 165. And again, just as a refresher from yesterday, you recognize those documents.
Yes, I do.
And so just for some background, are you familiar with a search warrant in this case directed to Google?
I am.
And what information did that search warrant request from Google ask for?
Asked for a variety of information, including.
Sorry, does it ask for an email or specific account holder?
Yes, it does.
And who would that be?
westarchery@gmail.com.
Throughout the course of your investigation, did you understand that to be the email address associated with Mr. West?
That's correct.
And did you receive a response from Google?
Yes, I did.
And did that response include the subscriber information associated with Mr. West?
Yes, it did.
Did it include a search history for an account during the time period that you requested?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these the searches that you located from that return that you were given?
In part, yes.
And now that's not all of the searches, correct?
That's correct.
And is this a process that you personally yourself performed, identifying some of the searches?
It was.
And this would have been internet search activity from Mr. West's Google account and phone related to the search warrant itself, not the Cellbrite extraction.
Correct.
Detective Telson, I'll retrieve this document. Moving on to Marcy West's phone. Did you obtain Marcy West's phone from Kevin West on during your interview with him on January 31st, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And during your interview, did he indicate to you that that was Marcy's phone?
Yes, he did.
And that indication would have been captured on your body-worn camera.
That's correct.
What color was the phone?
If I recall, hers was like a light green.
What was the make and model of that phone?
I believe that one was a Apple iPhone 12.
And were you provided with the passcode for that phone?
I was.
Did you secure that phone?
Yes, I did.
How did you secure it?
I placed it into airplane mode. I turned off the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And then that phone was also placed into the Faraday bag.
And then did you log that particular phone into evidence?
Yes.
Now, did the color of the iPhone that you obtained from Mr. West on January 31st, 2024 match the color of the phone that was located in the bed on body-worn camera and in the photographs that you reviewed?
It appeared to, yes.
And would you recognize that photo that's already been emitted if I were to show you today in court?
Yes.
Showing in opposing counsel has already been admitted, states 22. And now, Detective Tellison, what are we looking at there?
It appears to be a light-colored, light green. It's hard because the lighting isn't the best, but it appears to be a light green phone, Apple iPhone.
And as a reminder, you reviewed the body-worn camera footage and the photos from the medical examiner's investigator, correct?
The photos were from the medical examiner's death investigator. The body-worn camera footage would have been from the Washougal Police Department.
Based on your review of the scene, was that phone located on the same side that the resuscitative efforts were performed on Marcy?
Yes.
At some point during your investigation, did you verify the phone number for Marcy and or Kevin with the Verizon records?
Yes.
And did those respective records match the phone numbers of that were performed with the Cellbrite extractions?
I believe Verizon listed both subscribers under Kevin West's name, but then based on the individual Cellbrite, Kevin's was named Kevin's iPhone. And I can't recall right now what Marcy's was, but based on the context and data on the phone, it appeared to belong to Marcy West.
Was there ever any indication by anyone that that was anyone's phone but Marcy's?
No.
And did you log Marcy's phone into evidence?
Yes.
And you had given it to Fields when it was in that Faraday bag with, and then he performed an extraction on it.
That's correct.
From that extraction, were you provided with a USB by Detective Fields?
I was.
And at that point, did you place the Ms. West's iPhone back into evidence?
I don't recall the exact day, but yes.
And a passcode was also provided for this phone, correct?
It was.
Would you recognize that phone if I were to show it to you today in court based on the evidence bag?
Yes.
Showing opposing counsel what's been already addressed, but not admitted as 888. And now, Detective Tellison, would you please identify what you recognize on that packaging for us?
Sure. So the label for this specific item is labeled as a cell phone with the associated case number regarding this investigation. It was labeled as system number 7, and the description was Marcy West's Apple iPhone. And then reporting officer was my name and badge number. There's 2 strands of evidence tape. The first or initial one bears my initials, badge number, and the date. And the second one appears to bear Detective Zapata's initials, badge number, and date.
And what date was the Detective Zapata one?
December, it looks like 23rd, 25.
And were you present for when he sealed that?
Yes.
Would you please pull out the iPhone? And is that the tealish green iPhone, as you know?
It is.
And for that date in December of 2025, was that just a evidence viewing with myself and Mr. Walker present?
Yes, it was.
And so does the color of that phone match the color of the phone that was located or that you obtained on January 31st, 2024 from Mr. West?
Yes, it does.
Oh, actually, did you review the extraction report for Marcy West?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to pull reports from that Celebrite extraction for Marcy West?
I was.
Did you review messages on her phone?
Yes.
And did you review Safari searches on her phone?
Yes, I did.
What is Safari?
Safari is a web browser. It's the web browser that comes standard on most Apple devices.
So similar to like a Google.
Yes, Google Chrome, Firefox, there's many out there.
Did you review app data from this phone?
Yes.
And once the extraction is done, like you said, you generated reports from the USB that you were given.
Yes.
Did you manually type or edit the content in any way?
No.
And then do these reports often contain thousands of pages of records?
They do.
Did you review those reports and identify messages in the time frame pertinent to your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And did you review reports based on contact person as it relates to Marcy's phone?
Yes,
Did you review messages between Marcy West and Kevin West on Marcy's phone?
I did.
Did you generate a report based on the communications between Marcy and Kevin West on Marcy's phone?
Yes,
Do those messages reflect conversations without divulging the content in which Mr. West is either messaging Marcy or replying to what she's messaged?
yes,
Showing opposing counsel, what's been remarks? Remarks for identification purposes as 179. Approaching the witness with the same. And Detective Tellison, without seeing what's in this document, do you recognize it?
yes,
And is this an extraction report that you would have pulled from the USB that was obtained from Marcy West's Teal iPhone 12?
yes,
Move to admit 179.
No objection. 179 is admitted.
Now, was 179 the report, did it originally contain a couple thousand pages?
the report, the original Celebrate extraction would have contained thousands and thousands of pages.
And so are these messages that are limited in scope related to potentially the investigation?
Yes,
So the page numbers may jump, correct?
yes, compared to looking at the full extraction report, yes.
Now, from page 2435 through 2443 inclusive, does that portion of the document relay an exchange between Mr. West and Miss Marcy West that he sends messages and replies to her messages?
Yes, it does.
Please read, and just for the first message, let us know the date and time, and then for the last message, let us know the date and time. But would you please read from the top of page 1435 through 24, thank you. 2435 through 2443, please.
So messages between Marcy West and Kevin West beginning on December 1st, 2023 at 8:12 p.m. local. Marcy said or messaged, "I'm going to drive. Where did you go?" Marcy messaged, "Ted is calling." Marcy messaged, "Please pick up." Kevin replied, I don't follow you when you leave. Kevin messaged, you left all the time. Kevin messaged, how does it feel? Marcy replied, you would if you cared. She replied, I don't understand why you left. She messaged, you were very sweet today. Kevin replied, think about it. Marcy messaged, and then and then angry tonight. Are you upset that I said I was for the Huskies? Marcy messaged, is that why you left? Marcy said, where are you? Marcy messaged, I'm concerned. Kevin replied, where were you when you left all those times? Kevin messaged, I never asked. Marcy replied, at the store? And Marcy messaged, you should have if you cared. Marcy messaged, why were you sweet today and angry tonight? She messaged, I was so happy and told everyone how nice you were. She messaged, at work. She said, I'm honestly not sure why you are upset. Marcy messaged, I would want someone to find me. She messaged, you need to talk to someone. Kevin replied, you're right, I need a counselor, that helps. Marcy replied, if that would help your anger, you were extremely sweet and sent me hearts today, and I asked about Christmas stuff. I thought you were in a better mood. And that's the top of page 2443.
And what time was the last message? Date and time of the last message sent?
Or did you want me to go one more page?
Yes, go one more page.
Sorry. So
Through this one.
sorry. So in response, Kevin replied, think about how you talk to me. And he replied, you create my anger. And that last message was sent December 1st, 2023 at 8:26 p.m. local.
Now do the pages, the next chunk of pages from 2564 through 2620 show a conversation between Mr. West and Marcy West on December 13th, 2023, in which Mr. West is sending messages and or replying to messages sent by Marcy.
They do.
Will you please read these messages in their entirety?
Can I remove the binder clip?
Yes.
I'll keep them in
Just
order.
place it back on.
So beginning on December 13th, 2023, around 4:07 p.m. local, Marcy messaged Kevin, you left again, didn't you? Kevin replied, do not call me. Marcy replied, I have loved you the whole time. Marcy said, regardless of how you feel. Kevin says, you haven't shown it. I'm a cook and that's it. Marcy replies, I'm sorry you see it that way. Kevin replies, I'm money and that's it. Marcy says, that's not true. Kevin says, I'm not anything more. Marcy replies, I don't use your money. Not true. Kevin messages, you're right, my feelings aren't true. You're right. Marcy replies, and Megan does love me. Kevin says, you had your chance. And Marcy replies, I did not say that either. Okay. Kevin replies, you had every opportunity to show love and you chose to ignore. I've been a ghost. Marcy replies, not true. Kevin messages, I've been nothing more than a paycheck. Marcy replies, never said that. I don't spend anything on myself. Marcy continues, ever, and you know that. I have shown love. All I asked for Christmas was for you to be off your phone and in touch with your family. You got what you wanted. Marcy continues, and that's not wanting to be with me. I'm a kind person. Don't make me feel bad about myself. Kevin replies, if you really wanted to work on things, you would be honest and stay on the phone. Kevin messages, hanging up is just proof you don't want to face the truth. Marcy says, I am 100 honest. I'm not a liar. I'm not a monster. Don't make me feel bad. I am a good person. Kevin replies, I never said you were a monster. Marcy says, again, I'm not a liar. Kevin replies, I said be honest. Marcy replies, I am honest. I am not a liar. I am not a monster. Kevin messages, then why did you hang up? You didn't want to answer the question. And Marcy replies, because you have made yourself clear that I have made you unhappy for 23 years. Kevin states, no, you don't want to answer the question. Marcy replies, the question about me going to the doctor. I answered that honestly. Marcy messaged, I went to the doctor and it's common to have pain. Kevin replies, bait and switch 2015. Come back, we make love, go to the coast, have a great weekend, and then back to your old self. Kevin messaged, answer the question. Marcy replied, I even had an ulterior other day and it said I had a cyst. How about that? Kevin replied, answer why. To which Marcy responded, I'm honest, I'm not a liar, I'm not a monster. Kevin said, why? Kevin messaged, you ignore me, avoid me. Marcy replied, anything nice you have to say. Old self. Kevin messaged, don't deny it, come to bed late, can't even talk about sex. I'm here, Kevin, get it over with. Marcy replied, okay, I understand you're not happy. You've made that clear. To which Kevin replied, Kevin, are you done yet? Just go. Marcy replied, so get your paperwork ready because that's what you want. Kevin replied, it has crushed me as a man. And Marcy replied, okay, I'm sorry that you're unhappy. Please go find yourself. Marcy continues, I don't need to feel bad about myself. I have loved you the best way I know how. Full out, 100% love what you have done for us. I'm sorry that you feel crushed. I hope that you find happiness. Kevin replies, or you admit you have hurt me. If you want me to just leave, then fine. What do you want? Kevin continues, huh? What is it? Marcy replies, I never wanted to leave. Marcy continues, I'm not saying bad things about you. I have enjoyed the last 23 years with you. Kevin replied, you're not acknowledging what my concerns are. Kevin messaged, at all. To which Marcy replied, but to hear that you don't enjoy me hurts, and for so long. I've enjoyed spending time with you and the kids. I've loved the memories that we've shared. I always acknowledge your concerns. I would appreciate the same. Pain is real, but I sacrifice nonetheless. I'm a good person. Marcy messages, I'd like to think that others feel the same. Kevin replies, you have never made me feel desired sexually. You never tell me that I turn you on. Kevin continues, I'm just a predator. I'm just seeking satisfaction. It's not making love. Kevin continues, it's not mutual. You never make me feel like I'm attractive. You don't kiss me passionately. Kevin continues, you turn your head away. I feel like I'm fighting for affection. It's so hard on me. Marcy replies, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm really tired of being berated. You have stated your feelings and I hear you. You haven't said one nice thing. Give me 2 weeks to find somewhere to go. Kevin replies, one time a month, maybe. Leaving is a lot easier than fixing. I get it. Kevin messaged, where are you going to go? Marcy replies, again, not nice. Kevin replies, just being real. Kevin messages, seriously. Marcy replies, you certainly don't appreciate what I do. You haven't said one nice thing to me. Marcy continues, today. Kevin replies, well, you haven't acknowledged anything I have said. Marcy sends a screenshot that appears to be of messages, but they're too small for me to read on this. Kevin continues, is it a lie that we might have sex one time a month, maybe? Marcy replies, I'm tired. You don't like me. I get it. Kevin replies, saying you acknowledge and actually doing it is two different things. Marcy replies, I do. Again, nothing nice. Kevin replies, so? Do you kiss me passionately without turning away? Marcy replies, I don't appreciate hair in my mouth. Kevin replies, I'm done. Marcy says, but I will do it if that's what you desire because I care. Kevin states, this is stupid. Marcy replies, okay. Kevin says, no. Marcy replies, you win. Kevin messages, you don't get it. Marcy replies, because I'm stupid, ? Kevin replies, I'm sorry I even tried. To which Marcy replies, okay. Kevin says, I'm sorry I even ever said make love to me because you never have. Kevin messages, not once. Marcy replied, not true. Kevin says, very true. Marcy messaged, I've said many nice things to you. You haven't said one. Kevin replied, you have never said. Kevin continues, Kevin, make love to me. Marcy replies, true. Kevin responds, never. Marcy messages, because it hurts, but when you ask, I do it because I love you. Loved you. Today has been the hardest day on me. And Megan took it wrong. I am in full support of their relationship. Marcy continues, I do love you. I understand that you're not happy and that you have nothing nice to say whatsoever to me. And why would you want to stay with me? It's written all over your face. I'm not what you wanted. Ted is on his way, so I'm going to try to cheer up and hang out with him. Kevin replies, you better not turn Ted on me or have him call me. Kevin continues, do not bring the kids into this. Marcy says, I've never turned anyone on you. Again, please be nice. Kevin replies, you had him call me the other night. That pissed me off. Marcy responds, because I was worried. Kevin says, not okay. Marcy replies, sorry that pissed you off. I apologize. Kevin responds, you left the house countless times and I never did that to you. I was stuck reassuring the kids you would be okay. Marcy replies, but you have been depressed, so I was worried. Clearly, I'm making you depressed. Kevin responds, bullshit. Marcy replies, blame it on me. Kevin messages, I'm not depressed. Marcy replies, okay. Kevin replies, I'm not in a midlife crisis, so stop that bullshit. Marcy replies, I'm not putting the kids against you. Please stop. Okay. Just showing concern. Sorry you don't believe me. Kevin replied, it wasn't okay. Marcy messages, OMG, okay. I didn't put him against you. Marcy said, think about what you want. To which Kevin replied, don't even let them know we are in disagreement. Marcy replied, I'm done. W, the threats. If you're coming home, then come home. Kevin responded, I will, and there was never a threat given. Marcy replied, okay. Kevin responded, why would you say I threatens you with anything? Marcy replied, please stop saying don't ever multiple times. I get it and I'm tired. I understand that you don't want me. You said you were unhappy for 23 years and you didn't listen to me. I'm really tired. Come home if you want, but stop texting me. And that concluded the messages from December 13th, 2023. And that last one was sent at 5:25 p.m. local time.
And are there messages again in which Marcy and Mr. West have an exchange in which he appears to be messaging or replying to what she's indicating on 2742 and 2743?
Yes, there are.
What date are those from?
That series of messages are from January 7th, 2024.
Will you please read those?
So beginning at January 7th, 2024 at 9:06 a.m. local, Marcy messaged Kevin, do you want pancakes? Ted is making them. Kevin replied, Ichi is closed. You want Chinese? Kevin messaged, I'm going to get Chinese, noodles and lemon chicken. To which Marcy replied, yes, please. And that final message was January 7th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. local.
Now that you're seated, please state your name in full.
Okay, so that was the end of the text messages from between Kevin and Marcy that we hadn't heard. I know we have heard Miss Cynthia, the mistress, before, but hey, why not listen to her again? Let's see what she got to say again for us. I'm gonna look and see. I think it's some more testimony from the ME that I'll get pulled up. Her testimony was only 25 minutes. They need her much. Maybe she could explain why she was keeping it in the closet, in the garage. I mean, my bad. I forgot. She had to stay in the garage at all times.
Let me spell your last name for the court's record.
Cynthia Leary Ward. And spell it, W-A-R.
Your last name.
W-A-R.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. Ms. Ward, where do you currently reside?
My full address or city?
Full address is
2731 Northeast Sampson Avenue, Estacada, Oregon.
And who do you currently reside there with?
Ted West and Kevin?
Kevin West?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there with Kevin West?
I don't know the approximate date, but probably 5 months or 6 months.
And what is the current, are you and Kevin West in a romantic relationship?
Yes.
And what is the current state of your relationship?
We're engaged.
When did you first meet Kevin West?
Probably, I don't know the exact date, but it was over 20 years ago was the first time, probably 2004.
And how was it that you met?
I was a volunteer firefighter with Washougal, and he was a paramedic with Canvas.
And was he married to Marcy West at the time?
Yes.
Did your relationship with Kevin West eventually turn into a sexual relationship?
Yes, briefly.
How soon after meeting?
Probably I don't know the exact date, maybe a year or 6 months. I don't know.
And how long did that first relationship last?
It was brief, maybe a couple months.
Did the two of you reconnect in 2023?
Yes.
And how was that occurred?
He messaged me.
On what?
Facebook.
Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And what did he say when he messaged you?
I don't know the exact words, but it was, "Hi, is this Cynthia from Washougal that I knew back in the day?" I don't know exact words. It was very brief and just said, "How are you?"
And after he reached out to you on Facebook Messenger, did the two of you start communicating regularly?
I would say regularly, yeah.
How often would you communicate?
In the beginning, maybe once a week or every 2 weeks, and then it progressed.
When did you start communicating more frequently?
A couple months or a month, maybe.
Okay. And how were you communicating?
Text messaging.
Just regular text messaging?
No, on an app.
What sort of app?
WhatsApp.
And what is WhatsApp?
It is just a different type of way to message, text messaging or calling.
Is it end-to-end encryption?
I don't think so, no.
Why would you use WhatsApp and not regular text messaging or Facebook Messenger?
I think for protection from, I was in a relationship at the time, and he would take my phone, or I assumed he took my phone, and it was easy to delete and not have it in my call history.
And did the two of you eventually decide to meet up in person?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't have the date, but it was months later.
So October, November?
Tried to answer that question, and I'm not sure on the exact date.
Where did you meet up?
The first time we met in a hotel, just to be out of the public eye.
And where was that?
It was off Airport Way. I don't remember the hotel, I'm sorry.
Between the time you first met in person at that hotel and Marcy's death, how many times did you see Kevin West in person?
I don't know. I don't have how many times we met, I'm sorry.
More than 10?
Yes,
More than 20?
yes,
More than 30?
I don't know.
And we're talking about a period from October to the beginning of January?
Oh, yeah, again, I don't know the date that we met the first time, but it's really hard for me to answer, even if it was 20 times.
And how many trips did you take with Kevin between the time you met up in person and the time of Marcy's death?
I would say at least 2 that I can really remember, maybe 3.
Can you tell us what those trips were?
I took a trip to, my mom was having medical issues. She needed a valve replacement. Sorry. And I wanted him to meet my mom.
Is your mom?
So that was in Nevada.
Okay, so you took Kevin to meet your mother. Is your mother Waltrid Ward?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the 2 of you went to Nevada? When was that?
I think November,
And how long of a trip was that?
a couple of days.
And any other trips that the 2 of you took?
We went to the beach.
And how long of a trip was that?
Oh, one day, 1 or 2 days.
And you recall no other trips?
Pardon?
And you recall no other trips?
Not right now.
Did you go to Hood River?
We drove through the river from, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We went to Goldendale. I apologize. I didn't remember that. And we drove through Hood River to come home.
Okay. Did you stay in Hood River?
No.
Did you stay in Goldendale
Yes.
at a hotel?
Yes.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the date.
Going to Goldendale, what was the purpose of that trip?
My sister and my brother-in-law found some property that they wanted to look at, and me and my other sister, we had kind of a plan to buy at least 20 or more acres so that we could all live together on a piece of property, and have my mom and dad live with us as well. And so they were the first ones to go through retirement, and we're going to be buying property there. Hopefully, that was one of the locations. So we went to go look at property.
Okay. So you took Kevin to go meet up with your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Sister.
Sister and brother-in-law.
Yes.
And is your brother-in-law Paul Person?
Yes.
And during that trip when you were looking at property, was there discussion of you and Kevin purchasing that property with Paul and, what's your sister's name?
Sandra.
With Paul and Sandra.
So mainly it was for me to purchase it, and if me and Kevin were to be together, it was an option for him to also go to Goldendale with us. But originally, the whole plan was for me and my sister and my other sister to all buy property so we could live together.
Didn't Kevin talk with Paul about purchasing the property with him?
Right, I would be more likely the signer because I could sell my own home eventually. This was going to be like 8 to 10 years down the road. So it wasn't immediate thought process of purchasing it right away. They could have purchased the land and we, or me, could buy it or a piece of it.
Didn't Kevin ask Paul to carry the note until his divorce was finalized on the property?
I don't know what he talked to with Paul about.
You weren't involved in that?
I wasn't in the text messaging, no.
So you're not aware of any plan with Kevin and Paul to purchase that property?
It was, I don't want to say it incorrectly, there was plans that if Kevin were to, he was going to retire in 8 to 10 years or even longer, that yes, he would move with us.
Okay. Was he gonna move there with Marcy?
No,
So what was the plan with Kevin and his relationship?
I don't know. I don't know.
There was no discussion of what he was going to do in his relationship?
Well, eventually he was going to leave Marcy at some point. I don't know when that would have been exactly.
So you and Kevin had discussions about him leaving Marcy?
Yeah,
How often?
not very often. He was wanting to make sure that Marcy was available to see Megan get married. And that was in July. And she was pretty excited about that.
Did he ever discuss divorcing Marcy with you?
We had discussions, but not exact dates or anything like that.
Prior to Marcy's death, did he ever bring up wanting to marry you?
Prior, maybe in a, I would say yes.
How often?
That rare.
Did he ever discuss any other future plans with you besides purchasing property and marriage?
Not that I can recall, but if you have something, I can answer to it.
Do you recall nothing else about future plans?
No, and I am a little nervous, so not that I can think of right now.
Did he introduce you to any members of his family prior to Marcy's death?
Yes.
Who?
His mom and sister,
And is his mom's name Lorna?
Lori,
Lori, okay. And where does she live?
in Eugene.
Did she come to you or did you go to Eugene?
We went to Eugene.
Okay.
I think it was on the way to Nevada, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was that the only time you met his mother prior to Marcy's death?
No, I met her one other time for Kevin's birthday.
Was his birthday after or before Marcy's death?
After.
So when you went, did you go with Kevin to visit her in Eugene?
Yes.
Were you just there for the day or did you stay the night?
Stay the night.
And was any other members of his family there?
His stepfather.
And did he introduce you to them as his girlfriend?
No, just as Cynthia.
Was it apparent that the two of you were in a romantic relationship?
I don't know about romantic relationship. We didn't show romance. So I don't know how to answer that. A romantic relationship.
Did they think you were just a random person coming with Kevin to the house?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
So you don't think they had any idea who you were?
If Kevin talked to them about me, maybe, yeah. I don't think I was just a person off the street.
And did you meet any other members of his family?
At the birthday party, there was his dad and nieces.
When was the birthday party?
It was after his birthday because there was some weather. I want to say the 20th or 23rd of January.
The January that Marcy died?
Yes.
So 2024.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And what day is Kevin's birthday?
January 18th
And where was this birthday party?
at his home.
Is that the home where Marcy died?
Yes.
And so you came to his birthday party there the 20th or the 23rd?
Somewhere around there, yes.
And who was present at that party?
I don't know exactly everyone, but what I remember is his nieces and his family, his mom, his dad, Megan, Ted, Caden. I don't remember anymore, or I can tell you if you have names if I have them.
You mentioned Megan and Ted. Are those Kevin's children?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you met them?
I met Ted when he was a baby, but later, that was the first time I met them.
Did you ever meet Marcy?
One.
When was that?
It was when I was a volunteer. They,
What were the circumstances?
they were going to marriage counseling and I watched Ted.
So Kevin had you watch Ted while he and Marcy went to marriage counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that before or after your affair? Or during?
That I don't remember.
Do you remember telling me it was after your affair?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, so probably I was gonna say assume it was after the affair, but I don't remember.
Here. How were you introduced to Megan and Ted at the birthday party?
As Amy's friend,
Who's Amy?
his sister.
Were you eventually introduced as Kevin's girlfriend?
Yes,
When was that?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it within a
A couple
week?
months later, maybe?
A couple of months?
I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know, because I don't know. If you have a date, I can try to remember for you.
Did you ever? When did you start texting with Megan?
I'm not sure. She was in college still.
Was it around the time of the birthday party?
Objectives to relevance.
Was it at the birthday party? I'm sorry.
Was it around the time of the birthday party?
I don't know. I would think it would be after. I didn't have her number at the birthday party.
The night prior to Marcy's death, were you texting with Kevin?
I'm sorry.
The night prior to Marcy's death, were you texting with Kevin?
I did answer that and I said I wasn't sure only because we would say goodnight. But I can't say 1,000% if I text him or he texts me that night.
At that point in time, were you speaking every day?
Yes, that's why I said I assumed it was every night.
How
Pretty
often?
much.
I'm sorry. How often would you generally speak during the day at that point in time?
Sometimes he was at work and he couldn't, or I was at work and I couldn't, so it varied very much on how much we spoke. Some days it was a long, a lot, some days it wasn't.
Do you remember the last time you spoke with Kevin that night?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether you were speaking with Kevin at any point prior or between midnight and 4:30 a.m.?
No.
When did you first hear from Kevin after Marcy's death?
I texted him and said, good morning, how's everything? Just kind of a normal good morning. And I didn't hear from him. So it was probably 9 o'clock in the morning when I heard something from him, and he said that she had passed and he was going to Seattle to get Megan.
And when was the first time that you went to that residence after Marcy's death?
Kevin's birthday.
The birthday party?
Yeah.
You were at Kevin's home on January 23rd when the police arrived, were you not?
Yes, I was.
You were with him in the garage?
I was.
And you stayed in the garage the whole time that he spoke with police, did you not?
Yes, when the police officers left, Kevin was taking their card and I walked in by the bathroom into the kitchen. But that's as far, we stayed mainly in the garage.
Oh, so you're saying you came out of the garage while the police officers were still there?
No, ma'am. When they left.
Okay.
Kevin had opened the door and said, I'm gonna put this away.
Why wouldn't you come out of the garage?
The garage was kind of a safe place. It was more Kevin's area, and we heard a knock at the door, but since we were in the garage, we didn't know it was an actual knock at the door. And then it was a big bang, and Kevin said, "Oh, I'll go check that," and I just stayed in the garage. It is set up with chairs, and it's not like a typical garage.
So he never told you that it was the police there?
He never came out. Nobody came to the garage.
He didn't have a conversation with you before leaving the garage saying it's the police and I'm gonna
We had
probably
no,
tell-"
we thought it was Chuck, the neighbor, actually. He's like, "It's probably Chuck," and answered the door. I had no idea the police were there.
And during the birthday party, what part of the house were you in?
Mainly the garage. It was just like everyone was in the garage. That was the place of gathering.
Did you ever come into the main house?
I did.
Do you remember telling me in a private interview or a prior interview that you never went into the main house, that you were only ever in the garage?
No, because I would have walked in the house even if I had to use the restroom. But I think maybe I was understanding your questioning to be that, did I hang out in the main area? I had to come through the front door, so I had to be in the house. So you're questioning, maybe I was thinking that you were saying that did we hang out continually? But no, it was in the garage mainly.
And you indicated that you're currently engaged to Kevin.
Yes,
When did Kevin propose?
September 1st,
Of what year?
2024.
And you indicated that you're currently living with Kevin and Ted.
Yes,
Who primarily supports the finances of the household?
we all do. I have a full-time job, and Kevin has retirement,
Is that his pension?
his retirement.
Is that his pension?
Ma'am, I don't know. He retired, so if it's his pension, if it goes along with retirement,
Do you recall previously telling me that he was the primary earner in the household?
no, I remember telling you that we both are, and that I am the signer on the house with Ted, so he could get credit on his credit. Because I have enough credit to rent the home that I'm in. He does help, but I'm the primary signer, so
So you and Ted are on the lease together?
yes, ma'am.
Nothing else, Ron.
Examination.
Good morning, everyone. You said you've been engaged since September 2024, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's just about a little over a year, right?
yeah, that was because my mom was unhealthy and he wanted to right there.
Understood. Yeah, it's fair to say that at some point, you two are hoping for a life together. Isn't that accurate?
Yes,
And Megan's marriage, you said, was scheduled to be in July. That would have been July of 2023, is that right?
23, 24, sorry,
It would have been the July after Marcy passed.
yes, sorry.
And you might not have had specific conversations, but there was a general understanding that at least someday in the future, Kevin would get divorced.
Yes,
On the 23rd, when you remained in the garage and the police came, you say you weren't aware it was the police, right?
I was not aware.
And you thought it was the neighbor Chuck?
I did.
Did you not want to meet the neighbor Chuck?
If Kevin wanted to, I would have. I wasn't hiding in the garage. I made that pretty clear.
And the reason you didn't go in the house is because you just weren't comfortable being in the house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yeah.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
I will reserve on this witness.
Okay, so you're free to go at this time, but you're subject to recall, so you can't remain in the courtroom. You need to keep the parties advised of how to reach you in case you need to come back for additional testimony that you're about to discuss. Your testimony.
Thank you.
Like you mentioned yesterday that you want to do the autopsy as quickly as you can, right?
Within the constraints of the resources we have, yes.
Well, sure. Ideally, you'd want to do it right away if you could. You know?
So guys, I just want to ask y'all, so right here, this is the cross-examination of the ME. I know that we did see the direct examination of the medical examiner. Do y'all want me to play that part first before we do the cross-examination? I know we never seen a cross-examination of her. Or do y'all want me to play it so y'all can understand what he crossing her on? I just want to make sure that I give y'all the full context of everything that we're looking. Like I said, she here for anything, whatever. You think I thought she was good as did she even had photos? Okay. Let's see here, because this is the big contention of the things, because remember, they brought up their own medical examiner to refute or dispute anything that she was saying, guys. So that's pretty important, I think. Yeah, it does play a part of the closing. Let me see. Let me see if we got anything else on here. Like I said, they posting videos as we watching. Okay, let me play, because her testimony wasn't that long. Let me get the beginning part of her testimony, guys. Only because we don't have anything else extra on there. Just so y'all aware. There's nothing extra on there. So we'll go and we'll listen to the first part of the ME. And maybe let's listen to them both back to back. I wouldn't mind listening to them both back to back. Your ME and her ME. Give me 1 second. Let me put it up here. So after the text messages, like, I'm done with him. Like, there's nothing that he could say or do that changes my mind personally. He messed it up.
He does a really good job.
That stuff.
Is it painful?
No.
Okay. Could it be painful?
Okay.
Right. And you indicated that you performed an autopsy on an individual by the name of Marcel West or Marcy West in this case. Now, did you request and review Marcy's medical records?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so let me get this up so I can show y'all this, and we'll kind of go into that part of it, and we'll just look at both of them. And I'm gonna play the other ME's testimony right behind it. Hers was not that long either, but so because in closing, they really, this is a big thing, right? Especially when we got the kids marching up there saying, oh, she had chest pains, or she had headaches, oh, she had this, oh, she had that. This is very important. Okay, here we go, guys.
And you indicated that you performed an autopsy on an individual by the name of Marcel West or Marcy West in this case.
Yes.
What time did you first, or what date did you first examine the body?
The initial examination took place on January 10th.
Was that when her body arrived at the ME's office?
No.
And when did her body arrive?
I believe her body arrived at the medical examiner's office on January 8th.
And where would the body have been stored between the time that it arrived and the time that you conducted your autopsy?
Her body would have been in the medical examiner cooler within the office.
Is it unusual for a couple of days lapse between the time of the body's arrival and the time of the examination?
No.
And with regard to the first examination of her body on the 10th, what time of day was that approximately?
I believe we started about 10 a.m.
And how long did it go?
The autopsy, I believe, lasted about 2 hours. I believe we were wrapping up around noon on that day.
And what information did you have at that point?
The information that I had was limited to what the death investigator had collected while at the scene. I don't believe we had much more information from either law enforcement or other sources other than verbal reports from law enforcement.
So was it primarily based on the reported information from Mr. West?
Yes.
And what was your thought process with regard to the initial autopsy?
Can you be more specific?
What were you focused on ruling in or ruling out with regard to the initial autopsy?
In the beginning, when first presented with this death, one of the first concerns was whether or not she had a chronic seizure disorder or epilepsy. In folks with chronic seizures or epilepsy, particularly if they're not well controlled, those can result in death. So one of the first things I wanted to address was whether or not she was having chronic seizures or whether this was her very first seizure. So that question we were able to address very early. I don't remember exactly when, but fairly early within the death investigation process. Once we had established that she didn't have a chronic seizure disorder, but that we have a report of a seizure, then my next sort of questions I wanted to answer, and that I did answer, is to identify those things that can present as a first-time seizure in an adult. And so there's a lot of other things that we are doing that I'm investigating and documenting, but that was because the seizure was such a prominent part of her dying process. That was at the top of the list.
And when you say it was part of her dying process, her reported dying process?
Yes.
And so were you able to determine whether or not you believed Marcy died from the seizure?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
So after performing the autopsy, I came to the conclusion that the seizure was not due to a primary brain lesion. So in an adult who has a seizure and dies, those are almost always from a catastrophic event in the brain, which are diagnosable at autopsy. And so after I had completed the autopsy and the examination of her brain, I had excluded all of those catastrophic things that could present as a first-time seizure in an adult.
When you say catastrophic things, what sorts of things are you referencing?
So those types of things are like a ruptured aneurysm. Different parts of the blood vessels in our brain can develop bubbles, little sacs that then rupture. And those, unfortunately, they're very hard to diagnose when a person is alive. But when they do rupture, they generally kill people. So that would be one. Arteriovenous malformations in the brain are another one where the bleeding can be so abrupt that it kills a person. They have a seizure and they die. Some other things would be tumors in the brain, blood clots that travel to the brain, infections of the brain can rarely present as a seizure followed by death. There's probably a few more I'm not thinking of, but they are generally catastrophic and easy to see once we open the brain.
And did you open the brain in this case?
Yes.
And did you see any of those catastrophic events?
No.
In your 25 years practicing as a forensic pathologist, have you ever had a person die of a first-time seizure without being able to identify what the catastrophic event is, or brain lesion?
I don't recall that ever being the situation.
So when you've ruled out the seizure as the cause of her death, what are you looking at then?
So, we've excluded epilepsy, so chronic seizures. We've excluded catastrophic things in the brain, and so my next sort of area of inquiry or things I want to consider are things where there's a seizure, but the initiating process is outside of the brain. And another way to say that is that the person was dying from something else, but because of the dying process, had a seizure.
So would it be fair to say, in that case, that the seizure would more be a symptom of dying than the cause of dying?
Yes.
So what sorts of things do you look at to determine whether that?
So when opening up sort of that avenue of inquiry, the causes and the mechanisms are incredibly broad. And they generally originate outside of the brain. They can be any part of our body that malfunctions enough, our heart, our lungs, liver, kidneys. If it becomes very severe, can result in a seizure. So it's a very broad area of inquiry.
Okay. Were you able to find any process beyond the injuries that we'll discuss later that could have caused that seizure?
No.
At the conclusion of the first examination, were you prepared to give an opinion on cause and manner of death?
No.
Were you prepared to call it suspicious?
No.
Why not?
At the end of the first day, I did not make any observations and I didn't have any information to suggest that this was anything other than a natural death, and I just needed to find the answer.
Now, did something occur that caused you to want to look at the body again? Well, let me back up. So shortly after you finished examination day 1, what happened to the body?
So we finished the exam around noon on the 10th. Her body was released to the funeral home that afternoon, I think around 2:45, 2:50 in the afternoon was when her body was released to the funeral home.
Who needs to make those funeral home arrangements?
the family, the legal next of kin.
Okay, so it's not the medical examiner's office calling the funeral home saying, come get the body.
Not usually, no.
The body leaves around 2:15?
2:45, 2:50.
Did Marcy's body ever make it off the van at the funeral home?
No.
Okay. Did the driver bring the body back?
Yes.
How long was the body gone for in total?
Her body was in transport for about, I think, 25 to 30 minutes.
And is it common for the body to have left that soon?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you have any concerns that the van ride caused any of the injuries that you ultimately documented?
I have no concerns, no.
Why not?
The way bodies are packaged and prepared for transport generally does not allow for any movement of the body, barring a major collision. There's that, but also after the autopsy, almost all of the blood has been drained from the body, and so even if there was blunt impact or any sort of impact with the body, there would not be a lesion that looks like it occurred before death. It will have a very different appearance.
And so the body came back. When did you conduct the second examination of Marcy's body?
The second exam was the following day, so that would have been the 11th. And I believe, again, we started around 9 or 10 in the morning.
And were you able to see things in the second evaluation that you weren't able to see or fully appreciate on the first?
Yes.
And why was that?
On the first day that when we did the initial examination of her body, she had, like many people do, very dense lividity, or that pink, deep purple discoloration. That made it very challenging to see a lot of the lesions I later identified on her head and neck. Then the next day, because a lot of that blood had been drained, those areas became more prominent visually.
All right, I'm showing you what has been I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as P99. Is that?
This is a composite of two images of the left side of her face. The bottom image is from the first examination. The top image is from the second examination.
And what does it demonstrate?
The two photographs demonstrate the change in lividity, most importantly, and then and as a result of that, the distinctive appearance of some lesions.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the left side of Marcy's face as it appeared during the first examination and then in the second examination?
Yes.
Move to admit P99.
No objection. P99.
P99. All right, showing you P100.
Council, we don't use P and D if we use numbers. So. Exhibit is number 100.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. This is exhibit 100. What are we looking at?
This is a composite of images from the right side of the face with the top image from the first day and the bottom two from the second day.
And again, does this show the difference in lividity?
Yes, it does.
True and accurate depiction of how she appeared on both the first day of the examination and the second day of the examination?
Yes,
On the right side of her face.
yes.
Move to admit 100.
No objection. 100 is admitted.
Publish.
Granted.
All right, Dr. Burke, so this image that we're looking at on the left-hand side as we stare at the screen, would this have been from day 1 or day 2?
That is from the first day.
Okay. And this image on the right-hand side of the screen?
That one is from the second day.
And when you say the difference in lividity, is that this red discoloration on the left side of the screen?
On the cheek, it's red. On the portion of her neck there, it's a red to almost a purple.
And that had dissipated to some extent on day 2?
Yes.
And the exhibit number comes?
99.
99 you're on? 100. And then 100 next. All right, Dr. Burke, so this photograph on the upper left-hand side as we stare at the screen, is that day 1 or day 2?
That is from the first day.
And on the right-hand side of the, upper right-hand side of the screen,
That's from the second day.
and the bottom.
Yes, that one is also from the second day.
And again, does it depict less lividity on day 2?
Yes.
Right. So you're able to see external injuries better than on the second day. Is
Yes.
that accurate? Okay. And can you describe the difference between the first examination and the second examination with regard to the internal structures of the neck?
Are you asking about the procedures I did?
Yes.
Okay. So on the first day, I did a very standard autopsy. That involves examining the structures of the mouth and the neck. In order to do that, what we have to do is take the skin from the chest and it's called reflecting, where we take the skin, we don't remove it, but we open it so that we can see the neck and the base of the tongue and the salivary glands. So on the first day, we removed what's called the neck block. It consists of the tongue, the larynx, and the esophagus. So that all was removed and examined on the first day. On the second day, what I did was I opened the skin between the bottom of the dermis and the adipose tissue, the fat layer. So we all have a layer of fat that's sort of our cushioning between our skin and our other structures. And so typically, normally in a normal autopsy, those two come up together. But what I wanted to do was to look between the skin and the fat. So I opened that and looked at it. After I did that, then we then we went back to what we had done the day before, which is to document all the changes in her neck and to photograph them and measure them.
Was there additional dissection of the neck?
A little bit. So the additional dissection involved taking this skin flap piece. Normally we stop right below the jawbone. In order to photograph the under the jawbone, we took it up, I took it up just to the edge of the jaw so that we could photograph this part. And then after that, we don't normally open the carotid sheath, but I opened the carotid sheath as well along its length.
Okay. And why is it that you don't normally take the skin up above the chin?
The reason we don't do that is we run the risk of damaging structures that the funeral home will use to prepare the body for a viewing. And so there's a balance that we try to maintain in seeing as much as possible, but also not impeding a viewing for the loved ones.
And so when you took the skin up above the jaw, did that make it easier for you to visualize some of the internal injuries?
Yes.
And can you describe the difference between the first examination and the second examination with regard to the back of the head and scalp?
Yes. On the first day, I observed a bruise on the back of her head on the left side that was over the bone. There's a bit of bone that's a little bit of a, I'm gonna call it a nodule, but prominence. So I noticed a bruise there. On that first day, I stopped. I did not examine that further, so I stopped with the dissection right at the base of the skull. On the second day, I, again, we call it reflecting the skin. So I extended the incisions down the back of the neck and I traced this bruise as far down as it went, which was down onto the neck part, not the skull part.
So starting with your external examination findings, did you observe any injuries to Marcy's head or neck externally?
Yes.
What did you see?
So the injuries that I observed were some petechiae, little tiny areas of hemorrhage in her eyes, on her cheeks, and on her neck. Behind both of her ears were bruises, contusions, and then on both sides of her neck, in addition to some very small areas of petechiae, were very faint bruises.
Can you describe the bruising that you observed behind the ears?
The bruising behind her ears was in this place that has a couple of different names. It's where the earlobe meets the jaw right in front of the skull. So it's this depression behind the earlobes right next to the jawbone. A lot of people are familiar with TMJ, so just right in that depression is where those were. On the right side, the bruise was a deep purple. And it had these very tiny areas where the skin had been rubbed off. On the left side, the bruise was a deep purple color. It was smaller than the one on the right, and it didn't have any of that, the rubbing characteristics that the right side had.
Can you describe where the mastoid region is generally anatomically?
Yeah. So the mastoid region is in that same area. The mastoid region is this bony area behind the ear, what we call the helix, the ear helix, this bony region. So that's the mastoid region.
Is that region behind the ear have a lot of blood vessels, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is bruising behind both ears a common accidental injury?
I will say bleeding behind the ears, both from bruising or from blood leaking, does show up behind the ears.
But is it at a place where people typically would have an accidental injury?
It's a relatively uncommon place to have an accidental injury.
Is it something that could have been caused by CPR or chest compressions?
Objection, no foundation.
All right. So, show you Dr. Burt, I'm showing you what has been marked as 151, an illustrative exhibit. What is that?
This is an anatomic diagram rendering of the left side of the head without the skin. So the blood vessels and the muscles are identifiable.
In understanding that it is an illustration, is it generally anatomically accurate?
Yes.
We would admit for illustrative purposes, 151.
No objection. All right, 151 is admitted for illustrative purposes. When an exhibit's admitted for illustrative purposes, it's used to by the witness during their testimony. It does not go back with you to the jury.
All right, and then I'm going to show you 119 through 121 inclusive. Can you take a look at those? What are those?
These are photographs from the examination on the second day of Marcy's, the right and left sides of her head about her ears.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the areas on Marcy's ears during the autopsy?
Yes.
Admit 119 through 121.
No objection.
119 to 121.
Yes, thanks. Okay. So, this is what is an illustrative exhibit. Let's see, 151.
So, can you describe for the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a view of the left side of the head, with the left ear, and the face is a little bit out of our view. Most of what's visible is the back side of the head in this image.
And now, is it possible for jugular compression to result in bilateral bruising behind the ears?
Yes.
Can you explain that process for the jury using this study?
The jugular vein is the vein that drains the head. When the jugular vein is compressed, blood will collect in the veins that are uphill from it. If the pressure gets high enough, blood vessels can rupture. Or they can just become very dilated. And then when we look at it from the skin surface, it looks like bruising behind the ear, because there's a number of veins that drain from this side of the head into the jugular vein. So although we call it bruising, it looks like bruising, but it's not necessarily from blunt trauma. It can be from the blood vessels just being really, really congested and then leaking. So that's how compression of the jugular vein can create the appearance of an injury in that part of the head.
And can bruising behind the ears also be caused by directed trauma from the outside?
Yes.
How is that?
Bruising in this specific location behind the ears and on the sides of the head can be from skull fractures in very specific locations where the blood then travels from those fractures to this area. There's very little fat tissue and muscle tissue, and so any blood that collects there is really easy to see. And so with skull fractures in certain areas, bruising right there can be one of the first indications of a fracture before the person makes it to a CT scan or an MRI scan.
Could it also just be from like some sort of hard force?
Yes, it can also be from just a traditional impact that ruptures blood vessels.
So it could have an internal or an external cause or both.
Yes.
We go to So are we looking at the right or left side of Marcy's head in this photo?
This is the left side.
Apologies, Your Honor.
119.
119. Okay. And what do we see in this particular photo?
The two lesions that I documented were a linear pattern of petechiae in front of the ear there.
Is that what I'm looking?
Yes. That line of petechiae there. And then some very tiny bruises just below the earlobe there, yes.
Am I pointing to the correct place?
Yes, those are the bruises, yes.
Okay. And if we could go then to 120. Right, is this that same ear?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
So this is with the earlobe and the ear helix pushed forward so that that area behind the earlobe is visible, and there's that dense purplish blue discoloration, which is a bruise.
And that's what we're looking at?
Yes, that is it.
Is this the same mark that we saw below her ear in 119?
Yes,
And again, this is the left side of her head?
yes,
If you go to 121. Is this Marcy's other ear?
yes, it is.
So the right side of her head?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is that area behind her earlobe that's demonstrating that purplish blue bruise. And then the very tiny areas where the skin has been rubbed off. Yes, those. Also, in front of her earlobe are two red spots. Those are petechiae there.
Is that the here and here?
Yes.
And again, it's your opinion that these are abrasions?
Some of those are abrasions. Some of those are just deeper colored bruises. So towards the tip of her earlobe, those are bruises, whereas if you go down and backwards, that's an abrasion where the skin has been rubbed off.
So do you have an opinion about whether this particular constellation of injuries resulted from internal injuries, external injuries, or both?
Whew. I believe the bruising is from an external injury. The petechial hemorrhages are more challenging. They are in a distribution that could be from local compression of the blood vessels, but they could also be from increased pressure in the blood vessel distant from that caused them to rupture.
All right, and we've talked a lot about petechiae. Did you observe petechiae on Marcy?
Yes.
And what is petechiae?
Petechiae is a word to describe an area of hemorrhage that is tiny. Different textbooks have different definitions. In general, it's an area of hemorrhage that is less than 3 millimeters. The term petechiae does not necessarily tell you how it came about, just that it is an area of hemorrhage. But in general, petechiae happen when there is enough pressure inside the blood vessel to cause it to rupture, and then blood leaks out.
And how do you determine whether a spot is petechiae versus a normal skin imperfection?
Most red skin imperfections are clusters of blood vessels that are just visible from the skin surface. And so the easiest way to differentiate the two is to push on the area of redness. If it's a skin imperfection from a cluster of blood vessels, they will generally blanch, or the blood will squeeze out, and then it will refill again. Because it's in the blood vessels, it can move. Whereas a petechia is blood that has leaked into the tissues, and by pushing on it, you're not going to change where the blood is. So that's the easiest way to tell the difference.
Okay. And what causes petechiae?
So petechiae result from the rupture of blood vessels. Every bruise is rupture of blood vessels, and blood leaks out. Petechia are just the super tiny blood vessels that rupture by themselves, and then we can see them as little tiny dots.
what does petechiae indicate to you, generally speaking?
In general, petechiae mean there's been an increase in the pressure in the blood vessel. That's what they mean.
Now, on Marcy, was there a lot of petechiae or was it more limited?
I would say it was very limited.
And are petechiae present in every strangulation death?
No.
Can petechiae be limited or even absent in some forms of neck compression?
Yes.
Can petechiae also be caused in other ways,
Yes.
including vomiting?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that it's corroborative of a strangulation event, but not necessarily conclusive on its own?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Burt. Handing you 99 and 101 through 116. Take a look at those for me. These are images from the second day of examinations at the outside of Marcy's body. And with the exclusion of the first image, which is 98,
Yes.
Do those images depict what you observed as far as petechiae?
Yes, they do.
And are they true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
All right, this time move to admit
98 and 101 through 116.
16. Do you have any objection, to any of the documents?
Object to 106 and 113.
On what basis?
They're altered photographs. They do not, they're not original photographs. They've been altered.
I didn't
Okay,
ask.
98 and 101 through 105 and the other images up to 115 except 113 are omitted.
All right, what is this that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph taken during the examination of one of her eyes. We don't always take our photographs so that they're easy for other people to orient. So for everyone in the room, that is upside down.
Okay, so, right, so, where I'm pointing here at the base of the photograph, that would be the top of her head,
That's correct.
and this is where her chest is, right?
Yes.
On the top.
Yes.
Generally speaking, with regard to these measuring devices, do they, are they oriented so the writing is, the top of the writing is facing the top of the head?
Yes.
All right, so this would be her left eye, is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do you see in this eye?
So in this image, at the lateral part of her eye is a very small red area.
Is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes,
And what do you believe that is?
that is most consistent with a petechial hemorrhage.
And 102? All right, again, we're upside down. So top of her head is here at the base,
Yes,
correct? And this is her mouth at the top?
yes.
Okay. And this is a photograph of.
This is a photograph of the inside of her upper eyelid. And there's a very dark, almost linear looking area of hemorrhage on the inside of the eyelid.
Okay, is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes,
And what do you believe that is?
it's hemorrhage and it's surrounded by tiny hemorrhages, which would be petechia. That's large enough that we wouldn't call it a petechial hemorrhage, but it is hemorrhage.
Do you have an opinion on what the cause of this hemorrhage is?
Only in very general terms.
What are the general?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
So an area of hemorrhage on the inside of the eyelid of that size and shape is most consistent with a blunt impact to that region.
And then you indicated it was surrounded by petechia?
Yes,
All right, 103. All right, what are we looking at here?
this is the right ear and the part of the cheek that's just in front of the right ear. So we have the earlobe that's visible and then the ear canal. And then just in front of that are two red dots, and those are petechiae.
Is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes,
Okay. And 104. Is this just a closer view of those two petechia dots in front of her right here?
yes.
All right, 105. Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the lower part of her face and the right side of her neck. And the ruler is framing a oval, crescent-shaped, roughly crescent-shaped area of petechial hemorrhages.
Is that what this is here?
Yes.
Is there anything else noteworthy on this particular image?
There are other petechial hemorrhages that are a bit washed out in this photograph, but on the right side of her jawline is a very small cluster. Yes, in that region, yes.
And then these are the two that we previously identified in front of her ear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these are somewhat faint. Did you put or develop another slide with black dots placed on what you observed to be the petechiae?
Yes.
So now I'm showing what has been admitted for illustrative purposes only, 106. Okay. So is this a copy of the same photograph we just looked at,
Yes.
which is 105? And these black dots that are here, did you place those?
Yes, I did.
And are those placed on top of what you identified as petechiae?
Yes.
Okay. So specific to this region here on the neck, do you find any significance to the formation of the petechiae?
I can say that it is consistent with and not consistent with certain things,
Okay.
but I can't tell you exactly what it is.
Would it be consistent with a finger?
Yes.
And is it placed, where is the location of this particular crescent-shaped cluster of petechiae?
That particular distribution is at the anterior edge, so the front edge of the big muscle that comes down the side of the neck. So it is just in front of that muscle on the side of the neck.
And did you identify a hemorrhage in this particular location?
Yes.
And was that the hemorrhage to the carotid sheath on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Now, petechiae can be developed by restricting blood flow, correct?
Yes.
Can it also be from direct pressure?
Yes.
And let's see, move on to. Got a little bit out of order here. Okay. All right, moving on to 107. All right. Which side of Marcy's face is this?
This is the left side.
And do you see anything noteworthy in this particular photograph?
In this photograph, although very faint, there is a linear distribution of petechial hemorrhages just in front of her left ear.
Is that my pointing here?
Yes.
And is there any significance about this formation of petechiae?
Yes.
And what is that?
The distribution suggests that the skin was pinched in that area to create a linear distribution of injury.
Now, if petechiae had developed from, say, vomiting, would you expect for it to develop in this particular formation?
No.
What sort of formations would you expect to see?
With vomiting or sneezing, what I would expect to see is a generalized distribution of petechia across the face. In those situations, the petechia are easiest to see around the eyes and on the eyeballs, but they can be across the cheeks or down the neck.
but they're generally more dispersed and generalized.
Yes.
One oh eight. All right, is this just a closer view of those same linear petechiae on
Yes.
the left-hand side?
Yes.
One oh nine. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the inferior surface of the left earlobe, where there's two small red dots.
Is that here and here?
Yes,
And what do you believe those are?
those are most consistent with petechial hemorrhages.
Any significance to the location of those?
Not specifically, no.
All right, showing 110. All right, so we're still looking at the left side of Marcy's face, correct?
Yes,
And this is the linear formation of the petechiae here.
yes.
And what is this here?
That is a small cluster of bruises that are just below the left earlobe.
111. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the left side of her neck. For reference, her left ear is at the bottom right corner. And then her jawline, I know it's really hard to appreciate, but it would be diagonally across that. Yes,
Like that?
no.
Okay.
It would go from the corner of the ruler
Uh-huh.
more towards her ear canal. So
So from here, like this?
yes, that would be her jawline.
Okay. And is there anything significant on this particular photograph?
Yes, on the part of her neck that's closest to the 2 and 3, there's a very faint bluish contusion, so bruise, and within that is a cluster of petechial hemorrhages.
And where is the location of this bruise? Could you just show the jury on yourself?
Yeah. So this is on the left side. So it's again in front of this large muscle right here, just in front of it, and then below the ear.
And is the location of this bruise over the carotid artery?
Yes.
One 12. All right, so in this particular photo, we have the same linear pattern of the petechiae, contusion that we just talked about, bruise. Is there anything in addition to those two things in this particular photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
A little bit lower and more towards the front of her neck is a cluster, another linear cluster of petechiae that's a little bit on a diagonal orientation. Yes,
Is that where I'm pointing here?
yes.
Okay. Do you find any significance to the pattern of that portion of the petechiae?
Not specifically, no.
All right, now, 113, is this another situation where you put black dots over what you observe to be the petechiae
Yes,
to make it easier to see?
yes.
And publishing 113, which has been admitted for illustrative purposes only. All right, so in 113, we have the black dots. Is that what you observe to be the petechiae just next to her ear?
Yes,
And then down here lower, that's the linear pattern of petechiae on her neck.
yes,
And then this here was the bruise.
yes.
Anything else that's noteworthy about this particular photo?
No.
Right, 114. Is this a close-up version of that linear pattern of petechiae on her neck?
Yes.
All right, 115. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of her cheek and the part of her chin just below her lower lip. There's a red, pinkish red area of skin discoloration with, yes, that also had a bit of a rough or flaky texture to it.
And what did you determine the likely cause of this was?
That is most consistent with a very minor superficial skin infection, sometimes referred to as impetigo.
So we don't necessarily think this is related, or this isn't indicative of any sort of a strangulation event or trauma.
No.
And 160. Right. What are we looking at here?
This is the inside of her scalp. So in order to remove the brain, we have to invert the scalp. So this is the part of the scalp that sits right next to the skull. And in this image of the inside of her scalp are a number of deep red, pink to deep red spots.
And what is the significance of those to you?
These are hard to assign significance because this type of change is common in a lot of different types of death. So it is not unusual when a person dies for their scalp to become very congested and to look like this. But it can also be indicative of blood that has pooled in the head for other reasons.
I muted, but I caught it this time. So that was the Emmy on on direct examination. We have never seen her cross examination. They ended it, originally we only had her direct. So now I am going to get queued up her cross examination. Let's see what the defense tried to say.
And you indicated that you performed an autopsy.
Shirt shows she was, my feet are just aching. And so then I would
Yeah, because I was like, I couldn't understand, and I know that the state did not cross certain people when we were looking at the case. But I really found it funny that I know that a lot of the dispute in regards to the way Marcy passed away had something to do with
marriages have their ups and downs. Did your marriage have its ups and downs?
if she was strangled or not, right? So the defense definitely wants to talk about that.
There was,
So let me get it up here.
the ups and downs. We had so many good times. We have so many good memories and happy memories of raising the kids.
Like you mentioned yesterday that you want to do the autopsy as quickly as you can, right?
Within the constraints of the resources we have, yes.
Well, sure, ideally, you'd want to do it right away if you could, isn't that right?
There are a lot of variables to consider in that question.
You did the first. Well, first of all, why do you want to do it so quickly? Why is it important to do that early on?
Can you define quickly?
Sooner than later? Why would you do it the next day rather than 3 months later? Why would that be a good idea?
Even with refrigeration, the body does go through the decomposition process.
And, all right, so now you did the first autopsy on the 10th, you say, correct?
Yes,
And you started that about 10 in the morning, you said?
about, yes.
And then the second one was on the 11th. And when did you start that one?
I believe about 10 a.m. as well.
When did you finish that second?
I believe we probably finished in the afternoon.
2, 3? How many hours would it take?
I don't exactly recall the afternoon.
How about the first one? How long did that one take?
I believe we were done within about 2 hours.
Now, and then you completed your report on June 24th of 2024, correct?
Yes,
And that's because you're waiting for the toxicology report.
the toxicology report had been received, I believe, in March.
Now, when you first did the autopsy, you're doing the work and you're giving instructions to someone who's taking notes, correct?
There's a team of people that assist me.
Well, let's just talk about this particular one. You did the work and you're telling a tech basically what to write down. You're making comments and they're writing down your comments, correct?
During portions of the exam.
And someone else took photos. You didn't take the photos.
Yes.
Who took the photos?
I would have to refer to the photographs to address that. I don't exactly recall who took the photographs.
When did you first look at them?
The photographs?
Yes.
Probably within a day or two of the examinations.
And then you, within a day or two, the first or the second examination?
Both.
And then you looked at it again when you wrote your final report in June?
I suspect I looked at them a number of times between the exam and I finalized my report.
You know, you misspelled her name. You know that, correct?
Objection relevance.
The spelling of her name is what was given to us through documents.
You referred to her as Marcel instead of Marcella. You know that, correct?
I am not aware of the pronunciation of her name.
But is Marcel the name that's actually on the final death certificate that you issued?
I am not in control of the demographic information that is on a death certificate.
Are you not responsible for your own report that you write?
I do write my own report.
Now, you say that when you finish the first time, you finish after a couple hours, so maybe we're about noon, 1 o'clock, something like that?
About,
And somebody came to get the body, right?
yes.
When did they get it?
I believe the funeral home representative came about 2:45 or 2:50 in the afternoon.
Okay, who was the funeral home representative?
I do not know.
What standards do they use for transporting bodies after autopsies? Do you?
I'm not aware of those.
Now, you say it's not uncommon to re-examine the body, right?
Yes,
But that's usually, ideally, when they're still there and they're in the cooler, you can take it out and look at it again, right?
yes.
Okay, so sending it off with, some individual you don't know to go off for a few hours and then come back, that's probably not best practices, is it?
I would agree with that.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 101. You saw this earlier, and I think you identified that, correct?
Yes,
Now this, I'll just show you for a minute. There's a lot of like bloodshot eye right there, correct?
I would call those congested blood vessels.
And that's on the white part of the eye.
That's the the sclera or the conjunctiva.
Okay. Some people say conjunctiva, is that right?
Yes.
Now you didn't notice any discoloration or bruising on the front of her neck.
Can you define the front of her neck?
The anterior side of her neck.
The neck is curved, so there was some bruising that I would consider anterior lateral.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 1.
Okay.
Doctor, this one, you say shows some kind of bruising, maybe a little bit of abrasion on the back?
Yes.
It's kind of dark, isn't it?
That is one way to characterize it.
And that would suggest that maybe it's been there for a while.
Can you define a little while?
It looks like the blood has coagulated, correct?
I can't speak to the coagulations done.
And it looks like if there's bruising, that means that the heart was still beating and they may have happened at least sometime before she passed away, isn't that right?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit 122. Just ask you to look at that again.
All right.
I think you mentioned on direct examination that some of these are artifacts, correct?
They may be artifacts.
Okay. And don't they also line up with the things that you identified as injuries?
They do not.
Okay. Does this not fold up and meet this part right here?
It does not.
So you're saying that the two shadows at the bottom.
I would ask Your Honor that he allow the witness to see where he's pointing.
Okay, well, that's public. Okay. So I'm referring to the two darkened areas at the bottom, which you referred to as possible artifacts.
Yes.
Which means it might be something that you did perhaps during the process. Is that right?
Yes, potentially.
Okay. And then we're looking at the upper portion where there's a couple areas that you've identified as injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the ones on the lower portion, that was actually kind of severed and pulled down from the upper portion, correct?
No.
And so they kind of meet up, don't they? Common sense would tell us that.
I'm not sure what you mean by meet up.
In your testimony yesterday on exhibit number 123, you said you couldn't say what caused that little red dot.
That specific one, no.
Okay. So sometimes a red dot is just a red dot, is that right?
Sometimes it is indeterminate between artifact and injury.
I'm showing you exhibits 144 and 145.
Okay?
And the purpose of those was to show that there's some bruising on her elbow, correct?
Yes,
And again, they're darkened, correct?
that is one way to characterize them.
Well, how would you characterize
I would characterize them as contusions.
it? Okay. Darkened contusions?
It's a relative term.
Okay. And that again would suggest that it happened sometime before she passed away. No way to age them, could be hours, could be days, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know how these occurred, do we?
I do not have a mechanism by which they occurred.
She could have bumped her elbow.
Yes,
She could have fallen against something, the counter or something like that.
yes.
I'll show you exhibit 306. As we take a look at that. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And that features the Lucas bruise, doesn't it?
It features an imprint and an abrasion created by the Lucas device.
And that's fairly dark, if I could use such a word. It's fairly dark in the center, isn't it?
Again, dark,
Council, what number is the exhibit?
This is exhibit number 306.
Has it been admitted?
Does that fairly and accurately depict the injury that you saw when you did the autopsy?
I would not characterize it as an injury.
Does it fairly and accurately represent that portion of Marcy's body the day you did the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, move to admit exhibit 306.
Can I see it?
You have a copy.
It's a black one. Okay.
306 is admitted.
Okay, so that, if I'm there saying that darkened portion would be a bruising, wouldn't it?
It's not a bruise.
What would you call it?
There is an imprint where there is relative change in the skin color. There is an abrasion like crescent where the skin has been rubbed off. There's no corresponding contusion associated with that.
You don't see any darkened area around there?
That is discoloration. When we open up that skin, there's no definitive leakage of blood that would qualify it as a contusion.
You're aware that the Lucas has a suction cup on it?
It may have.
Well, does it or doesn't?
I'm not familiar with every Lucas device.
You're not familiar with the fact that the Lucas has on the limited point, it has a suction cup that attaches to the chest.
It may have.
That would help bring the chest back, wouldn't it?
I am not familiar with the detailed mechanisms of a Lucas device.
Doctor, I'm showing you what was entered yesterday as exhibit 154. Just ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
Where would the vertebral arteries be?
The vertebral arteries in this cross-section are not accurately depicted because this particular cross-section is using a thoracic vertebra, not a cervical vertebra, which is where the vertebral artery travels. This particular cross-section is below the level in the neck where the vertebral arteries enter the vertebra.
Now, the vertebral arteries, that's just another blood supply for the brain, isn't it?
It is.
You get blood supply from the carotid arteries, you get blood supply from the vertebral arteries that are kind of right by the vertebra, right?
Yes,
Okay, and they're protected, aren't they?
they are.
So when you, this naked rear chokehold you were talking about, you're not squeezing those, are you?
No.
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 307. Let's ask you to take a look at that for a second. Before you say anything, this is being admitted for demonstrative purposes, Council. I gave you a copy.
I don't have a copy. You just looked it up online.
Sorry. Okay. Would this assist you in demonstrating to the jury where the vertebral arteries are?
Potentially.
Move to admit Exhibit 307 for demonstrative purposes.
I could just ask a clarifying question. Is that an accurate illustration?
No.
I would object.
It's just for demonstrative purposes.
Well, the purpose of an illustrative exhibit is to allow the witness to explain whatever testimony or questions you're going to ask her. If she doesn't believe it allow her to do that, then nothing necessary.
Does this diagram show you roughly where the vertebral artery will be located relative to the spine?
In very general anatomic locations, it is a general anatomic location of the vertebral artery.
Would it assist you in explaining generally where the vertebral artery is to the jury?
Maybe,
Potentially?
potentially.
Move to admit.
Admitted for illustrative purposes.
So, Doctor, that red dot shows it being kind of protected by the vertebra, correct?
In that image, it is near the vertebra, which is not exactly how it is in the body.
Does it change relative to the vertebra as it travels up or travels down?
The relationship does not change from what is depicted there.
Does it at least explain why it might be protected from a squeeze like that?
Potentially.
Okay. Move to publish, Your Honor.
Well, if you're publishing it to allow it to explain testimony you're asking her to give,
Yes.
okay, well then have her step down and show what it is you want her to show.
Okay, well, can you step down, please, and show the jury where it's located, how it
So in this image, this is a cross-section of the neck, very similar to the one that we looked at yesterday. The front of the neck is here, and then the back of the neck is here. The vertebral artery is next to the vertebra on both sides. There's two that travel up the back. And so in this diagram, it shows the relationship of the vertebral artery being next to the vertebra, which is sort of this tannish structure here. So each vertebral artery sits right next to bone on both sides. And so as it travels up, when it is next to a vertebra, it's protected. There are gaps between the vertebra where it's unprotected, but when it is next to bone, it's protected.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 155 that was made yesterday. You recognize that, right?
Yes, I do.
And would that artery be protected during this move?
It is.
So in other words, even though you've cut off blood supply, let's say that you occlude the carotid artery, correct? You still have a blood supply going to the brain, don't you?
There is blood flowing to the brain.
And that, I'm going to ask you about Exhibit 166. Same question, would it be protected in that move?
Yes.
And so again, you'd have continued blood flowing through the vertebral artery to the brain, even though the carotid artery is occluded, correct?
Yes.
And that has the effect of building pressure, doesn't
It can.
it? Well, if blood is pumping in, and let's say the jugular is cut off, it's not going to come out, is it, for the most part?
Blood will continue to flow in as long as the heart is beating.
It's going to continue to build pressure.
Yes.
And you said that if this rear naked chokehold you're talking about, if it's applied just right, not too much movement, avoid the hyoid bone, you're saying that it could cause unconsciousness in just maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds?
Yes.
But now, in order to cause death, we're looking at more like 5 to 10 minutes, aren't we?
Yes.
That's 5 to 10 minutes of no blood coming out, blood going in, pressure, pressure, pressure. Is that what you're suggesting? Is that what would happen to cause death? Is that the situation?
No.
Isn't it true that if you cut off the blood supply for 10 minutes, you're going to have massive petechia?
No.
You're going to have a pretty clear line across the neck where there's no petechia below it, and above it, you're going to have a whole bunch of scattered petechia.
No, that's not what I'm testifying to.
What are you saying would happen? If blood is going in and causing petechia, why wouldn't you get massive petechia?
So I'm not testifying that that I agree that blood will continue to flow in through the vertebral arteries. And I agree that there is some increase in pressure. The vertebral arteries through the basilar artery supply so little blood to the brain that the person dies from lack of oxygen to the brain before there is sufficient blood buildup in the brain from the vertebral arteries.
You've seen people hang themselves, correct?
Yes,
Don't they have petechia in their face?
sometimes.
So now you're saying that this demonstration you gave yesterday with these diagrams, this is Exhibit 155, you're saying that wouldn't necessarily cause petechia?
It can.
So what you referred to as petechia, that you said petechia-like could be petechia, you're saying that doesn't necessarily support the theory that she was strangled to death by a rear naked chokehold?
Can you repeat the question?
You testified yesterday that the injuries you saw were consistent with this rear naked chokehold. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you're saying that, well, maybe petechia doesn't support it.
It does.
But you said it was petechia-like, correct? You're not positive because you never cut into them, you didn't verify that they're petechia. Correct?
My opinion is they are petechiae.
And petechia forms within seconds to minutes, correct?
They can.
Now, the contusion that we saw, this is in number 137, you said that that would not cause death, correct? That's not necessarily something that would cause death.
Yes.
Now, you said that you were unable to think of any external forces or external causes that would have caused death, so you deemed it a strangulation and homicide, correct?
In general, I agree with that statement.
What if the person was nauseous, felt ill, had a massive headache, fell down and hit their head on the toilet? Would that point explain the contusion?
Objection relevance?
That is one scenario to explain the contusion on her head.
Thank you. They got dizzy and fell and hit their head on the bathtub, same thing. Possible explanation for the contusion, correct?
It is a possible scenario.
Basically, having a fall and hitting your head on any hard object that could cause it, that's a possible explanation.
Yes.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but not quite this same thing. You examined 8 different tissues under a microscope.
Yes.
That must have taken a while. How long did that take?
I don't have a specific recollection of the time it took.
Well, you did all the cutting and examination, all the dissection within 2 hours, and you examined 8 different kinds of tissue. How long do you think you spent on the tissue, just examining it under a microscope?
The examination of the tissues under a microscope is a separate process that takes place several weeks after the autopsy.
How long did it take you to do it when you did it?
I don't have a specific recollection.
How long would it take to examine one tissue sample?
It's highly variable and it depends on the tissue sample and the potential pathologies that are in that tissue.
10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
It's highly variable.
Well, give me an example. How long could it take?
As long as it takes. I can't give you a definitive answer. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it might be 20 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 309. This is just for your own information. On Bates stamp 496. There's a note next to brain. What does that say?
Sorry,
Objection.
counsel, you asking the witness to read from an exhibit in the presence of the jury?
Strike the question. I'll ask a different question. There's an entry that has an arrow from the brain that says NP.
Would object, Your Honor.
Sustained. If you wish to have an exhibit read into the record, you need to have it identified and admitted.
You planned originally to send the brain for testing with the neuropathologist, did you?
Yes,
And that would have just been a request and sending off a sample, isn't that right?
not a sample.
You just sent the whole brain.
Yes,
So that would have required just boxing up the brain and sending it off to the lab with a request, correct?
it's a little more complicated than that.
Well, sure, but essentially, isn't that what you do?
Simplifying the process, yes.
To cut into a suspected petechia-like spot, how long would that have taken to put that under a microscope and look at that?
The removal of the tissue takes a certain amount of time. That tissue then goes to a laboratory, and that process takes a week to several weeks. The tissue comes back, and I look at it under a microscope. Which part of that process?
Well, how much of your time would it take?
It's variable.
20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Can you specify which part of that?
Okay. You take the sample, you make the cutting. How long does that take?
Depends on the part of the body that I'm cutting it to.
10 minutes? 20 minutes?
It's highly variable.
So you make the cutting, which is highly variable, then you want to package up to send to the lab. How long does that take?
Anywhere from several minutes to 10 minutes.
And you are not able to say how any of the injuries occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
So there's no dislocation or fracture of the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And that's a little bone that sits right about here, kind of goes up and down when we swallow.
It's significantly higher in the neck.
Forgive me for not knowing my anatomy better. You didn't see a fractured thyroid cartilage.
Yes,
You didn't.
I did not.
You didn't see a swollen tongue.
No.
That could be an example or an indication of this asphyxiation. couldn't it?
I am not familiar with swelling of the tongue as an indicator of asphyxia.
Is this something you look at?
Yes.
What does it indicate?
Generally, swelling of the tongue indicates an anaphylactic reaction.
You didn't see any what you'd call defensive wounds.
I do not use the term defensive wounds in my reporting.
Okay. So all the work you've done supports the theory that she was strangled with a rear naked chokehold. Is that right?
The injuries I documented are consistent with that.
All right, that's all I have.
Redirect.
Are the injuries that you documented only consistent with a rear naked chokehold?
No.
Are they also consistent with putting your fingers into somebody's neck?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked why you hadn't included mention of a massage in your report. What was the cause of death indicated in your report?
I listed the cause of death as asphyxia due to blunt neck trauma.
And why call it asphyxia and not strangulation?
I used those terms specifically and not strangulation because strangulation has different meanings in different contexts. And to avoid any miscommunication or misinterpretation, I chose words that would be accurate and not exclude or limit interpretation.
Does asphyxia mean to either cut off the air or blood flow? Or what do you mean by asphyxia, I guess is the question.
Asphyxia means lack of oxygen. So in this case, lack of oxygen to the brain is what kills people. So lack of oxygen to the brain from blunt neck trauma.
And what is a manner of death?
The manner of death, or
What is a manner of death generally?
the manner of death is a medical legal category that we assign to deaths. Every state has at least 5 manners of death: natural, homicide, suicide, accident, and undetermined. So we have 5 categories to pick from for manner of death. Some states have 1 or 2 more. And the definitions of those and how to apply those guide what we assign to different deaths. So of those 5 categories in this situation, homicide was the most appropriate manner of death.
And why is homicide the most appropriate manner of death in this case?
The injuries that she sustained most likely came about from the actions of another person. Those injuries resulted in her death, so that qualifies it for homicide.
And was that the cause and manner of death that you indicated in your report?
Yes.
Is that still your opinion on the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Do you believe that a deep tissue massage is a likely cause of the contusion to the back of Marcy's head?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Can you repeat?
Sorry, I sustained the objection to the request that what she believed. If you're asking her expert opinion, you need to rephrase the question.
In your training and experience, is a deep tissue massage a likely cause of the contusion that you observed?
No.
Why not?
The location of the contusion is, part of it is over a bony prominence, which is not a focus of a tissue massage. That's the first reason. The second is that if there is slow continual pressure of the tissue sufficient to cause bleeding in the muscles, I would expect there to be injury to the skin surface. And the third is that if deep tissue massages resulted in contusions of this nature, I would expect far more people to have contusions.
And how about any of the other injuries that you observed during the course of the autopsy? Do you think any of those could be contributed or attributed to a deep tissue massage in your training and experience?
No.
Objection, vague question, calls for narrative response.
It's
also leading question.
I'll overrule the objection, all the answers. Next step.
Did you observe a video of Ted West demonstrating the massage he allegedly gave his mother to law enforcement?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I think I need to be heard on this.
Apparently I have to resolve an issue outside the presence. Close your notepad, raise it there, chair, and discuss the case. Ask me what you want to ask.
Did you observe a video of Ted West demonstrating the massage he allegedly gave his mother to law enforcement?
Yes,
Is that part of your case file?
yes,
Is that something that you reviewed in determining potentially what the causes of death? Or is that something that you reviewed in forming your opinion?
I did review it. I cannot tell you if I reviewed it before or after I issued the cause of death. In reviewing that video, it did not present me with information that I felt warranted changing the cause and manner of death.
Is that something that you would do if you received information that led you to a different conclusion?
Yes,
And in your training and experience, could the massage that you observed have caused the contusion to the back of the head that you observed?
No.
Why not?
because the location of it is over bony prominence, because the size of the contusion is consistent with tremendous force, and I would expect there to be skin changes. If there was sufficient force to cause bruising, there should be damage to the skin. And then the third reason is that if deep tissue massages caused such contusions, I would expect to see a lot more people in general with contusions.
Is the back of the head a place that Ted West indicated that he massaged in the video?
No.
And in your training and experience, could the massage that he demonstrated having done to his mother cause the hemorrhage to her carotid sheaths?
No.
Why not?
The region of the neck where the carotid sheaths are is uncomfortable to push on with pressure. There are a number of large nerves in that area that with pressure would elicit either extreme discomfort or pain. And then putting pressure on the neck in that region runs the risk of limiting blood flow to the brain.
Is the front of the neck where the carotid sheaths are an area that he demonstrated that he applied pressure?
No.
And how about the hemorrhage to the esophagus? Is there anything that he demonstrated having done that could have caused the hemorrhage to the esophagus?
No.
Did you see any injuries to the places where Ted indicated in the video he was applying pressure to his mother?
No.
No further questions on that topic?
Any question for Leslie Alford, please?
Your Honor, I just have argument frankly.
Okay, what's the argument?
So, Your Honor, the doctor did not rely upon this video to form her opinion. She's not even sure if she had it before or after she released her report. The officers came to my office on August 14th. This was 2 months after she released her report, so she didn't have it when she wrote her report. So she didn't rely on it. That's number one. Second thing is, until this moment, I was not aware that it was shared with her or she'd be testifying about it. And it's not in evidence. So it's not something that she could be given as part of the evidence. So it might be rebuttal, but it is definitely not something for direct examination. So it's a discovery violation to feed her this well after I've talked to her, and now she's giving an opinion on what some other witness did in the case. So it's inappropriate, and it's not proper inquiry. It's not evidence in the court, Judge.
When did you speak to her? When did you speak to her?
March of 2024.
And when was this
No.
information about what Mr. West available?
So August of 2024.
So you're suggesting it's a discovery violation that you weren't able to ask her about something that happened 6 months later?
No, Judge, hold on a second here. So I interviewed her on March 28, 2025, I'm sorry. And, but this is not something she relied on. It's not part of her, her file. It's nothing that was a subject matter for her. They've since given her that video for her to give an opinion. It's not in evidence. It's actually going to be a comment on another witness, and that's inappropriate as well.
Response?
Well, the only thing I would indicate, Your Honor, is that I didn't intend to get into the massage with this particular witness. In fact, I spoke with Mr. Walker during a break from the witness's testimony and said, is it okay with you if I go into the massage at this point so she doesn't have to take the stand again? He indicated, no, that would be objectionable because I haven't raised it yet. And so I said, okay, I won't. Sat down, and then he brought up the massage with her during cross. So all I'm doing is rehabilitating the witness at this point. And additionally, the massage has been brought in. She did rely on it, and she did not change her opinion. It's not a discovery violation.
But didn't you ask her about the massage?
I asked her about certain forces. I didn't say massage. I said if you gave a sustained, a sustained duration, hard force with your knuckles or elbow, could that cause that? At the time she said could.
Okay, are you suggesting or are you planning on suggesting that this massage caused death or that it caused her injury?
It could have caused the tissue damage, but Judge, it's not been brought up yet. It's not, there's been no evidence that she had a massage. This might be rebuttal, but it's definitely not something for this testimony.
I sustain the objection at this point. Appears to be beyond the scope of what was brought up in the cross-examination. I will indicate if it's appropriate to ask an expert about other people's testimony and other things. So if you bring in a massage and are claiming that the massage either is a cause of death or a cause of injury, then she can come back up in rebuttal and explain why it is.
There should.
Okay, are you ready for the jury? Bring in the jury.
Dr. Burt, I'm showing you what has been marked identification purposes as 146 through 150 and 260 those.
Okay.
And what do those depict?
These are photographs of her clothing taken after the clothing was removed from her body.
And do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of the clothing?
Yes.
Move to admit 146 through 150.
I'm sorry, Counsel, could I see them one more time, please? Thank you. No objection.
146 through 150 are admitted.
Right, first,
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Grant?
Right. Right. Dr. Burt, this is 146. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of her bra that was taken after it was removed from her body.
And is that how it appeared as it was removed?
Yes,
Is this an underwire bra or what sort of a bra is this?
it is an underwire bra.
And I know there's a little bit of blood there on the cup. Do you know what that was attributed to?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have any concern about blood?
I do not.
And why is that?
The amount of blood is very small. The distribution of it is consistent with passive transfer during disrobing of the body. And in the, we do a set of photographs before we remove the clothing, and there was no blood in that location.
And also showing 149. Is this the sweatshirt that Marcy is wearing?
Yes,
And 150. All right, and it looks like there's a little bit of blood here in the kind of the armpit and the arm of the sweatshirt.
yes,
And do you have any concerns about that blood?
I do not.
And why is
It appears to be passive transfer during the process of disrobing her.
So not necessarily from the time of her death?
No.
All right, now defense counsel asked about the glucose quite a bit. Why didn't you have NMS Labs test for glucose?
The accuracy of post-mortem blood glucose is minimal. The blood glucose in any person rapidly changes after they die.
How rapid is that?
It starts falling within 30 minutes to an hour, and is usually undetectable within about 12 to 24 hours after death.
And defense counsel asked whether glucose levels could rise during vomiting. Remember that?
Yes,
Is that possible?
it is possible.
If Marcy had vomited around 11 p.m., what would you expect to see with regards to her glucose around 4:30 a.m.?
If she had, her body had initiated a stress response to the vomiting, I would expect that assuming she did not continue vomiting, but that she returned to baseline, that her blood glucose would also return to a normal level.
And then again, seizure activity drops glucose even further?
In the immediate time period of the seizure, it does tend to drop blood glucose.
And it could rise after a seizure, correct?
Yes, yes,
But it has to be a naturally beating heart.
yes.
What do you look at to determine whether someone has a seizure disorder?
The information that I use to establish that diagnosis is the person's medical history and social history. A seizure disorder, chronic seizures, is based on historical repetitive seizures throughout a person's life.
Did you see any indication of a seizure disorder in Marcy's medical records?
No.
Did you see any indication of a seizure disorder in the history provided by her husband?
No.
Any other indications of a seizure disorder that you observed?
No.
Did you have your evaluation peer reviewed?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The peer review process that we use at Clark County involves having another board certified forensic pathologist review the autopsy report and associated documents for accuracy and clarity.
If they're reviewing for accuracy and clarity, do they also review to determine whether or not they concur with your cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And did you have this particular report reviewed?
Yes.
Who did that review?
Dr. Jennifer Nara.
Is she another forensic pathologist?
She is.
Can you explain again why there might be limited petechiae in the vascular strangulation?
With abrupt collapse of both the jugular vein and the carotid artery, there is very limited blood flow into the brain, into the face, so that there is not an appreciable rise in intracapillary pressure. The rise in the pressure, if it's sufficient, can cause blood vessels to rupture, which is then can look like petechiae, which are petechiae. So if you have sudden and sustained collapse of both the jugular and the carotid artery, there isn't the abrupt rise in capillary pressure.
And is petechia conclusive for strangulation?
No.
Is it corroborative of strangulation?
It can be.
And why didn't you cut each suspected petechiae spot out and examine it under a microscope?
The location of the petechiae would have resulted in devastating cosmetic damage. And so in weighing the usefulness of examination against my experience in training and interpretation, I did not feel that that was warranted, and that my diagnosis was sufficient.
Do families sometimes want a viewing of the deceased after an autopsy as an eventual cremation?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about the injury to the back of the head being a hematoma. What is a hematoma?
Hematoma is one subcategory of contusions.
Okay. So a hematoma is a type of contusion?
Yes.
Okay. And are the photographs part of your record?
Yes.
And you have multiple photographs of this particular contusion, correct?
Yes.
How often would you say that you examine people who have undergone resuscitation efforts?
I estimate between 20 and 30% of all of the autopsies that I do, those people have had some form of resuscitation.
Have you ever seen this constellation of injuries in someone else through resuscitation efforts?
No.
And why didn't you send the brain for additional testing?
My decision tree involved, first of all, evaluating whether or not she had a chronic seizure disorder. In the absence of that diagnosis, the lesions of the brain that could result in an acute first onset seizure are things that I can diagnose during the autopsy. And so the utility of a neuropathologic examination was not necessary at that point.
But you still have tissue available,
Yes,
and somebody else could test that if they wanted to.
yes.
And defense counsel spoke to you about the LifeScan records a little bit. Is there anything after reviewing Marcy's medical records, including the LifeScan, that caused you concern that natural disease led to her death?
No.
I have no further questions at this time.
Doctor, you said you saw no evidence of a seizure disorder in her past, correct?
Yes,
But you didn't have any records showing any regular doctor visits or any testing for that, did you?
I did not.
Your records went back to 2016. There's nothing in there about that.
There was not.
Now, you said that you didn't want to cut any of the PQ because of cosmetic reasons? That is what you said, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so cosmetics is more important than the accuracy of your report?
in weighing the utility, in weighing the information that I would have gained versus my confidence in my interpretation did not warrant pursuing that.
Do you know what the Lucas mark looks like? Because it's that kind of round area on the chest, correct?
Yes,
You didn't know what an EC hold was, issue that I asked you about, correct?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Objection beyond the scope.
Oh, how would you know if it's CPR related when you don't even know what the CPR steps are?
The mechanisms, the physical steps of CPR are fairly standard.
Well, yesterday when I asked you to tell me about any one of them, you just drew a complete blank, correct?
I cannot explain in detail all of the variations that might be employed.
So you said that you didn't send out the brain to the neuropathologist because it's something you feel you could have diagnosed yourself. You could have examined yourself.
The diseases and processes that could result in a first-time seizure are things that I can diagnose.
But you didn't.
I did not identify a lesion or pathology to explain a first-time seizure.
So Doctor, you were, the contusion on the back of the head, I'm just going to go back for a second. That was, the contusion is basically at the base of the skull, isn't it?
Yes,
Kind of where the bony part of the head gets into the soft tissue of the upper part of the neck, correct?
yes.
Go ahead, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Subject
Subject to recall.
Yes.
to recall at this time, but you're subject to recall, so you, unless you're being asked to observe as an expert, you can't remain in the courtroom. You need to keep the parties advised of how to reach you and not discuss testimony with any other potential witness. Have all the exhibits been returned to the court?
I believe so.
Do you have any exhibits in your possession?
I do not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess. It'll be about 15 minutes.
Right.
Okay. Oh, no, don't worry, SD. It's not about to happen. Don't worry. Because I know SD is probably about to pull her hair out. Like, oh my gosh, she about to play her again. No, it's to my understanding that what we are supposed to be playing again is our lady with the long hair, the lady that caused them to do the second autopsy, right? That's whose testimony we were going to look at next, to my understanding. He is, yeah. He's such a goofy. Oh, here she go. Oh, shoot. Karen talks too much. She was only on there for a second, huh? I thought she was on there longer than that. She was only on there for like 8 minutes.
Would you stop and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that any testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that truth? Which is true, it is, huh? Now that you're seated, please state your name in full, then spell your last name for the court's record.
My full name is Kathleen Linton, Linton. I go by Katie.
All right, go ahead, Counsel.
What is your occupation?
I am a firefighter with Kansas Washougal Fire Department.
And what is your current role with the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter, EMT, and a captain.
And what do you do as a captain with the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
Well, it's a regular duty position, so I'm on the engine every day, shift work, kind of oversee my crew, calls, station duties, those kinds of things.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
Just over 13 years.
And can you please describe your educational background?
Well, I am an EMT basic for that, but prior to starting with Camus Fire, I'm a veterinarian as well.
And any prior related work history with regard to your work at the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
Not really. I was a volunteer for a little over a year and a half.
What sort of work did you do before you were at the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
I was a veterinarian full time, and then various jobs prior to that.
Okay. And are you familiar with a man by the name of Kevin West?
I am.
And how is it that you're familiar?
Work.
And do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify it by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Black jacket.
Let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Ito.
When did you first meet Kevin West?
When I started with the Camus Washougal Fire.
And that was?
Late 2012.
And how often would you interact with him in your time at the Kansas Washougal Fire Department?
I was on his crew the first year. So.
And how about after that?
The occasional shifts. We all know each other. We work together. He was our union vice president for a while, so.
Okay. Was there a period of time that you were interacting with him more?
Earlier in my career, I was on his shift, on his crew.
How often were the two of you interacting, say, in like 2019?
Not a lot.
When you did interact with him, how was he speaking about his wife, Marcy?
In that time period, I don't know that we talked about it a lot. I know there was trouble in the relationship, and I think about that time period there was talk of him moving out and renting an apartment from a coworker.
Objection, this is based on our sustain the objection and disregard the last comment. Listen to the question asked and answer that question.
Around this time period, what was Kevin specifically telling you about his relationship with Marcy?
Not sure how to answer it with that. I did ask him at one point, because I'd heard he was getting a divorce and moving out. And then he made a comment. I was working, I believe, an overtime shift. about plans they had in the future, and I did ask, are you not getting a divorce?
Okay, and what was his response?
He had told me that he had talked to a lawyer and that he would only have $1,600 or $1,800 a month to live on if he got a divorce, which seemed odd to me. And I did ask, like,
Objection to relevance, move to strike.
I understood it. She was about to relate part of the conversation, so I'll overrule the objection. if
She
that's
said-
the response.
She said it seemed odd to her.
She said it seemed odd to her, and so she said she was going to ask him something. So if it's related to your conversation with Mr. West, you can answer. If it's your own speculations or discussions with someone else, you can't answer.
it was a conversation I had with him, and I asked, how could you only have $1,600 or $1,800 a month? We make a pretty good living. I just didn't see that, and he just said he had talked to a lawyer, and that was what they told him, and that he was stuck financially.
Okay. And when was that conversation approximately?
I know it was before COVID. I think around 2018.
Yeah, I'm gonna object based upon relevance, move to strike that answer, 2018.
I overrule the objection.
Were you scheduled to work on January 8th of 2024?
I was scheduled to come into work that morning.
And did something happen prior to the start of your shift?
Yes.
And what was that?
I live in a location where I heard sirens going by my house that woke me up about somewhere after 4 a.m. I'm not sure what time. And you could kind of tell the difference between a nothing code 3 call and they're going to something by the sound of the sirens. And I kind of was like, well, I wonder what that is, if they have a fire or something. So I opened up my phone and looked at the call and looked at the call notes.
And when you looked at the call notes, what did you learn?
It was a seizure call. I thought, okay, and I was reading the notes. It said, I believe 48-year-old female having a seizure. I knew engine 41 ended up getting dispatched. It said it went into CPR in progress, which definitely caught my attention, because that's not a normal progression.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain this for the last comment. Do you have additional questions of the witness?
When you observed, did you end up going into work that day?
I did.
And when did you go into work?
A couple hours early.
And was that because of what you had observed in the app?
Yes, because I looked at the notes, looked at the location, it didn't click, and then when I was going back to look at the notes to see what was going on more, I clicked on the screen that had the caller name and I saw the caller name. So then I knew it was Kevin's house and his wife, and I knew the crew going would be affected, and I texted the battalion chief and said, hey, I saw the call, I can come in early to get people out of there. We were going through it.
Did you ultimately learn that Marcy West had passed?
Yes.
Without going into specifically why, did you have concerns that the death may not have been natural?
Yes,
And did you report that information?
I did.
To whom?
I came in to talk to the sheriff, and they stopped me and redirected me to the ME's office.
Did you then go to the medical examiner's
I did.
office? Is that a yes?
Yes,
And did you convey to them your concerns?
I did.
And did you originally ask to remain anonymous?
I did,
And why was that?
because I was scared.
Why were you scared?
Objection, roll of spin.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Do you know Casey Jones?
I do.
You friends with her?
I work with her.
That's all I have, thank you.
Redirect?
No, you're,
Okay, the witness be excused.
yes.
She said she reported it, but she wanted to remain anonymous. I missed that one the first time. I tell you, every time I listen to this stuff over and over again, I find so many things that I haven't heard the first time. Good grief. I didn't know that. I was wondering when somebody was saying that they fear for her safety. I can't remember who put that in the chat. But now I understand why she didn't want to say anything, because she didn't want nobody to know that it was her. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Wow. But unfortunately, they probably called her in here. Let's see here. Let me go check and make sure they haven't did anything else for me. I think they just posting stuff that we already got. I don't know. I guess she probably wanted to remain anonymous until they I guess once they started their investigation and they determined that there was more to it and she was gonna probably have to go to court, then she probably was okay with, you know. You said, Roseanne, you said the closing arguments? Let me go find those on the channel, because I know I got them on our page. So let me go get them from here. Because that'll be the easiest way for me to show it. Yeah, they were on. Yeah, they were like. Will it let me share it over here? Okay, let me do it over here. Thank you, Barb. I see you that came back up in this place. You back up in here. I forgot I did that as a parent. Sorry, y'all.
The story the defendant told falls apart. It falls apart for a number of reasons, but it's proven blatantly untrue based on Marcy's body and his phone. Now, the first thing that I want to address is the autopsy. What does her body tell us? Her body is going to tell us what happened to her. So you'll recall the testimony of Dr. Burns and the injuries that she detailed. It was pretty extensive testimony, but she detailed that there was hemorrhaging to both carotid sheaths just below the jaw, that there was a hemorrhage to the esophagus on one side, that there was a large contusion to the back of her head starting here at the bony prominence and extending about 6 centimeters down, and that she had bilateral bruising behind the ears. And behind one of the ears, there was something that appeared kind of like an abrasion. So you'll recall that she testified that the bilateral bruising behind the ears can occur two ways, right? So it can occur either as an internal injury by the compression of the jugular. So the congestion caused by the compression of the jugular causing the hemorrhaging behind the ears. Or it can be from external trauma, or it can be from both. These are not injuries caused by CPR. These are not injuries caused by a seizure. These are not injuries caused by the eye gel or the bag valve mask, and they are certainly not injuries caused by massage. They are exactly what you see when force is applied to the sides of the neck. When blood flow to the brain is deliberately cut off by the compression of the carotids. The medical evidence tells you how Nancy died, which was a vascular strangulation. But what happened before and after is important. That tells us why. It's the motive, right? So people act for reasons. And we don't need to prove motive to prove a crime. You're not going to see that in the elements. But in this case, the motive is glaringly apparent. The defendant's marriage was deteriorating. And he was blaming Marcy for the deterioration of his marriage, just as he did in court. The defendant was deeply involved in an affair. To call it an affair is a little bit of an understatement. This was an obsession. He was meeting her family. He was introducing her to his family. They were making plans for the future. They were discussing marriage. They were discussing buying property together in Goldendale. They were talking about their new life together. He was telling his friends about trips that he planned to take them. He had retained an attorney. You see that in the text messages. And he had planned to move out. But divorce meant financial consequences. Because you'll recall the testimony from Casey Jones and Katie Linton, where they went through the worksheet, right? That was with Casey Jones. And they plugged in his salary and Marcy's salary and the number of years that they've been married. And he determined that he was going to have to pay alimony indefinitely. And he changed his clothes and left work early. He was so upset. And Katie Linton tells you that she was asking him about the divorce. He said, I can't, I'm stuck. His financial situation hasn't changed. In fact, it's arguably getting worse, as you see in the text messages. Now, the timeline in this particular case matters. It tells us the how. So in this case, starts a number quite a while earlier. It starts actually in July when he meets up with Cynthia for the first time. After they rekindle their relationship. But for purposes of this timeline, we're going to start on December 13th. So we're talking about 3 weeks prior to Marcy's death. December 13th, they have a pretty big fight. We read most of it to you. You'll have the text messages that you'll be able to review during deliberations. But Marcy's telling Kevin, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm really tired of being berated. You have stated your feelings and I hear you. You haven't said one nice thing. Give me 2 weeks to find somewhere to go. The next day, December 14th, Marcy has a safari search for apartments for rent in Washington. She knows the marriage is on the way out. Presumably around Christmas, he's writing these Christmas cards that you have. Detective Arvizo already read them to you, but just highlight one little portion for you here. From the Christmas tree, to the food we prepare, to the home we make, to the decorations we display, our love will be present everywhere. Next year, 2024, will be our year. We will be together celebrating every day with love and understanding of what it means for you and I to be together. Our story will ring in the new year, for loud for all to hear. I love you, Cynthia. Love forever and always, Kevin. 2024 was going to be their year. That was when it's all happening. And this is how we know there was an actual plan. right? You'll recall in the interview that Mr. West had with law enforcement, they asked him, was there a plan to leave? He says no. That was false. There was a plan, he had retained an attorney, and he had told multiple people when exactly he was moving out. All right, so exhibits 181 and 173 are text messages that you'll have. So on January 3rd of 2024, so we're talking 5 days prior to Marcy's death at this point, the defendant texts Walter Ward, who is Cynthia's mother, that he will be moving out on the 8th and seeing an attorney on the 9th. He's also texting with Paul Person, who is Cynthia's brother-in-law, the same day. And he says, I'm moving out on Monday, which was January 8th. You'll have a calendar to double check. And papers are done on Tuesday, January 9th. I know where I sit. So now we jump to the night prior to Marcy's death, January 7th of 2020 or 2024. Right? And on this day where he's having this amazing night with Marcy and they're making love, he's texting his mistress's mother. Just felt the need to send you a message. Today has been a tough day. I keep thinking about how happy I was yesterday and how we laughed. I want you to know how spiritually connected Cynthia and I are. We have something so incredibly special. Yesterday, talking with you, her and I together felt so great. I can't explain the familiarity and love I have for both of you. You are my family, and I feel like we always have been. Thank you for your love and support. I will never be able to express how much that means to me. I love Cynthia to tears, and I will always give her my all. Love you, Mom. He later texts her, please know how strong we are and that nothing will come between us. I love you so much. And then again later, I'm leaning on you today because I feel so close to you. Cynthia has shared your struggles through life, and I know how strong you are. I don't want to worry my mom, and I need you. I miss Cynthia so much, even though we are so close to being together. Today is hard because I miss her so much. I absolutely ache for her, wishing tomorrow would come. I'm so sorry for leaning on you, but you are someone I so trust and love. And then again later, he texts again Cynthia's mother, says, I will never let go. This is what he's doing right before he makes love to his wife. So then we have an account from him that she vomits, right? Different times in different interviews, it changes here in testimony. Somewhere between 9:30 and 11 is kind of where we're at. Now, today, he tells you that she vomited, that he went back downstairs and was scrolling on his phone. Why is he changing that? Well, he told you, because the Apple Health data came to light. So now he's got to account for why his phone's moving around a lot. Because it was inconsistent with his story that he told to law enforcement. The Apple Health data didn't match up. So now he's got to tweak it a little bit. So let's look at the Apple Health data because it's crucial in this case. All right. At 12:09 a.m., after in every interview, he said that both of them were asleep, right? Up until today. 12:09 a.m., Kevin's phone logs 55 steps. At 12:10, Marcy's phone logs 86 steps. So they're up together. At 12:20, there's a Safari search on Marcy's phone for mother of the bride dresses. That's the last we hear from Marcy's phone before her time. At 1:09, there's a Google search on Kevin's phone for the hotel ledger. And then there's a break in activity where the phone's not moving around. Now, does that mean that they're sedentary? No. It just means that they're not holding the phone, right? Because this isn't a wearable device. They have to actually be carrying the phone around. So there's a break here. We don't know what's happening. It's possible that's when Marcy is killed. 2:11 a.m., his phone logs 143 steps and 2 floors. 2:22 a.m., his phone logs 164 steps and 1 floor. 2:38 a.m., his phone logs 119 steps. 2:48 a.m., his phone logs 128 steps. 3 a.m., his phone logs 457 steps. 310, 133 steps. 421, 198 steps. And then at 427 is when the 911 call starts. There's no steps at 427. The steps occurred 6 minutes prior. Now recall from his testimony, he said that he saw her seizing, right, the phone was plugged in, wasn't moving. He sees her seizing, the dog is whimpering, he runs around to her side of the bed, and he lowers her to the floor, we saw the demonstration. And then has to go back to his side of the bed to get the phone from the charger and come back over to Marcy to render aid. It doesn't match. At 4:27, the 911 call starts. 1 minute and 50 seconds in, he's saying she's still seizing. 2 minutes 34 seconds in, he says she's not breathing. 3 minutes and 9 seconds in, she stops seizing. 3 minutes and 22 seconds in, the 911 dispatcher tells him to start CPR. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in, he says he has to go unlock the door. And then 9 minutes, 30 seconds in, you hear the paramedics and the fire arriving. And then the call ends at 4:37 a.m. At 4:39, his phone logs 8 steps. So, unfortunately, this is really what we can know about what was happening, because we have no report from us, right? We can't ask for one. But the phone told a story, and it was inconsistent with what he had told law enforcement. So we had a JJ. All right. After the 8th, after her death, we have at 8 a.m., he starts telling his friend Kevin Belines, one of his best friends, when they're alone, because he acts very different when he has an audience, right? Just like up there, just like in here. But when he's one-on-one with those that are closest to him, his true colors come out. And he tells his best friend, Kevin Belines, I feel bad for not feeling bad. This is approximately 3 hours after his wife was declared deceased. Now, during the day, that same day, he asked Mark Woodland about getting rid of Marcy's things. And he makes the unsolicited comment about how autopsies often come back inconclusive. It wasn't weeks later, as he made it seem during testimony. It was the same day. And again, later that same day, he tells his other best friend, Scott Slocum, that he feels relieved, like a burden has been lifted. Now, during testimony here today, he tells you, I didn't mean about Marcy, right? I was just talking about the fire department. They were alleviating so many of my concerns. Scott was pretty clear what he was talking about, and he told you. And then at 5:22 p.m. on the day of Marcy's death, he texts with Cynthia's mother. Cynthia told me you're aware of Marcy's death this morning and how hard it's hit my kids. I want you to know that I'm okay, and I have my mom here and seeing my dad. My daughter has her friends over, and I hear laughter. Ted is sucked up tight to my mom, and I was talking with Cynthia. Thank you for your prayers, and thank you for your love. Heart emoji, I love you, Mom. And then at 6 p.m., he texts her, I don't need more time because your text messages warm my heart. On the 11th, and again, we don't know what he's actually texting with Cynthia because they're using WhatsApp and it's an end-to-end encryption, so we can't access those. But he's telling her mom quite a bit, right? So we can see a lot of what their communication is between he and Cynthia through these texts with his mom, with her mom. So on the 11th, 3 days after, or I'm sorry, let's go back. The 9th. So this is the day after Marcy's death. He texts with Cynthia's mother again at 9:16 a.m. We had a good night last night and had some good laughs. Spelling errors from the text. Then at 2:20 p.m., he texts her again, thinking about you and want you to know how incredibly close I feel to you. Thank you for accepting me into your life and supporting Cynthia and I right from the start. I'm so deeply in love with her and will always give her my best. She will always feel loved and feel safe and secure. I'm so grateful to be part of your family. Heart emoji, I love you. Heart emoji again. 2 days later, he texts her again. Cynthia has been a huge support to me. I know it's hard for her, so hard for her not being able to be here and doing more. I want you to know that she is filling me up with so much love and I would never be able to get through this without her. And then he later tells her that he's taking his sister down to see Cynthia so they can finally meet. On the 19th, he texts Cynthia's mother again. Just want to say hi, heart emoji, I love you, so in love with your daughter, heart emoji. Just want you to know we're better than okay, heart emoji, we're great. And then the 20th is the birthday party / gathering, depending on who you ask, for Kevin at his house when Cynthia comes over and is introduced to the kids as Kevin's sister's friend. His plan to replace Marcy with Cynthia without the financial ruin has been successful. But how he's behaving in the aftermath of Marcy's death is important. These are not the actions of a grieving husband. Again, we've already gone through the comments that he made to his friends. Casey Jones also came over that same day. He was showing her the deer butt bottle opener. She said he was fake crying. Asked how she knew. Well, she'd seen him real cry. There's no tears, or many tears here today either. He literally erases Marcy from his life almost immediately. He removes pictures of her from the walls and hides them. He gets rid of their bedroom furniture. He gets rid of her personal belongings. He deletes her contact from his phone, unless he never had it saved in the first place. He brings his mistress into the home he shared with Marcy 12 days and introduces her to the children. He deletes incriminating messages from his phone after he has contact with police. There's a number of messages, and you'll have all the text messages. You'll be able to review them during your deliberations. And in those text messages, you can see the dates that they're deleted. A number of them were deleted January 26th. So those weren't deleted to hide them from Marcy. Who was he hiding from? This is not grief. This is a man who could not be more ready to move on. And he's deleting the messages because he's worried about getting caught. So I want to discuss the jury instructions. Like the judge just read them. There's a number of them. Lawyers like to define things. So it starts with witness credibility, which is a big one in this case, right? Because you've heard from a number of witnesses and you've had conflicting accounts, including the defendants, right? So, maybe. Okay. Let's see if I think that's going to work. If you have these instructions, don't have them with you. This is jury instruction number 1. Yep. Okay, this tells you how to evaluate the credibility of a witness. So, in considering witness testimony, you consider these things: the opportunity of the witness to observe and know the things that he or she testifies about, the ability of the witness to observe accurately, the quality of the witness's memory while testifying, the manner of the witness while testifying, any personal interest that the witness might have in the outcome or issues. This is kind of a big one in this case, because many of the people, the witnesses that defense created up here, all family members of the defendant. Right? They don't want to see him convicted. Understand. Any bias or prejudice that the witness may have shown, the reasonableness of the witness's statements in the context of all the other evidence, and any other factors that affect your evaluation or belief of a witness in your evaluation of his or her testimony. And there's a separate instruction also that gives you some additional criteria for expert witnesses. All right. I think this is important. And this is, again, in jury instruction number 1. You must reach your decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. It's a lot of testimony meant to pull at your heartstrings in this case. But that's not what it's about. It's about the objective evidence, the objective facts. And then reasonable doubt. Talked about this kind of a lot. And defining its definition. So, this is jury instruction number 4. A reasonable doubt is one for which a reason exists and may arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. It's such a doubt as would exist in the mind of a reasonable person after fully, fairly, and carefully considering all of the evidence or lack of evidence. If from such consideration you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. We define a lot of things for you. We don't define abiding belief. Submit to you that it is a lasting belief. All right. This is direct versus circumstantial. Talked about this one a little bit in voir dire, about how circumstantial evidence gets a little bit of a bad rap. But this tells you that the law does not distinguish between direct and circumstantial evidence in terms of the weight or value in finding facts of the case. One is not necessarily more or less valuable than the other. What's the direct evidence in this case, right? So the direct evidence would be the defendant's account. He was the one that perceived it. But this is a perfect example of why that could be flawed. And why we need to look at the circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence refers to evidence from which, based on your common sense and experience, not required to check your common sense at the door. In fact, this law tells you to use it. You may reasonably infer something that's at issue in this case. So there's hemorrhaging on the carotid sheaths. You can reasonably infer that there was some sort of a trauma there, right? There's hemorrhaging to the esophagus. You can reasonably infer that there was a trauma there. All right, there are 2 counts in this case. And it's going to get a little bit confusing, I think, because there's count 1, which is murder in the first degree with premeditation. And then there's count 2, which is murder in the second degree, which is charged under a different theory. So we have premeditated intent for count 1. And for count 2, it's something called felony murder, right? So the defendant engaged in a particular felony that resulted in the death of the person. And you have to consider them separately. So your decision on one should not affect your decision on the other. So let's look at first at count 1. Count 1 is the elements for count 1, jury instruction number 9. Okay. So to convict the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree charged in count 1, each of the following elements must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that on or about January 8th, 2024, the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcella West. 2, that the intent to cause death was premeditated. 3, that Marcella West died as a result of the defendant's actions. And 4, that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. Now, this 4th one is just what gives us our jurisdiction, right? So this is what allows us to prosecute this particular crime because it occurs in the state of Washington. You might have wondered why we were always asking, is that in Clark County, Washington? That's why. And there's no dispute to the date, right? Everybody agrees that it's January 8th, 2024. So really the question before you is whether the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcella West, Marcy, and whether that intent was premeditated. So you then have to look at those 2 definitions. We give them both to you. 10 is intent, which is pretty intuitive, I guess. A person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. So were you acting with the purpose to cause or death? Premeditation is a little different. And there's this notion that premeditation needs to involve days of planning, weeks of planning, hours of planning. It doesn't. Jury instruction 11 means premeditated means thought over beforehand. When a person, after any deliberation, forms an intent to take human life, the killing may follow immediately after the formation of the settled purpose, and it will still be premeditated. Premeditation must involve more than a moment and point of time. The law requires some time, however long or short, in which a design to kill is deliberately formed. So if you have a crime of passion, right, there's an argument and you shoot someone, maybe that's a murder too, right? Maybe that's not premeditated because it does not involve more than a moment and point of time. It's an immediate act. Strangulation is different. The testimony of the experts, depending on which one you find more credible, Dr. Burt says you typically go unconscious in 5 to 10 seconds, and then you have to maintain that pressure on the carotid arteries for somewhere in the neighborhood of 3, I can't recall her exact range, but the low end of it was 3, so we'll use that. 3 minutes. Maintaining pressure on an unconscious person's carotid arteries for approximately 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that's premeditation. You could sit in silence for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That's a while. That's more than a moment and point of time. But there's other evidence for premeditation, the motive, the multiple acts of violence, right? So she testified that this contusion on the back of the head probably wasn't part of the strangulation event, right? I asked her, could it be from this maneuver? She says, no, not likely. So a blow to the head at some point occurs, and then the strangulation. Now, if after full, fair, and careful consideration, you cannot agree as to whether it was premeditated, then, or can agree on the crime generally, right? Then you go to the potential lesser included. So there's a lesser included of murder in the second degree for count 1. And jury instruction number 12 tells you that murder in the second degree is a lesser included of murder in the first degree. Here's the only difference. It's the premeditation. It's the same otherwise. So, same date, defendant acted with intent to cause the death of Marcella West, that she died as a result, and then it occurred in the state of Washington. All right, so that's count 1. Count 2 is a little bit different. Count 2 is felony murder. You hear about this sometimes in like bank robberies or things like that, right? So people go in, they're robbing a bank, one of the participants shoots someone, a security guard, for example, during the execution of the robbery. It's technically murder because they were involved in the commission of a felony at the time. But in this case, this is also felony murder because the underlying felony is the assault in the second degree, which is assault by strangulation. So, let's try to straighten that out a little bit. Okay. It's not working out really well, but close enough. All right. So here's the elements, a little bit crooked for the felony murder count 2, murder in the second degree. Different than the lesser included for count 1, which is also murder in the second degree, which is not why this gets a little bit confusing. So for count 2, again, same date, January 8th, 2024, defendant committed assault in the second degree, with the defendant causing the death of Marcella West in the course and in furtherance of such crime, and that she was not a participant in the crime of assault in the second degree. She's not like a co-defendant or something along those lines. And that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. So the crux really is, what is assault in the second degree? Pretty straightforward. Jury instruction 17. Person commits the crime of assault in the second degree when he or she assaults another by strangulation. Okay? He does not have to intend to cause the death for count 2. He only has to intend to assault her by strangulation. So we then have to define for you what assault is. It's an intentional touching of another person that's harmful or offensive. It's offensive if the touching would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. Certainly, pushing on someone's neck, putting your arms around someone's neck, whatever the mechanism is. Defense is very focused on the vascular strangulation, the chokehold. He likes to call it a rear naked chokehold. The rear vascular restraint hold is one potential mechanism, said Dr. Burt said. But she also said that it could be just fingers to the carotids, right, from the front or the back. And if you're putting your thumbs from the front in a person's carotid and putting your fingers behind the ears, that could cause bruising. And if you're going from the back and putting your fingers into the carotids and putting your thumb behind the ears, that could also cause bruising. And then she testified also if you're in a rear vascular restraint chokehold, the arm and the pressure to the ears could cause the bruising and abrasion. So there's multiple potential mechanisms. We don't know. We weren't there. Marcy can't tell us. But any one of those would fit the vascular restraint or the vascular strangulation. So then we need to define what strangulation is. Okay, we're starting to lose paper here. Basically just means compressing a person's neck and obstructing their blood flow or ability to breathe. So either it's an anterior compression where you're compressing their breathing, their trachea, or it's a lateral compression where you're compressing the carotids and the jugular. This cuts off your air, this cuts off your blood flow. Both effectuate death. This actually effectuates death a little bit faster and causes unconsciousness much faster. And then there is a special allegation. So if you were to convict either on count 1, the murder in the first degree, or the lesser included of the murder in the second degree, or count 2, the felony murder in the second degree, then you go to the special verdict. And the special verdict is just whether or not they're intimate partners. And so you may have wondered why we were asking, were they legally married? Do they have biological children? Things like that. This is why. Jury instruction 21. Intimate partner means spouse or persons who have a child in common. So Marcy and Kevin were legally married. They had children in common. They were technically intimate partners for purposes of the law. In this case, her body tells us what happened. The affair tells us why. And the timeline tells us how. And when you put it all together, there really is only one conclusion that fits with every piece of the evidence, which is Marcy was killed by a vascular strangulation at the hands of the only person that was there, which is her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt. The standard has been met in this particular case, and I'm going to have one more opportunity to speak with you because it is my burden, but I thank you for your attention during closing arguments and during this trial.
Okay, grief. I'm talking about it. More of a. Thank you so much for. I don't know if testimony.
And Kevin, they did not prove that.
I'll put a poll in there, y'all. No emotion.
Kevin did not kill Marcy. They did not prove that. They loved each other. It was not a perfect marriage. They'd been together for about 22 years as a married couple, good times, bad times. But it was, in fact, a failing marriage. Along the way, they managed to put their own interests aside so that they could raise these 2 wonderful kids that we saw making kids. They were a great team, and Kevin speaks highly of his wife. I won't go through all the details because you've heard them all just recently, but I'm going to kind of jump to this part. In 2017, they buy the new house. And you've heard that with the house comes this bed set with a nightstand. You're probably really sick and tired of hearing about nightstands. You know why this is important? Because it doesn't mean anything. They have made the nightstand the centerpiece of their case. This is the bed set that came with the house in 2017. They paid about $800, I guess, for the entire lot. This piece went here. It was always there. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because even if, in fact, it wasn't there that night, Kevin was used to it being there. You know how it is when you walk into a room at night and you've been in that room a million times. You know how to walk around your bed. You know how to avoid the next. You know how to avoid everything and find everything, even in the pitch black, because you've been there a million times. You have that muscle memory. It doesn't matter. And it's pitch black in that room. But at the same time, Kevin says it was there. And who else says it was there? Eric Miller said it was there. He didn't remember telling me that. So we can question his memory a little bit. But when I interviewed him, he said he saw this. Who else saw the nightstand? That was that was Silva, Mr. Silva came in. He said he saw it. He'd never even been in the house before. So was the nightstand there? Yes. Does it really matter? No. He said he cleared the nightstand, and for some reason the detective said, well, no, I saw the nightstand. It had bins on top of it, so it wasn't clear. The nightstand was there. It doesn't matter. It's hereditary. They raised their kids and they arranged their lives so that they wouldn't have to have daycare. This is true cooperation of parents. They had their ups and downs. Kevin wasn't happy with the physical side of the relationship. He was very happy with her as a mother of his kids. Loved that part. It was great for his kids. He wanted what was best for his kids more than anything, more than for himself. So he stayed with her for the kids. He spared them from their arguments. He didn't tell them about the affair. He wasn't completely honest when it came to the affair. He hid it from his wife and his kids, but he told everybody else. Kevin is a very open person. He tells everybody that he has financial insecurity. He tells everybody he's not happy with his marriage because she spends too much money, she's not working enough, and she's not intimate with me enough. Tells everybody that stuff. He tells people he's having an affair. These are the same people that he called to his house at night when he needed help for his wife. He told, and this is important, the state keeps saying, without any basis at all, his story kept changing. He got interviewed 3 times, his story kept changing, and even here it kept changing. It didn't change. You have all 3 interviews. If you have the patience and the time, this is an important thing, listen to all 3 of those interviews if you have the time. The story is the same every single time. I got Chinese food, I went home, and we watched movies, we were intimate. He doesn't say that part every time, but he's never asked. And at some point, Marcy went to bed. She came down for ibuprofen. She went back upstairs. She threw up. I went to help her. She went to bed. I went back downstairs. It's the same story every single time. And he's not planning for this. This is not a plan. The first one is when his wife died unexpectedly. And he's being approached by a detective first thing in the morning within an hour and a half of her death. He tells the story. And then he doesn't know an investigation is going on. And on the 23rd, this is just about 2 weeks later, detectives show up unannounced. He invites them in, talks to them for a long time, and tells the same story every single time. He mentions the garbage bag on the floor. That never came up for the detective because that would have verified the story. He told them about it at that time. They could have gone back and checked the Washington Police Department pictures because the investigator who went out there took that photo that has the pants and the garbage bag on the floor. That was left there before everybody came in because once Marcy was pronounced deceased, everybody went downstairs and Officer Southern cordoned off the area and let everybody back in. There was no way for him to plan and make up all this stuff. And with regard to finances, sure, wish they had saved more money, but were they having financial difficulty? No. They made pretty good money. And in all this 2 years, all the investigation they've done, all the records that they've recovered, the financial records that they recovered, you know how many deaths they found in default? 0.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
There was no evidence.
Sorry, I overrule the objection and remind you that the argument is just that. It's not evidence. If you hear a statement that's not supported by the evidence, disregard it. If you hear a statement and it is supported by the evidence, give it such weight as you think.
There's not a single shred of evidence in this case that they had a loan in default anywhere, ever. Marcy tragically passed away. Marcy had underlying health conditions. We will never know all of her underlying health conditions because she never saw the doctor. She complained of having chronic headaches. She had headaches nearly daily, every other day. Carried a Costco-sized bottle of ibuprofen with her all the time for headaches. That's not normal. Who has headaches every single day and doesn't go to the doctor about it? Who has chest pain starting just a few months before this matter happens? Who has chest pains periodically and doesn't go see the doctor? She never has medical care. There's not a single record of her ever having one single physical or annual checkup with the doctor. Nothing. All she has is urgent care. That's it. The one thing that she did have was the life scheme. And why did she have that? She had that because Kevin wanted her to have it. It was a benefit they had available for her. He scheduled it a year in advance so that she would at least have this check. And she went there and said there was really nothing wrong. But what did it reveal? She had fatty liver disease. She had high cholesterol. She had PVCs, which may or may not be a big problem in combination with other things. She also had a resting heart rate of 95. And back in the medical records, the Dr. Stanko said that her resting heart rate was 100 at some visits. That's a high resting heart rate. And it means, according to Dr. Stanko, that her heart was not operating efficiently. When we have these kind of underlying conditions, it could lead to trouble. That's why we see the doctor, because we could run into a problem like Marcy did. The story he told over and over and over again to you is the same story about eating Chinese food, coming back, watching movies every single time. It's the same. Now, the phone records that the state brings up, I challenge you. Look through the records. Here's what you'll find. You'll find that there's activity on both phones kind of off and on throughout the day. People live with their phones. I don't care where they go. They sit around at home, they got their phone. They go to dinner, a lot of people keep them on the dinner table. Some people live in the car. It's with us constantly. We do everything on the phone. So it's not surprising there's activity. But if you look at these phone records, if you look at them side by side, you got steps data for Marcy and for Kevin in there. And understand this, it's not the person, it's the phone. Kevin went to bed about 11 o'clock or so. Marcy is still surfing, and she's looking at Mother of the Bride dresses between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. Kevin is asleep. Yes, he told the police they were both asleep because that's what he thought. He believed they were both asleep. If you look at the records and compare them side by side, and you can make head or tail of them, you'll see that the two phones traveled together 4 times in the evening. The phones are traveling at the same time. Marcy knows his passcode. Marcy's following up on his web searches. There's one point where Marcy is checking. You saw it on the display that you just had. She's looking at Hotel Ledger. She's suspicious. She's checking up on her husband. She's suspicious, and for good reason. On January 8th, Kevin wakes up to the dog window. Now, this is where the exhibits that we have in are kind of important. The leggings that were brought in, they're in one of the exhibits that you have in back there. If you do want to take them out, you should wear gloves, you know, carefully. They're important for a couple of reasons. One is they have pet hair all over. This would corroborate the fact that she was in bed when whatever happened. That's part of it. There's also a picture in one of these where she has a big lens on it. I'm going to explain why that's really important in just a minute here. Kevin wakes up and he finds, she sees something's not right. There's kind of a shaking. He's having a hard time describing, and she realizes she's completely stiff. He's seen this before because he is a paramedic. He knows what a seizure looks like. It doesn't mean you have to diagnose it. You just have to recognize the seizure. It is a symptom, something that happens. He runs around the bed, checks on her after trying to fight the dog down. He checks on her, and he can't wake her up. He's shouting at her. He can't wake her up, and so he looks for her. You know, this is the part where Kevin has had 2 years to come up with another reason why she died. He explained to you that he lowered her as carefully as he could during the table onto the floor. Didn't touch her neck. He could have said, "Oh yeah, I was really in a hurry. I touched her neck." He didn't say that. He could have. He gently put her on the floor. He got her on the other side, and he rolled her up on her side. This is the part where his hand gets under her neck and comes around toward the front. This is the only time. He does not believe that he hurt her. Did he? Remember, this is 181 pounds of a stiff body, a person who's not cooperating, not helping, and this is Mr. Westcott, who's all by himself from a dead sleep in the middle of the night in the dark. And he's trying to roll her gently on her side, which he did. He realizes that he can't help. He's a paramedic, and he's calling for help when he's the one who's supposed to be the help. That takes a swallowing of pride, a person who thinks about somebody more than himself. So he calls 911. You will have the 911 call with you. And I encourage you to listen to it. I know you've heard twice, but I strongly encourage you, because when you listen to that, you can hear what's happening. It starts out as a seizure. He's alarmed, but he's not panicking. He's trying to do all the right things. When you listen to this, ask yourself, does this sound like a man who just choked out his wife? No, it doesn't. It sounds like a man who's trying to help his wife. A man who's worried about his wife. It progresses. It goes from a seizure, she stops seizing, and then she's not breathing. Now, look at the timestamp on this, because it is not until 3 minutes into the phone call that she stops breathing and the seizure stops. This is one of those long duration seizures that Dr. Snake is talking about, the ones that she has been caring for. She's been watching the people, monitoring the glucose levels. This is what we found out. You need one of these long sustained seizures. That's at least 3 minutes, plus maybe the minute before that it took Kevin to call the police, plus whatever was happening with her before he woke up. Sometimes they don't wake up in the dog, right? Sometimes Sadie can be whimpering and they don't get up, and Sadie goes down the hallway to find Megan. Maybe Sadie did, couldn't find Megan and came back. So we have minimum 4 to 5 minutes of an arch position, full body seizure. And now the reason that's important is because they brought the blood glucose level. Dr. Burt never considered it. She didn't check it. She was asked about it later. It's in the report, but she never saw it. It wasn't part of her analysis at all because she wasn't looking for something that could truly explain it other than what was being proposed by the state. So a 300 glucose level is a very high level. It is not something that you would ordinarily expect from a strangulation, from a fight or flight situation. That's what Dr. Snake said. She treats these people all the time. People come in from a terrible fight, and she checks their glucose level right away. It's never like that. It never spikes 300. She said it's most consistent with a heart attack and a seizure combination. Remember the doctor, Dr. Stankus, all the doctors you saw one. She's the only one who's seen a live patient in the last 20 to 25 years. She sees them all the time. He goes to unlock the door at 7:23, mid 7:23, and then the recording. He's gone for a total of 20 seconds over. And the reason he does that, and the state brought this up, that the Halligan tool to demonstrate that somehow that he was causing delays because he didn't care or something like that. He professionally should know not to go down there and stop doing compressions. But he was gone 20 seconds. This is a man who knows that if he didn't, that the Halligan device is going to be on the engine, which might be 1, 2, 3 minutes later in the ambulance, which was not Halligan. So he's gone 20 seconds. It was a good judgment call that he made. He was doing his very best to make her chances of survival the best, to make the chances of her dying minimize. That is what he did. In the call, you'll also hear him say something like, I should have known. I should have known. He's talking about when she threw up and he was caring for her. I should have known. I should have done something. He should have helped. This is not a man who has just killed his wife. It makes no sense. The 911 call speaks volumes. So he calls 911, and what does he know? What is the one thing he knows? He's got a lot of choices here. Okay? If the state said he killed her at around 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, what would you have when the medics arrived? You'd have rigor mortis. You'd have lividity. And what did we hear from the witness? We don't try to resuscitate people with rigor mortis. Lividity. We don't. They don't even touch that. So we know that this is a person who's just recently gone into cardiac arrest. We know that. So what does he know when he makes that call? He knows that he's going to get anywhere between 4 and 9 paramedics and professionals who know what they're doing, who can assess the situation, who can scrutinize things. He knows he's going to get law enforcement. He knows that, and he knows there's going to be an autopsy if there's a death. He knows that. He's been doing this for a long time. They leave the eye gel in for the medical examiner because that's a request. So they know that. These paramedics understand that whole process. He knows who's coming. And the people who are coming who are paramedics, what do they know? They know that he's told them he's not happy in his marriage. He's thinking about leaving her. He's thinking about leaving her soon. He's worried about finances. He's worried about his pension. He's calling all of these people over to this situation when he just killed her. He had a lot of choices. He didn't have to call them. He could have left her and gone somewhere else. If he was really that diabolical, he could have tumbled her down the stairs. He could have done a whole lot of things. He could have gone to sleep in another room. He could have done all those things. And he was honest with you. He didn't sleep with her. Off and on he did. But he had all those choices. And the one thing he chose was to call the paramedics, which put him under scrutiny. It increased her chance of survival. If a person had just killed their wife or their spouse just now, and they successfully revive that person, what a nightmare that would be. Guess who's going to point the finger and say, you just choked me up? He called and did his best to try to save her. His mind was clear and his judgment was good. When the medics come in, they're working in the dark. It's not the pitch black that Kevin was working in, but they're working in the dark because they have just the lighting from the bathroom, from the hallway, and the closet. That's about it. So they're kind of working in the dark, but they're doing their very best. And this is what Eric Miller said. He said, we bring order to chaos. Remember that? Even a paramedic can recognize that this is not a calm situation. They're not being gentle. They're not treating them gingerly. This is a last ditch effort, one of them said, because this is the only chance they have to save their life, and every second counts. They're doing everything they can as fast as they can in a way that doesn't kill the person, but they want to save that person. They're moving their hands quickly. They're handling that person not that gently. They're in there shouting orders. And, you heard someone in there yell, "I jelly." So these guys are going really fast. They're doing their best. They're very well trained professionals, but they're having what Dr. Stankus called aggressive contact with that person. They're working on getting the mask on. They have to get that on there tight so they get the seal. If you're working with one hand, then you've got to have a much tighter grip to get that whole thing down. And if you're switching hands, you're doing it on both sides. This kind of stuff can happen any single time. Every time this could happen. The EC grip they talked about had one finger up here that runs trailing below the chin line, and then they reach up on the mask and squeeze like that. The other one, and you saw Mark Whittle demonstrate this. Did you see the grip in front of that face when he split the tongue around and squeezing that up? He was grabbing very aggressive. They're not being gentle, and they have to pull that head back and up and tilt it back so that they get an open airway. And that can be a little more difficult for people who have a lot of extra tissue because they have a tendency to kind of collapse on itself. So the opportunity for injury, for bruising, is significant in a case like this, even with professionals who are well trained and doing their very, very best. For them, Marcy's appearance was the last thing on their mind. It was a consideration, but they wanted to save her. They weren't that worried about what her face was going to look like. Now, the state has two theories they boil down to. One is that he did a hard time saying it's a naked rear arm chokehold. Okay. All right. What's the problem with that? Well, here's the problem. So if you're doing it from behind, it's a bed, and Marcy is having a seizure, a full body seizure, and this is the kind where they urinate. Remember Mark Whitman said the vast majority of people having seizures urinate. And she did. She urinated all over the bed. That's what Mark Whitman said. He said there's a big bunch of urine on top. There's no urine on the bottom. That means it happened on the bed. If Kevin is behind her doing this, why wouldn't he have urine on? It doesn't fit. But if you're following the program, if it doesn't fit, force it. The state will have another chance to talk to you. So they're going to figure out a way to force that. Ask them to force that fact. Why is there no urine on Kevin at all? And the idea that now, okay, well, if not that, we're not really sure, but we want you to be sure. Okay, not us. Now it's pressing the thumbs on there. If you're going to press on the thumbs, use your common sense. Yeah, we had doctors here for 3 days. If you press hard enough on someone to choke them out, you're going to get some fight back, number one, and you're going to get some deep, deep bruising. That's just common sense. After Marcy passed away, you heard the testimony. He was going from hysterical to nothing. So just blank. Hysterical, nothing, just blank. How is a person supposed to behave? Everybody processes grief in their own way. Everybody's different. And none of us know until we get there, and hopefully we don't. None of us know how it's going to be, how we're going to be. Kevin DeLines, who used to be a good friend of his, came down in the morning. And at that time, he said Kevin just had no emotion. And he said something like, I feel bad for not feeling bad. It was at a moment where he was feeling nothing, and he shared that with his good friend. He didn't say, well, I'm sure that happened. He didn't say, hey, buddy, I can tell you, this is not the worst thing that ever happened. It was nothing like that. He just, with nothing going on his head, just said, I just feel bad for not feeling bad. Or I feel bad for not feeling worse, something like that. But he was having a candid moment in these numb, blank feelings of confusion, and that's what he said to his friend. Scott Slocum says that he said, I feel relief. I feel a burden's been lifted. That was not a conversation that happened that day. That was something that happened later. And it wasn't, the context is so out of context that there's no context in as to what they were talking about. It has something to do with people providing food for the family, and they have this food train that the union put on, and they had this train of food coming every night, and it was such a relief. It lifted such a burden because they had family around and it gave them food to eat so they didn't have to worry about that. To take that out of context is ridiculous. Casey Jones comes over the first night. She's a gossip. She's a friend of Katie Windsor. Well, Katie kind of distances herself from Casey and said, well, we work together. But they all shared that PC statement, remember that? She shared the probable cause statement. That's the thing that has all bad stuff. Everything the state is trying to say is contained in that. And it's not necessarily available at that time, but Casey got a hold of it. She works for the fire department. She knows people. She got a hold of it. She emailed it to at least 5 people, she said. She said she got it from somebody else. So this thing is going around the fire department like wildfire, and it's just getting everybody thinking and talking. And so now suddenly, everything you do is suspicious. Every time you say you clear a table, you're clearing things off of it instead of getting something over it. Everything's being misinterpreted. You're being viewed in the most dim light possible. Casey says, well, he seemed happier than I've ever seen. He was happy, he was smiling, he was fake crying. Reminds me of that book, The Stranger by Jamal, where the guy's convicted because somebody said he didn't cry at his own mother's funeral. It has nothing to do with this. That's just gossip. They're making a big deal out of the fact that Kevin deleted messages from his phone. You saw the messages. You had them read to you. They're terrible. It's a fight between the parents. They're kind of going back and forth and accusing each other of stuff. Megan wanted the phone. Kevin wanted to give it to her. He didn't want her to have the last memory of her mother being this terrible fight that she had. It wasn't even that bad. This kind of mean words going back and forth between her mother and her father. He got rid of those messages. And if you look at the dates he got rid of them, it was substantially after she passed away, and it was just before he gave the phone. The picture, as you come in the front door, there's a living room to the left, there's a picture up on the wall, and you have to look at it every single time you love this one. What is a painful memory? So he took it down, took it upstairs, he placed it against the wall so they wouldn't see it all the time, just to give themselves time to heal. Because she didn't just pass away, she died tragically and dramatically and unexpectedly. This is painful. The furniture, you heard a lot about the furniture. Didn't want to sleep in that furniture. They never wanted it in the first place. And in some ways, it's kind of an honor to Marcy that they wanted to finally get rid of it because they never really wanted this stuff. It was just convenient and it was economically good to keep it when they first bought the house. So he doesn't get rid of it right away. This is not a guy who killed his wife. This is a guy who right after the storm, maybe around the 22nd, 21st, 20, something like that, his friends helped him get rid of that stuff. His mother washed the sheets, his sister threw away Marcy's pillow, and his dad threw away the comforter. Kevin didn't do this stuff. And then they're talking about him vacuuming his room. Well, his friend did that. You heard Wade talk about that. He said he's the one who did it because he helped with the bed. It was messy underneath. There's a lot of stuff under there, so he helped clean that up. But if you hear these things, on the day Kevin looked bad, blame him for it. The police show up unannounced on the 23rd. When he hears them there, he invites them in, holds the dog back. See the dog in the video? The dog's very protective. Dog barks. Dog that's very protective and barking. Do you think a dog is going to sit by while somebody is strangling out one of their owners? These are the things we can't put the dog on the stand, but the dog can testify. The dog didn't say anything. In fact, in the video, it's a dog. The dog is standing all over Kevin. If you look at the searches, they talked about, we had Detective Ellison testifying, they had thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages and Google searches and whatnot. Kevin is about the most text-happy person you could know. He texts everybody prolifically. And all those thousands of messages and emails and searches, not once is there anything suspicious like how to kill your wife and get away with it, what to do with this, how to do that. There's nothing even related to her death as far as how to hide something, how to cover up something. When this happens, how does that happen? What can an autopsy reveal? Will strangulation show up in an autopsy? Nothing like that. And they took his phones without notice. And all they can do is make a big deal out of the fact that he got rid of a bunch of nasty messages between him and his wife before he gave his daughter the phone. It is true that Kevin had an affair. It's true that he was in love with this other woman. It's true he had plans with her. He didn't tell the detectives everything about it because they didn't ask him about it. He didn't. He was just kind of talking about, was he downplaying a little bit with them? But at the time, he didn't know he was under investigation for the murder of his wife who passed away tragically by his side. He didn't know that. The thing about the dog is a little thing that I refer to as body language. Certain things are unspoken in trial testimony we can't take. But we look at body language. Matters like this, people kind of scatter from one side to the other. We did it. We didn't do it. I don't know, something like that. And you can see when people read the PC statement around the firehouse, how they're kind of reticent to endorse him, except for one of the witnesses. But Kevin's kids, Megan and Ted, both still love him. They're both very close to their mother, both very close to their father. And Ted said, I was close to both, but I was close to my mother. They're right by his side. They're standing with him. They love him, but they're being honest with you. But their body language tells you that they're still supporting him. The autopsy in this case, and there's two autopsies. There's the first one that doesn't reach any conclusion. The body's sent away to the funeral home. And here comes this part that they're trying to make it sound like it's routine. This is untrue. You ever heard this? We're done with the autopsy. We put the organs back in. We sew it up. We put it in the bag. We give it to the driver. And they go for it. And then somebody comes and says, well, hey, we're having an affair.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I'll move the objection.
And then call up, hey, have that driver turn around, bring the body back, and then a day later they start again. And Dr. Burt said on the stand, when she's talking about the injury, she goes, it didn't look that bad to me the first time. It didn't look like that much. It looked worse the second time, after she had this new information. Where's the objectivity? This doctor's being swayed by a rumor. And the state's absolutely right. We don't have a real good explanation for the accident. We don't have a good explanation for the swelling around the esophagus. We don't. Kevin didn't cause it. Doesn't know how it got there. He's had a lot of time to think about it. What if he had planned this and knew it was coming? He could have said, I heard her fall. He could have said she fell. He could have said so many things. He could have said I bumped her head on the nightstand when I was laying on the floor because I was in a hurry and she was saying, he didn't say that. He's had all this time to say that, and he never did. And the state keeps saying, well, you keep changing your story, but they haven't said how. Could it have been Ted's massage? Nobody knows. Dr. Burt said that it could be caused by a long, sustained pressure. Could cause that aneurysm. And the reason we know that it's just a bruise, a contusion, and not a hematoma is because she didn't write it in the report. Remember what Dr. Nara said? I asked her, if there's a hematoma, would you put that in your report? Would you put the word in there? She said, did you see the word hematoma in Dr. Burt's report? No, I didn't. Here's the other side of that. The hematoma is the bump part. The bruise is the color. The hematoma is the bump part. And when the investigator, Christine Holroyd, went out there, what did she do? She said she palpated the skull. She's trained in this. They palpated, touched the skull, looking for bumps. Did she find any bumps? No. She was there within 2 hours of Marcy's passing, didn't feel any bumps. It doesn't show up in the doctor's report. The bruising around the jawline, that's just EMS efforts. Do we know that for a fact? No. But it makes sense because you don't have to force the facts to make that fit. If you want to believe the state with their story, you got to force it. You don't want to force it. Now the bruising on the carotid sheath, this is quite telling. This is where the state doesn't even get close to the beyond regional doubt. Right here is that Dr. Burt said, well, we don't cut into the carotid sheath. That would be the only way to really verify that it had been impacted. You don't do that. Why? Just because they might want to do a showing. When EMS did their work, the last thing on their mind was the appearance of her face. When Dr. Burt did it, the first thing on her mind was the appearance of her face. She didn't have to be sure. They want you to be sure, but Dr. Burt didn't think it was necessary. I don't need to be sure. I can just go ahead and jump to that conclusion. I don't have enough information because I didn't look. but I can jump to that conclusion. Now, you will have those findings and evidence, and I encourage you to take a look at it. It just kind of corroborates that, the hair and so forth. In the picture that I just showed you, that shows the large hair staying around here. The one that's just on top, but that doesn't reflect the large one that's on the bed. So that's something you can consider. This is the phone on the bed. This is the phone picture that Detective Lopez took. It shows you where the phone was. This is corroborative of the idea that somebody early on took the nightstand, yep, I said it again, took the nightstand, moved it away, and took the phone off and threw it on the bed. Or maybe Marcy had the phone in her hands. Who knows? It doesn't matter. We talked about the closet. The detective made a big deal out of the fact that there was largely men's clothing in the closet, meaning that, and things were not real tidy, meaning that only a man could live there. But remember, this is all women's clothing over here. This is Kevin's work stuff, and those are a few of the shirts right there. And Marcy's got a big pile of clothes down below in drawers or something. There's another few of the same. And you don't have these now. You can look at these and ponder these all. This is Marcy's complexion. And the doctor said she could see the teepee out there. Dr. Mara said, yeah, maybe. Dr. Senka said, mostly not, maybe a couple, but there's a lot of opportunity for teepee. It could be the throwing up. It could be the Lucas device. It could be the compressions. It could be a whole lot of things. But this is not what you get. These are not teepee. These are blemishes here. This is not what you get when somebody is choked out and killed. Because Dr. Stanka says she's seen people who come in from training at the military base and they practice this chokehold. In 20 seconds where somebody is just passed out, they have a sharp demarcation between no PPI and lots of PPI. And that's because she explained about the compression of the jugular and the carotid and the vertebral arteries still supplying the brain. You remember that, I won't say it again. But there would have been significant PPI, and there's just not. But rather than be sure, why don't we just take a leap and just assume it is? And that's what we did here. Why? Because she didn't take the 5 minutes it would take to cut out that little spot, send it to the lab, and see for the PPI. It wasn't worth the time. Why bother? Why be that sure? When I can assume it, and I don't have to do the extra work. Dr. Gar said this thing. When I asked Dr. Burt, remember this? She would not tell me how long it took. I don't know. I can't answer the question. She would not tell me anything. She wouldn't agree with me on anything. I asked her if it was better to do an autopsy quickly. She could define quickly. So she did not want to cooperate with me on anything. This bruising, this is again, this is blemishes, maybe a little bit of CPR, injury, if you want to call it that. And injury is kind of a strong word. A little bruise, it's not an injury. Maybe in medical terms, but not in regular people speak. These are just blemishes on her face. It's just her complexion. I'm sorry to show you this again, but the doctor is looking at spots and saying, I don't know what to make of it. The little red dot there. She's just looking at photos. These are not photos she's been looking at recently. These are not photos she looked at the time. She didn't take them. She didn't review them. She didn't finish the autopsy until 2 days later. So she doesn't know what these are. She's just assuming. And this is a total picture. You can use your common sense. You can give great weight to what experts say. You don't have to. You can use your common sense. The jury instruction says that. Because if you look at this, these shadows up here, she says are injuries. They're shadows. They're just shadows. This has been cut away. This part down here looks more like an injury when you look at it, but that's up to you to decide. But those are what she calls artifacts. Actually, in other words, she says, we probably did that when we were cutting in. So take a good close look at these and judge for yourself. Those are not injuries. And if those are artifacts, why aren't these artifacts? She doesn't know. And sometimes a bruise is just a bruise. People get bruises all the time. Anybody who works in a shop gets bruises all the time. Anybody who works in the yard gets bruises all the time. Do some gardening, you get bruises. We all get them. Sometimes we'll have a bruise, you don't know where it came from. This is the part where the contusion is back here. This is where Ted said he was getting his deep massage. Again, do we know if that has it? No. But she liked it hard. She liked it firm. She didn't complain. She wanted more. This is the picture of the wedding that Kevin took down upstairs. And the bottom line is the level of certainty you have to have is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond all doubt, but beyond all reasonable doubt. What kind of certainty do we have here? What did Dr. Burt say? Every question was answered with could be, potentially. She must have said that 50 times. Could be, potentially, could be, potentially. That is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a guess. When you don't bother to verify Batika, you don't bother to cut into the karate shoot because you want to save someone's face for viewing, you're missing information. You're making a decision based upon insufficient information. That is what we call a guess. It is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. There is nothing in the jury instructions that says, well, you can take a guess. It doesn't say that. In fact, what the jury instructions say is completely different. It does not say you don't have to be that sure. It says that if from such consideration, this is in your jury instruction, you're going to get this to go back with you. If from such consideration, after having looked at all the evidence, you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you are satisfied beyond reasonable doubt. Abiding truth. You have to have an abiding belief. That is a belief that we save for our faith, for the love of our children. That's what an abiding belief is. It's a strongly held fundamental belief that doesn't change in 5 minutes or 5 days or 5 weeks. It doesn't change when you walk out the door. It is a decision you make based upon an abiding belief that lasts forever. They did not do that in this case. And there's another instruction that says that the fact that punishment may follow is not to be considered by you insofar as it shall tend to make you pure. That's not in there by accident. That is intentional. That is to let you know how important this is. That is why we've been here for 2 full weeks. Thank you very much for saying that. We've been here for 2 weeks. We've occupied all your time. We started with about 90 people. Got down to you people. Because this is important. And these words, these jury instructions are age old. There's no mistake. You have to be extremely careful. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. I'm not falling asleep. I'm all here. And I ask that you find Kevin not guilty of murder in first degree, not guilty of murder in second degree. Thank you.
All right, because the state has the burden of proof, they also have the last opportunity to address you in rebuttal argument if they wish. Did you wish to make rebuttal argument?
Yes.
That was a lot. There's a lot in there that was not in evidence, that was not testified to by any person. I think it's an important reminder that what I say and what defense counsel says is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony that you heard and the exhibits that you'll have with you. I'm not going to go through everything he talked about, but there are a few things that I'd like to touch on. One is, he said, Kevin's had 2 years to come up with a way that she was injured, but he hasn't, except he has. Remember, he paraded in his son, who had given a demonstration of a massage that he had given his mother, right, where he only touched these parts. In fact, he was very careful to say, sometimes I lift up on the jaw, but I didn't on this occasion. That video where Mr. Walker interjects and says, but that's not how you do. You just don't really remember. You can watch the video. It's in evidence. And then he comes in here, and now all of a sudden he's taking his elbow to the back of his mother's head, which is completely different than what he did in the video, and he's massaging his mother's carotids. It's not reasonable. It's true that his kids love him. There's no doubt. And there's no doubt that they love their mother. And they probably can't imagine a scenario where their father would hurt their mother. So they're willing to do whatever it takes. He was being victim. It's understandable. It's not reasonable. They're saying it's not reasonable. They've been manipulated. As far as the phone deletion that he was talking about, he's saying that, yes, of course, he deleted the fight because he was going to give Marcy's phone to his daughter, Megan. Except the information that was deleted was on Kevin's phone, not on Marcy's phone. That was not the phone that was being given to Megan. In any event, Marcy's phone was still in the house. Megan was back at UW. Megan hadn't taken the phone. Now, there's a lot of talk about what's going on in the room, right? We're talking a lot about the side table, nightstand. Why is it important? Well, it's not the smoking gun. It's something that comes up in one of his interviews. It's a little weird, where he says that he had to clear the nightstand to get her off the bed. And when they look at the body cam, there's no nightstand there. A little strange. It wouldn't be a big deal if he took the stand and said, I thought there was a nightstand, maybe there wasn't. He's doubling down. He just keeps saying there was a nightstand, there was a nightstand. There's no nightstand. Why is he lying about it? The table was not there by Marcy's side, probably because they weren't really sleeping in the same room together at that stage. Remember, Chris Castle said that the defendant had made a comment that this was the first time they'd slept together in a while. And that makes sense when you look at their texts. They're continuing to make it an issue. They're bringing in additional exhibits of the bed and the nightstands. There's no one saying they moved it. There's no one observed moving it. The body-worn camera starts shortly after the paramedics arrive. The first person in is Rick Burnham, who says there's no nightstand. Didn't see it, didn't move it. Take it for what it's worth. As far as the bed and the urine are concerned, we can't say definitively that there was urine in the bed, but Mark Woodland testified that there was a substance on the bed that was consistent with urine. Unfortunately, by the time law enforcement executes the search warrant, the bed is gone, the mattress is gone, the bedding is gone or washed. So it's hard to confirm, but her pants do have what appears to be urine on them. So it makes sense that there could be urine in the bed. Does that tell us how she died? No. Because you'll remember Dr. Burke's testimony that even people that survive strangulations often urinate themselves. Common hallmark of a strangulation. And it's a common hallmark of dying. And it's a common hallmark of a seizure. So it doesn't really tell us how she died. It just gives us maybe a clue about where she was at some point during the struggle or the death. Now, defense counsel showed you a photograph of the bed with her phone in it, where she presumably was, and the sheets. Now, you'll notice that the sheets are also a little bit strange. Sheets are pulled away from the side of the bed, toward the center of the bed, which is a little bizarre if he's pulling her off the bed this way. Why is that? Is it a smoking gun? No, it's a little weird. Her hands are inside out, her bra is fastened strangely, she's wearing an underwire bra, there's a lot of discussion about the bra. Take it for what it's worth. It's things that are just a little bizarre. Do we fully understand their significance? Probably not. But it's possible that they didn't go to bed that night. It's possible that they were having a fight. It's possible that he had told her he was going to leave. Perhaps she told him she was going to leave. We don't know. We weren't there. But it certainly wasn't a situation where both parties went to bed, slept, and he awoke to the seizure. Because we can tell from the phones that he was up. I want to talk a little bit about the experts. Defense counsel brought up Dr. Stankus, Dr. Nara, Dr. Burt. There was two others. There was two paramedics that were called as experts. There was Wade Fairclough from defense, and there was Mark Woodland from the state. They were called. So as far as Wade Fairclough was concerned, he really didn't have a whole lot to contribute. He said that he testified about the ETCO2 levels on a run sheet, but conceded that it doesn't tell you anything about when she actually died. Their levels could be consistent with somebody that died hours prior. Mark Woodland is arguably more qualified than Wade Fairclough. Mark Woodland is the EMS trainer, as you'll recall. He's the one that brought in the valve mask, the Lucas, things like that. He testified that Marcy's glucose level was inconsistent with someone in his training and experience who has just had a seizure, and testified again about what the ETCO2 levels showed and don't show. And he is consistent with Dr. Burt. Dr. Burt said that the glucose levels were more suggestive of a trauma, such as strangulation, and whatever else happened, some sort of a blow. She's got some bruising on her elbows. We don't really know, but there was some sort of a struggle. And she explained to you in great detail what her findings were and why. She ultimately ruled that this case was asphyxia due to blunt neck trauma and a homicide. She did actually cut into the carotid sheaths. Defense counsel's a little bit confused. She didn't cut into the carotid artery. The carotid artery is the thing that takes the blood to the brain that is for the embalming. Doesn't really matter. She was able to fully visualize hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath. There wasn't an injury to the carotid artery, so there was no reason to cut into it. She was able to fully visualize that. She testified as to why that would be the case. The carotid sheath is a much thinner substance. It's more vascularized. The carotid sheath, the carotid artery and the jugular vein are thicker, more harder to damage. But that the hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath was consistent with the pressure that would cause occlusion of both, so cutting off the blood flow. Dr. Burt also testified that rigor mortis and lividity would not set in a few hours, as defense counsel just told you. There was no testimony of that. Dr. Nara was a forensic pathologist that defense called, but she's also the one that peer reviewed Dr. Burt's work and agreed with Dr. Burt's work. She agreed to the cause and manner of death, blunt force trauma to the neck, asphyxia, and the manner of death being a homicide. Dr. Stankus, she's not a forensic pathologist. She's not a trained death investigator. She's not a neurologist. She's not a epileptologist or a surgeon. She's an ER physician who works in that capacity approximately half the time. She arguably has a financial motive. You'll recall she charges $500 an hour. She was not provided all of the information. She was not provided the police reports. She was not provided all of the autopsy photos. She's working with an incomplete set of data. And all she really testified to was that she would expect more petechiae in a strangulation death, and which Dr. Burt refutes, and about the blood glucose level, which is refuted by both Dr. Burt and Mark Whitland. But just as important as what Dr. Stankus does testify about is what she does not testify about. She has no explanation for Marcy's injuries. And you'll recall that she's qualified to. Defense counsel.
Counsel's argument, facts not in evidence. Overruled.
Defense counsel asked Dr. Stankus, isn't it true that part of your job is identifying the mechanism of the injury? You recall that? And she said yes. But then they don't want to have her actually identify the mechanism of the injuries because she won't. She testified that she was asked to opine on the massage causing the injuries, but was not comfortable doing that. Why not? Because as Dr. Burt testified, a massage would not cause these injuries. She also had no explanation for the hemorrhage to the carotid sheath, no explanation for the hemorrhage to the esophagus, no explanation for the bilateral bruising behind the ears. No one of the first responders indicated that they ever put their fingers behind Marcy's ears. In fact, Michaela was asked that and said that she did not. She also said that she didn't use this mechanism for the head tilt. She used this. And so the bruise, that slight bruise that defense counsel just put up, that's down here, Dr. Burt testified that that's over the carotid sheath. That's over the area that the hemorrhage is. Now, defense counsel says Marcy has chronic headaches, right? And we're somehow supposed to make believe that chronic headaches lead to. There's no testimony about that, but for the sake of argument, let's go down that road. Connie Hahn sat next to Marcy for 20 years at work and testified that she never saw her complaining of a headache, never saw her exhibiting signs of suffering from a headache or a migraine. You'll notice that every witness has her having significantly more headaches. Ted said 4 a year, I think. And then Megan, like every day, every other day. It was pretty frequent. And then when the defendant got up there, he said she's having them every day or every other day. The ibuprofen in her purse has gone from a travel pack to a Costco size bottle. I want to play you a clip. This is from the defendant's first interview on January 23rd. And remember defense counsel saying his story never changes?
Headaches. She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches.
She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches. That's what he said. That's what he said in the first interview with CCSO, January 23rd. of 2024. That story has changed significantly. Why? Because he needs to fit that. He needs to come up with an excuse for how Marcy died. Defense counsel would have you believe that Marcy basically caused her own death, and that she caused the affair. They want you to believe that Marcy, her sedentary lifestyle, her bad eating habits, her fondness for Diet Coke. You hear about Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi. It's got a pretty bad rap in this case. That's what killed her. And while they're at it, they want to also blame her for his affair with Cynthia. They want you to believe that lack of sex, poor housekeeping skills, lack of cooking, in opening and again closing, they talk about how she wouldn't go to social functions. We now have a pretty good idea that that's because she wasn't invited from the testimony of Casey. They paint a picture in court that's pretty consistent with the blaming in the fight from December 13th. The text between the defendant and Marcy just weeks prior to her death, where he's blaming her, much the same way they blamed her in court. But that was not who Marcy was. Marcy was a loving mother, she was a daughter, she was a friend, and she did not deserve what happened to her. The defendant in this case is willing to pin this on everyone and anyone. The first responders caused bruising. Ted caused the contusion, maybe the carotid hemorrhage. The cat caused him to have to empty the room. Marcy is blamed for a lot. And now, finally, she's blamed for carrying his phone around all night. According to the defense, the only person not responsible for any of this is the defendant. But there's a number of leaps that you need to take in order to buy defense's theory in this particular case. First, someone had to have caused the hemorrhage to the outside of Marcy's esophagus. It wasn't Michaela, it wasn't the eye gel. Dr. Burt told you why that doesn't make sense, it's on the outside. This is a very protected structure. It's between the trachea and the spine, the front and the back, and the carotid sheaths, the carotid, the jugular sides. There's also a number of muscles right here. It's deep in the neck. This is your food tube. They have no reasonable explanation for that injury. The carotid sheaths, there's hemorrhaging to both of them. They're high in her neck, just under the jaw. They're putting up a picture now and saying it's a shadow. It's not reasonable. Dr. Burt explained in great detail what those hemorrhages were. You saw them in photos. They're taking photos of photos and putting them up. You'll have the actual photos with you. There's no reasonable explanation for that injury. The Apple Health data, you'd have to believe that Marcy got up and was running all over the house with the defendant's phone. Basically all night long. She has her own phone. If she's trying to go through his phone, that's not necessarily something you'd be running around the house for. Defense would have you believe that she had his phone until at least 4:21, where the phone takes 198 steps. And then she plugs it in on his side of the bed. She sneaks back to her side of the bed. She tucks herself in. She has a seizure and dies. It's not reasonable. If she was up all night going through his phone, it's reasonable to conclude that that's motive, right? He wakes up to her going through his phone, but that's not what happened here. The person walking around with the defendant's phone was the defendant, probably trying to figure out what the heck he's going to do after he had just strangled his wife. And the answer he came up with is stage an emergency, stage a medical event, and call your buddies. And the date. You'd have to believe that it was just a coincidence. That she died from natural causes on the date that he told multiple members of Cynthia's family that he was going to do. Messages that he later tried to conceal by deleting them from his phone, not from the phone he gave me. The only reason he deleted them was to conceal them from law enforcement. The defense in this case has reminded you that the defendant is a firefighter many, many times. But uniforms do not change anatomy, and uniforms do not override medical evidence. This case is not about what Kevin West did as an occupation. This case is about what Kevin West did behind closed doors. Marcy's body tells us what happened to her, his phone tells us why, and when you put all of it together, there is only one conclusion that fits every piece of the evidence. Marcy was killed by vascular strangulation at the hands of her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt, and the standard has been met. On behalf of the state of Washington, we ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the evidence in this particular case, and that is guilty on both counts. Thank you.
Be muted, right? Thanks, drunkie. I guess I'm the one drunk all the time. Oh boy. So it looks like, from what I can tell, I think we got everything that they gave us. I don't think I see anything else. I don't see anything else out there. Oh, thank you so much, drunkie. Out there for us to really look at. I am going to clip some stuff up and put it on the site. So if anybody wants to revisit any of the testimony, it's all out of order. I think the only day that we had in order was that one day where we spent like 10 hours just watching testimony. Yeah, we did that. We watched testimony. We thought we had all the testimony. Then I came back and they had more testimony. I'm like, oh my goodness. They're driving me crazy. I can't keep up with this mess. So I will be looking for the verdict watch. So if you're new over here, welcome. Glad to have you over here. Please make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way when we get that verdict tomorrow, hopefully they'll do it live versus to not doing it live, right? For those, if any of you, we are doing the all pair trial with Brendan. We are doing that tomorrow. We'll be live in the courtroom. We'll also be doing our Canero trial that is in New Jersey with the Mansion Massacre. So we will be doing both of those tomorrow. We'll be doing double duty. Just checking in on the Uvalde trial. That's a school shooting. We're not covering that one gavel to gavel. We tried that one. That was a little too much for our little hearts over here. So we decided to skip out on that one and get into, the Brazilian. I don't want to call her mistress. They want to keep talking about all pair, not nanny, whatever she is. So we'll be over there to see what they're going to do with Brendan. I don't think we got much longer in that one. Yeah, we got a busy Tuesday, SD. We surely do. And we'll watch our Canero, where our little spicy, our little saucy, spicy New Jersey girl, our defense attorney. Hopefully she had her restful weekend, because this judge is not playing with her, and he gonna let her have it. I can't think of her name right now, but oh boy, her and this judge, they are. So we'll watch that. I will clip up her testimony real quick and post it on the website, on the channel. And I'm also going to clip up those messages. SD won't throw those messages on there. So I'll put those messages on. The all parts trial will start at, I think that one starts at 8. Don't quote me. I'll go on there and put it up there now. I can't remember what time. Can't remember time. Yeah, his messages are something else. Yeah, I'm gonna clip that and I'm about to put that on the site now. I just gotta finish it. Because it's in this live. when we watched it, I gotta end our live in order to clip it. It won't let me clip it right now in the middle of the live because we're in the live where they were put up. But I'm gonna definitely put that up there so y'all can all see that. Any testimony that was out there, it is on the website on our channel. So it's there. I got it all in the playlist. Good. I mean, it just may not be in the best order. And that's only because I can only do the lives and the premieres when I was getting it and was trying to get the information as fastly as possible to everybody. Because some testimony that we seen today, we should have been seeing that before we seen closing statements. Right? I would have loved to see the cross-examination of the ME or the text messages that were brought in before we even went to the closing statements. But it didn't happen that way. And it's cool. I'm just glad that we were able to see it before the jury comes back tomorrow. I'll keep my eye out because that testimony, some of that testimony I caught like in the wee hours of the night. So I'll make sure we don't miss anything else. If I do see something else, then I'll get it out there to you guys immediately so y'all can see it, just so y'all can have as much information. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Welcome. You're going to love it over here. We be in all the courtrooms. Any trial that's going on, we try to be up in there. If they let us up in there. And sometimes we up in there and they tell us to get out because we done got kicked out too. Y'all remember that one trial that we was in? They took it offline, talk about taking the trial and streaming it without the banner. We got in trouble. Well, not in trouble, but we ended up in some court documents. So unless they kick us out, we gonna be sure trying to be up in there. Okay, so I'll put out the alerts and notifications. I'll get these clipped up in case anybody wants to see them. I don't know. If drunk SD. Okay, no. Okay, drunky SD. Okay. Y'all want to look at the messages. Y'all want me to premiere those in about an hour or so y'all can chat while y'all listening to them? Because I can do that if y'all want me to premiere it. Okay, then that way y'all two can know what time and then y'all can go in there. Okay. Yeah, he put that information in this Discord. Yes. Yeah, so I'll put that in a premiere and then that way y'all can see it. I haven't looked at it just yet. I can check for you, Lynn. Let me see. Yeah, if y'all haven't signed up for the Discord, please go sign up for the Discord. That's the hangout gang, I tell you. I don't know where he put it. You talking about the young lady that he was talking about with the court stuff? Liam, I don't see a post from him in here. I know I reached out to her on TikTok, so I do have her information. Yeah. And I can put it up in there if you need it. I can put it up there if you need it. She just like doing like little recaps from what I can see. I did message her, so I'm waiting for her. Oh, thank you, Drunky. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. More than you will ever know. Okay, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. You could have been anywhere, but you decided to be here with us. And I definitely hope everybody comes back, especially if you like watching live trials or if you just like to be on the replay crew. But especially for the live trials, we in these courtrooms every day, and we'll be back in the court at probably 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning. with our current trials that we are currently watching and waiting for a verdict for this one, baby. Oh, I'm gonna be waiting. Oh, I'm gonna be waiting. You say you just want something to do later. I'm about to give you something to do. I'm gonna air these text messages. It's about 2 hours long. I'm gonna give you something to do. While you watch football. Yeah, I'll put it in there. Oh, okay. There, Film put it in there for you again. Yeah, thanks to all the mods. Thanks to the chat. Once again, like I said, thank you all for being here. You could have been anywhere, but you decided to hang out with us, and we so appreciate it. And I hope all of you guys come back. And with that.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness man is always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, look out for that premiere tonight. See ya.